Welcome back, legends, and if you're new here, welcome to the ultimate world of what if Deku fanfictions. Here, we explore alternate destinies, unstoppable quirk awakenings, and the darkest secrets the hero world never revealed. In today's video, we uncover a question that could change Izuku Midoriya's fate forever. What if Deku awakened the god of patterns quirk? And hey, if you love powerful My Hero Academia alternate stories, make sure to hit that subscribe button right now. Because we upload daily what if Deku videos you definitely don't want to miss. Alright, let's break past our limits, and witness how Deku's entire destiny is rewritten. The rain fell in a cold, steady drizzle, painting the world in shades of gray and gloom. It was the kind of weather that seeped into your bones, a perfect mirror for the hollow feeling in Izuku Midoriya's chest. He stood on the pedestrian overpass, his uniform dark with damp, hands gripping the cold railing until his knuckles turned white. Below, the traffic hissed on the wet asphalt, a river of red and white lights flowing endlessly toward a horizon he couldn't see. He wasn't supposed to be here. He should be at home, transcribing another hero analysis entry into his notebook, the 13th volume sitting blank and accusing on his desk. But the words wouldn't come. The fight from yesterday played on a loop behind his eyes. The sludge villain, the explosions, Kacchan's furious, terrified face swallowed by muck, the heroes held at bay, powerless. And All Might, a sunlit colossus, saving the day with a smile. And then saving Izuku, too. Catching him as he fell from the sky, a stupid, reckless act born of a reflex he couldn't name. The memory of that grip, so vast and sure, was immediately eclipsed by the words that followed. The truth delivered on that empty rooftop, the wind whipping around them as the symbol of peace deflated into a gaunt, bleeding specter. You cannot be a hero. The sentence was a stone in his gut, sinking deeper with every hour that passed. It wasn't a surprise, not really. He'd heard variations of it his whole life. But hearing it from him, it was a finality. A lock clicking shut on a door he'd spent a lifetime staring at. A sharp, familiar pain lanced through his right temple. He winced, pressing the heel of his hand against it. The headaches had been getting worse lately, always preceded by a strange, visual static, like seeing the world's underlying code flicker for a fraction of a second. He'd blamed it on stress, on crying too much, on staring at screens. Now, in the drizzle, it felt like a physical manifestation of the fracture inside him. His phone buzzed in his pocket. His mom, probably worried. He'd texted her he was going for a walk, but that was an hour ago. He couldn't face her yet. Couldn't see the gentle sympathy in her eyes, the love that always carried that unspoken understanding of his limitations. He loved her for it, and it shattered him. He pushed off the railing, the metal squeaking under his weight. He needed to move. The walk home was a blur of muted sound and color. He passed a convenience store, its bright lights harsh against the twilight, a TV inside playing the news. A reporter stood in front of a smoldering building, a hero Izuku recognized, backdraft, directing water jets. It was a routine incident. Containment, rescue, cleanup. A pattern. The word stuck in his mind. Pattern. Everything was patterns. The rhythm of the traffic lights. The spacing of the sidewalk cracks under his worn red shoes. The predictable cycle of his days. School, ridicule, study heroes, hope, despair. The very formula of a villain attack, disruption, hero response, resolution. All Might's speeches followed a pattern of reassurance. Kacchan's aggression followed a pattern of provocation and dominance. His head throbbed again, more insistent. This time, the static wasn't just in his vision. It was a sound asterisk, a low-frequency hum at the edge of hearing, and a sensation, like the air pressure dropping before a storm. He stumbled, catching himself against a damp brick wall in a narrow alley shortcut he always took. He squeezed his eyes shut. Breathe. Just breathe. Asterisk. When he opened them, the world was different. It wasn't a dramatic shift. The alley was still the same grimy alley, the dumpster overflowing, the fire escape ladder rusty. But overlaid on everything, faint as a ghost image, were lines. Grid lines of pale gold light, tracing the edges of the bricks, the contours of the dumpster, the curve of a discarded soda can. Numbers flickered in the air beside them, measurements, angles, coefficients of friction, thermal readings. They were transparent, shimmering, disappearing if he tried to look directly at them, but undeniably there. And he could see more. He could see the scuff marks on the ground and his mind instantly plotted the paths of the people who made them, estimating their height, weight, and speed. He could see the pattern of rust on the ladder and predict which rung would creak loudest, which bolt was closest to shearing. He could see the trajectory of a fat raindrop falling from the gutter and calculate exactly where it would land. What? His own voice sounded small, choked. This wasn't a quirk. He was quirkless. The doctor's visit, the X-ray of his toe joint, the pitying look, all of it was etched into his memory. This was a hallucination, a stress-induced breakdown. It had to be. A clang from deeper in the alley. Then a low, guttural laugh. Izuku froze, the strange overlay on his vision flickering. Two figures emerged from the shadows near the alley's dead end. They were large, dressed in scavenged, intimidating gear, not professional villains, but street thugs. One had metallic plates grafted haphazardly to his knuckles. The other's neck was elongated, serpentine, his tongue flicking out. Well, said the one with metal knuckles, his voice a gravelly smear. Look what shuffled in. A little lost lamb. School uniform, the snake-necked man hissed. Might have some yen on him. Or a nice phone. Izuku's heart slammed against his ribs. Adrenaline, cold and sharp, flooded his system, momentarily drowning out the headache and the bizarre visuals. Fight or flight. But his legs were leaden. His analysis brain, usually racing with hero data, was a screaming blank. He took a stumbling step back. Don't be like that, kid, Metal Knuckles said, stepping forward. His foot came down in a patch of spilled oil. Izuku's new vision flared. The grid lines around the oil slick glowed a sudden, urgent red. Numbers cascaded. Weight distribution, center of gravity, angle of approach, probability of slip, 98.7%. The thug's foot shot out from under him. He yelped, arms pinwheeling, and landed hard on his back with a wet thud and a crunch of metal on concrete. Oi, you clumsy idiot. Snake Neck snarled, turning to his partner. This was his chance. Run, now. But Izuku didn't run. He stood, paralyzed, watching the numbers and lines dance. Snake Neck turned his anger back on Izuku, his neck uncoiling, head darting forward like a strike. You little. The attack was slow. So slow. Not in reality, but in Izuku's perception. He could see the muscular tension in the elongated neck, the precise arc of the lunge, the aim point, his shoulder. He could see a dozen faint, glowing lines extending from the man's body, predicting possible follow-throughs. And he could see, glowing a soft blue, the optimal evasion path. A slight shift of his weight to the left. A duck, and the grasping hand would miss by 2 centimeters. His body moved without his conscious command. A drop of his shoulder. The taloned fingers whistled past his ear, snagging on the strap of his backpack. Snake Neck grunted in surprise, thrown off balance by the miss. Izuku's vision exploded with data. The man's balance was skewed, 70% of his weight on his forward foot. The grip on the backpack strap was a pivot point. The wall to Izuku's right was 1.2 meters away, at a 45-degree angle. A new set of lines, bright and pulsing blue, appeared in the air. A sequence. Step in, use the pull on the backpack to add torque, plant a foot behind the man's heel, push here. Izuku didn't think. He followed the blueprint. He stepped forward, not back, yanking the strap hard toward himself, using the thug's own momentum. He hooked a foot behind the man's ankle and shoved at the precise point indicated on the glowing outline of his body. With a choked cry of utter disbelief, Snake Neck toppled, crashing into the damp bricks of the wall and slumping to the ground, dazed. Silence, broken only by the patter of rain and the groans of the 2 incapacitated thugs. Izuku stared at his own hands. They were trembling violently. He hadn't thrown a punch. He hadn't used any strength. He'd just moved. He'd seen the pattern of the fight before it happened, and he'd inserted himself into it, redirecting its flow with minimal force. Metal Knuckles was pushing himself up, his face a mask of rage and embarrassment. You little brat. What did you do? He raised a fist, the metal plates glinting dully. He telegraphed the punch from a mile away, a wide, angry haymaker. Izuku's vision calibrated. Trajectory, clear. Wind-up time, 0.8 seconds. Force, substantial, but poorly focused. Openings, 6, the most glaring in the armpit as the arm extended. The glowing blue path this time didn't suggest evasion. It suggested an intercept. A precise, knife-hand strike to a specific cluster of nerves, the gridlines highlighted in flashing yellow at the thug's inner elbow. The path included the exact angle, the required speed, the follow-through. Izuku's arm moved. It wasn't fast, not like All Might's speed. It was economical. Direct. His hand, stiffened, lashed out and up. Thwack. Asterisk. The sound was unimpressive. A wet tap. Metal knuckles screamed. Not a roar of anger, but a high-pitched shriek of pure, unadulterated agony. His entire arm went limp, the metal-plated fist dropping uselessly. He clutched his elbow, eyes wide with shock and pain, stumbling back. My arm. You broke my arm. Izuku looked from his own hand to the weeping thug. He hadn't broken anything. He'd hit a pressure point, a nexus in the pattern of the man's nervous system. The knowledge of its location had just been there, superimposed on reality. The two thugs, one nursing his elbow, the other shaking his head to clear it, looked at Izuku with something new. Not contempt, but fear. Confusion. This scrawny, crying kid in a school uniform had taken them apart without seeming to break a sweat. Monster, Snake Neck whispered, scrambling backward on all fours. They turned and fled, their footsteps echoing raggedly down the alley before being swallowed by the city's murmur. Izuku was alone again. The golden gridlines, the numbers, the blue paths, they faded, dissolving like mist. The headache returned, a pounding vice at his temples, now accompanied by a warm trickle from his nose. He lifted a finger, touched it. Blood. He slumped against the wall, sliding down until he sat on the cold ground, hugging his knees. The rain mingled with the blood on his lip, with the tears that had begun to stream down his face silently. What was that? What was that? It felt like he'd seen the world's operating system. Like everything, physics, biology, intention, momentum, was built from interconnected, predictable sequences. And for a moment, he'd had admin privileges. He hadn't used power. He'd used information. He'd edited the code of the conflict. A wild, desperate hope, fragile as a soap bubble, rose in his chest. It was immediately crushed by a wave of nausea and doubt. This wasn't a hero's quirk. It was eerie, analytical, cold. It wasn't about saving people with a smile. It was about seeing their weaknesses, their structural flaws. It was about breaking things efficiently. But he had stopped them. Without serious injury. He'd protected himself. You cannot be a hero. All Might's words echoed, but now they had competition. The memory of the thug's terrified face. Monster. Which was he? He fumbled his phone out. His hands were still shaking so badly he almost dropped it. He opened his notes app, his mind racing faster than his fingers could type. He needed to document this, analyze it. It was all he knew how to do. Observation. Episodic visual cognitive overlay. Manifestation. Geometric patterns golden grid over physical structures. Numerical data readouts physical properties. Predictive analytics blue paths equals optimal action sequences. Includes biological schematics pressure points, nervous system nodes. Post-use physical cost, severe cephalalgia, epistaxis. Possible trigger, adrenaline plus emotional distress. Asterisk. He stopped typing, staring at the clinical words. This was his own quirk analysis, on himself. The absurdity of it hit him, and a hysterical laugh bubbled in his throat, coming out as a wet sob. He had a quirk. It had awakened on the worst day of his life. And he had no idea what it meant, or what it would cost him. He forced himself to stand. The walk home was a trance. The world looked normal again, but it felt different. Thin, like a painted curtain hiding a vast, humming machine of interlocking gears. He could almost feel it, sense the rhythm of the city, the pulse of electricity in wires, the vibration of subway trains deep below, the ebb and flow of human movement, all as a grand, complex pattern waiting to be read. His apartment building was a familiar silhouette. He stood outside, looking up at the window of his room. His mom would be making dinner. She'd ask about his walk. He'd have to lie. He couldn't tell her. Not until he understood. Telling her would make it real, and if it was real, it could be taken away. Or it could be something terrible. He wiped the last of the blood from his nose, took a deep, shuddering breath that did nothing to steady him, and went inside. The warmth of the apartment, the smell of miso soup and rice, was a physical shock. It was a pattern too, the pattern of home, of safety, of a life that had just been irrevocably shattered and remade into something unrecognizable. Izuku, is that you? His mother's voice, warm with concern, came from the kitchen. Why yes, Mom. His own voice sounded almost normal. Just tired. He stood in the Genkan, toeing off his shoes, aligning them neatly. A pattern. He looked at his hands, clean now. The hands that had, an hour ago, executed a perfect takedown using knowledge that shouldn't exist. He had a quirk. The thought was a stone dropping into the still pool of his despair, sending out ripples that changed the shape of everything. He walked toward the kitchen light, toward his mother's worried smile, carrying a secret that felt heavier than any truth All Might had given him. The secret thrummed inside his skull, a nascent power whispering of patterns, of predictions, of a way to see the cracks in everything. And as he forced a smile for his mother, a single, terrifying question echoed in the new, patterned silence of his mind. What do I do now? Asterisk. The cliffhanger hangs not on a physical threat, but on the immense, terrifying potential now sleeping inside him, and the absolute solitude of carrying that secret into a world that has already told him he doesn't belong. The god of patterns has awakened, and its prophet is a broken, hopeful, quivering boy who has no idea how to read the scripture now written behind his eyes. The miso soup tasted like ash. Izuku sat at the low kotatsu, the steam from the bowl fogging his glasses. He'd cleaned up in the bathroom, scrubbing the last traces of blood from his face, willing the tremor in his hands to subside. The familiar clutter of the living room, the All Might figurines on the shelf, the worn sofa, the TV playing a low-volume variety show, felt like a museum diorama of a life that no longer belonged to him. You're quiet tonight, Izuku, his mother said, stirring her own soup. Her eyes, so much like his, were soft with a concern that was a constant, gentle hum in their home. Was your walk, all right? He nodded too quickly, the movement jerky. Yeah, just thinking about the entrance exams. The lie was bitter on his tongue. UA's entrance exam was a dream he'd been forced to bury just yesterday. Now it felt like a ghost, haunting him from a different timeline. Oh, sweetie. Her sigh was a familiar melody of sympathy and love. I know it's hard. But there are other schools. Good schools. You're so smart. You could be an amazing analyst, or a police coordinator like you used to talk about. She meant it as comfort. It was a pattern he knew well, her attempt to gently steer him toward a safe, quirkless friendly future. It usually made him feel a quiet, accepted despair. Now, it sparked something else, a low, rebellious crackle in his chest. He had a quirk. It wasn't the kind that shattered mountains or froze cities, but it was something. It had dismantled two grown men. But telling her, the image of her face, hopeful at first, then confused, then frightened as he tried to explain the golden grids, the numbers, the bloody nose, he couldn't. Not yet. The secret was a fragile, monstrous thing. If he said it aloud, it might vanish. Or worse, it might become real in a way that would change how she looked at him forever. I'm just tired, Mom, he murmured, pushing a piece of tofu around the bowl. I think I'll go to bed early. In the sanctuary of his room, surrounded by the vigilant gaze of 100 All Might posters, the dam broke. He didn't cry. He sat on his bed, spine rigid, and stared at his hands. He replayed the alley in his mind, frame by frame. The red glow of the oil slick's instability. The blue path of evasion. The flashing yellow note at the thug's elbow. The knowledge had been instinctive, holistic. He hadn't calculated the physics of the slip, he'd seen its certainty. He hadn't studied pressure points, he'd perceived the structural flaw in the man's biological design. He opened his notebook, volume 13, Hero Analysis for the Future. The future that had been erased. His pencil hovered over a blank page. Then, he began to write, not about heroes, but about himself. Quirk manifestation, tentatively designated, pattern sense. Asterisk. Primary effect. Perceptual overlay providing real-time structural, kinematic, and probabilistic data on the immediate environment. Asterisk. Secondary effect. Generation of optimal action sequences, OAS seemingly prescriptive pathways for interaction with identified patterns. Asterisk. Limitations and costs. Manifestation appears linked to adrenaline stress. Duration brief, approximately 30 to 45 seconds based on alley incident. Post-manifestation physical degradation, severe migraine, cephalalgia, nasal hemorrhage, epistaxis general. Fatigue. Unknown if duration or cost can be mitigated. Asterisk. Unanswered questions. Is the OAS truly optimal? By what parameters? Does it account for morality, collateral damage, long-term consequences? Or is it purely mechanistic efficiency? Asterisk. He stopped, his pencil tip digging into the paper. The last question was a cold knot in his stomach. The quirk had shown him how to topple the thugs. It hadn't shown him what to say to calm them down. It was a tool for solving physical puzzles, not human ones. Was that what a hero needed? A flicker at the edge of his vision. He flinched. No gridlines appeared, but a phantom ache pulsed in his temple. His quirk was dormant, but it was there asterisk, a new layer to his consciousness, sleeping uneasily. He needed to test it. Controlled conditions. He needed to understand its rules, its limits. The thought was terrifying and exhilarating. This was forbidden knowledge. Quirkless kids didn't get to run tests on sudden, bizarre powers. But he wasn't quirkless anymore. The reality of that was still sinking in, a wave that kept crashing over him, leaving him gasping. The next day at school was a study in surreal agony. The world was unbearably normal. The chalk dust motes dancing in sunbeams through the classroom window, the rhythmic scratch of pencils, Kachan's explosive, disdainful presence 2 rows over, it was all a pattern he'd endured for years. But now he watched it, waiting for the glitch, for the overlay to return. It didn't. His headache was gone, replaced by a tense, humming awareness. Kachan didn't bother him. He seemed subdued, lost in his own thoughts, his usual aggressive aura muted. Izuku knew why. The sludge villain incident. The helplessness. It had scarred Kachan too, in a different way. Izuku found himself watching the set of his childhood friend's shoulders, the tight clench of his jaw. He could almost see the pattern of Kachan's anger. It wasn't a golden grid, but a lifetime of observation let him predict the rhythms. The insult before the shove, the specific condescending smirk before an explosion was used to intimidate. At lunch, alone on the roof as usual, he tried to force it. He stared at a pigeon pecking at a crust of bread. Show me, he thought, straining until his vision blurred. Come on, show me its flight pattern. Show me the weak point in its wing. Nothing. Just a pigeon. His nose didn't bleed. His head didn't hurt. The quirk wasn't a muscle he could flex. It was a ghost that visited on its own terms. Frustration simmered in him, a new, uncomfortable feeling. He'd been given a key, but no one had shown him the lock. After school, he didn't go straight home. He walked, not with aimless despair, but with a desperate, focused intent. He found a different, quieter alley, this one behind a shuttered warehouse. It was clean, empty, lined with stacks of old pallets and discarded PVC pipes. A practice room. He set down his backpack. His heart was already pounding, a drumbeat of anxiety and illicit hope. He faced a stack of 3 pallets leaning against the wall. How did he trigger it? Last time, it was fear. Danger. He closed his eyes, remembering the cold dread of the thugs' approach, the certainty of pain. He summoned the memory of All Might's deflated form, the crushing finality of his words. The hollow ache returned, sharp and real. He opened his eyes. Nothing. He growled, a sound of pure frustration he didn't recognize coming from his own throat. He picked up a short length of PVC pipe. He'd create the danger himself. He swung it experimentally at the air, then, with a grimace, aimed a controlled strike at the top pallet. He pulled the swing at the last second, the pipe tapping the wood. Pathetic. Anger, hot and unfamiliar, rose in him. Anger at his own powerlessness, at the quirk's elusiveness, at the universe for giving him this cruel, teasing gift. He gritted his teeth and swung the pipe for real, putting his skinny body's full force into it, aiming to shatter the pallet. The world crystallized. The golden grid snapped into place, so suddenly he gasped. The pallet was outlined in shimmering lines, stress fractures in the wood glowing a faint orange. The PVC pipe in his hand was traced in blue, with numbers flickering around it denoting velocity, mass, angular momentum. But the most vivid thing was the path. Not a blue line this time, but a violent, pulsing red arc that originated from his shoulder, traced through the swing of the pipe, and ended, not on the pallet but on the concrete wall behind it. Red warning symbols flashed along the path. Rebound fracture probability, 87%. Ulna stress risk, high. The OAS wasn't showing him how to hit. It was showing him the consequence of his current, stupid action. It was a warning label on his own rage. He tried to arrest his swing. It was too late, too committed. But the grid gave him data. His grip was wrong. His wrist angle was suboptimal, increasing vibration transfer. A softer, blue flicker suggested a micro-adjustment, a slight pronation of the wrist, a loosening of the fingers. His body, trained by a lifetime of analyzing hero movements, tried to comply mid-swing. It was clumsy. Crack. Asterisk. The pipe hit the top pallet, but off-center, skidding along its edge. The force, redirected by his jerky adjustment, didn't break the wood. Instead, the pipe vibrated savagely in his hands, a numbing shock shooting up his arms. He cried out, dropping it, the clatter loud in the empty alley. But he hadn't broken his arms. The red path disaster had been averted. The quirk had shown him the pattern of his own mistake. He stood there, panting, cradling his stinging hands. The golden grid was fading, but the information lingered. He looked at the pallet. The point of impact glowed with a residual, shimmering heat signature in his mind's eye. He could see exactly where to strike it now, with what force, at what angle, to cleave it cleanly with minimal energy expenditure. The knowledge was just there. A solved equation. This wasn't just about seeing weaknesses in others. It was about optimizing himself. Correcting his own flawed patterns. A wild, breathless laugh escaped him. It was insane. It was wonderful. It was terrifying. He spent the next hour in a feverish, quiet experiment. He didn't try to trigger the full overlay again. The throbbing in his temples was a growing drumbeat warning him of the cost. Instead, he worked with the aftermath. The residual understanding. He practiced movements, a punch, a kick, a dodge. Without the grid active, he was just Izuku Midoriya, awkward and weak. But he could remember the ideal form the OAS had shown him. He could feel where his own body deviated from that perfect, efficient blueprint. He threw a punch. His shoulder was too high. His hips didn't rotate. He adjusted. Again. And again. Each repetition was a conversation with the ghost of the pattern. He wasn't getting stronger, not physically. But he was getting more precise. He was sanding down the inefficiencies in his own motion. The sun was dipping low, painting the alley in long, deep shadows, when the cost finally came due. It started as a tightening band around his skull, then sharpened into stabbing needles behind his eyes. Nausea rolled in his gut. He stumbled to the alley wall, leaning against the cool brick as a warm, familiar trickle started from his left nostril. This was worse than yesterday. The blood came faster, dripping in a steady patter onto the ground. A wave of dizziness made the world tilt. He slid down the wall, clutching his head. The pain was a white-hot brand. This was the price. Understanding had a tax. Every second of that godlike perception was bought with agony. He sat there in the gathering gloom, blood on his lip, pain screaming in his skull, and he smiled. It was a thin, pained, but utterly genuine smile. He had a quirk. It had rules. It had limits. It had a severe cost. But it was his. He fumbled a packet of tissues from his backpack, staunching the blood. By the time the pain receded to a manageable throb, it was fully dark. He was late. His mom would be worried sick. The walk home was slower, weighed down by exhaustion, but a new resolve hardened in his core. He wouldn't tell anyone. Not yet. He needed to master this, to understand it. He needed to see if he could extend the duration, reduce the cost. He needed to see if this pattern sense, could be used to save people, not just disable threats. The UA entrance exam was in 10 months. The practical exam was a brutal trial of power, destroying robots, they said. Could a quirk that saw the structural weakness in a robot's joint, that plotted the most energy-efficient path to disable it, be enough? Could it compensate for his lack of strength, of speed, of any flashy power? He didn't know. But for the first time since that rooftop, a path, faint, fraught with pain, but visible, seemed to stretch out before him. Not a blue path of optimal action, but a lifeline in the darkness. He arrived home to a frantic mother and a cold dinner. He apologized, spinning a vague tale of losing track of time at the library. She hugged him tight, her worry a tangible force. He hugged her back, the secret sitting between them like a third person in the room. That night, lying in bed, he didn't dream of All Might. He dreamed of grids. Of vast, interconnected webs of light, humming with data. He walked through them, and wherever he pointed, the lines reconfigured, showing him new connections, new possibilities. He was a composer in a symphony of cause and effect. He He woke with a start, the phantom taste of copper in his mouth. Dawn was just breaking. He went to his desk, opened his notebook. He didn't write about heroes. He began to draft a training regimen. Not for building muscle, but for managing pain, for focusing his mind, for trying to consciously invite the patterned sense without the catalyst of terror. Meditation, breathing exercises, cognitive drills. He was no longer just analyzing heroes. He was reverse engineering a god living in his own skull. A week passed. The patterned sense came unpredictably. A flicker during a near collision with a bicyclist, showing him a safe sidestep. A flash in the crowded train station, mapping the flow of the crowd so he could slip through seamlessly. Each time, it was brief. Each time, it was followed by the headache, sometimes the nosebleed. He kept his notes, tracking triggers, durations, severity of aftereffects. The data was messy, but a pattern was emerging. High stress, high focus situations were the key. It was as if his brain, pushed to its limit, unlocked this hidden processor to cope. He began to train his body in earnest, using the remembered, perfect forms, from the OAS glimpses. He ran. He did bodyweight exercises. It was grueling, and his progress was achingly slow, but it was progress. He wasn't building explosive power, he was building endurance, and a body that could better approximate the efficiency the Quirk demanded. It was on a Saturday, in a run-down public park on the edge of Musutafu, that the next phase began. He was practicing footwork on the cracked asphalt of a basketball court, trying to replicate the fluid, minimal steps of an OAS evasion sequence. His concentration was absolute, the world narrowed. To the feel of his soles on the ground. A child's scream shattered his focus. It was a sharp, piercing sound of genuine fear. Izuku's head snapped up. Across the park, near a sandpit, a small boy, no older than 5, was backing away, tears streaming down his face. Towering over him was a stray dog. It wasn't a monstrous beast, but it was big, mangy, and its posture was all wrong. Head low, lips pulled back in a snarl, a low, continuous growl rumbling in its chest. A foam-flecked string of saliva hung from its jaw. Rabies. Muzzle injury. The reason didn't matter. The pattern was clear: predator, prey, imminent attack. The boy's mother was frozen 20 feet away, hand over her mouth, paralyzed. Izuku didn't think. He was already moving, his legs pumping before his mind could process the fear coiling in his own gut. "Hey!" he yelled, his voice cracking. "Over here!" The dog's head swiveled. Its eyes, yellow and clouded, locked onto him. The boy, sensing the shift, scrambled backward and ran sobbing to his mother. Now the dog's full attention was on Izuku. It took a stiff-legged step toward him, the growl deepening. Adrenaline, clean and sharp, flooded Izuku's system. This was danger. Real, unpredictable, bestial danger. Not a thug with a predictable swing, but an animal operating on instinct. The golden grid erupted into being, more intense, more detailed than ever before. The dog was a wireframe model of tension and potential energy. He could see the bunching of muscles in its hind legs, calculating the probable force and trajectory of a lunge. He could see the heat signature of inflammation around its jaw. But it was the dog's movement itself that became a cascade of data. The twitch of its tail, the flattening of its ears, the minute shift of weight from one paw to another, each was a variable feeding a probabilistic model. The OAS wasn't giving him a single blue path. It was giving him a branching tree of possibilities, updating in real time. Probability of lunge in 2 seconds, 65%. Optimal evasion. Sidestep right 0.7 meters, angle 32 degrees. Alternative. Use backpack as shield, effectiveness. Low, risk of bite penetration, high. Goal. Subdue without lethal injury. Available resources. Environment, analyzing. The world became a chessboard. The park bench to his left. A loose, half-buried rock near his foot. The length of the chain on the nearby swing set. The dog was a hostile piece, its moves predicted by the flickering numbers above its head. The dog lunged. It was fast, a blur of matted fur and snapping teeth. But to Izuku, it moved along a predicted golden trajectory line. His body responded to the OAS instruction before he was even consciously aware of it. He sidestepped, not with a panicked leap, but with a precise, economical shift. The dog's jaws closed on empty air where his calf had been a fraction of a second before. Momentum carried the animal past him. It skidded on the grass, whirling with a furious snarl. Izuku's eyes darted. The OAS highlighted the loose rock. A new path flashed. Kick rock to disrupt reorientation. Create 1.8-second window. Asterisk. He stomped down on the edge of the rock. It popped up. He didn't try to catch it, he nudged it with the side of his foot. It wasn't a projectile, just a clumsy tumble. But it rolled directly into the dog's path as it charged again. The animal tried to adjust, its footing fouled. The window opened. The OAS flooded him with a new sequence. It was complex, a series of 5 movements involving the swing set chain. Grab chain. Loop on lunge. Use animal's momentum to entangle. Apply tension to specific neck muscle group to induce temporary hypoxia. Non-lethal. Asterisk. It was a plan. A precise, cold, clinical plan to choke a dog. Unconscious. Izuku saw it all. And for the first time, he rebelled. The dog, off balance, was still coming, rage and sickness driving it. The OAS pulsed urgently, the blue path bright and demanding. Grab chain now. Asterisk. But Izuku saw the dog's eyes. The pain. The confusion. It wasn't a villain. It was a sick, suffering creature. The OAS accounted for efficiency, for success metrics. It didn't account for mercy. He didn't grab the chain. He did something else. Something stupid. Something not in the pattern. As the dog made its final, stumbling lunge, Izuku dropped into a crouch, not away from the jaws but inside the arc of the bite. He turned his body, presenting the thick canvas of his backpack. The jaws clamped down on it, teeth punching through the fabric, snagging on his notebooks inside. The impact knocked him sideways. He hit the ground hard, the dog on top of him, a writhing, growling weight. Its hot, foul breath washed over his face. Panic screamed in his ears, but beneath it, the pattern sense held, showing him the strain points on the backpack strap, the dog's center of gravity, the angle of its neck. The OAS was scrambling, recalculating from this new, suboptimal position. Red warnings flashed. Bite risk to exposed flesh, high. Recommend eye gouge. Target optic nerve. No. Izuku gritted out, to the quirk, to himself. He didn't go for the eyes. He brought his arm up, not to strike, but to wrap. He hooked his forearm under the dog's jaw, using the leverage point the grid showed him, and pulled up and back, not to choke, but to restrain. His other hand found the pressure point on the side of the dog's neck, not the lethal one, but a different cluster the grid now reluctantly indicated, glowing a softer yellow. A sedative point. He applied pressure, a steady, firm push. The dog's snarling turned to a choked gurgle. Its thrashing slowed. The vicious tension in its body began to seep away. Its eyes, rolling wildly, seemed to focus on him for a second, a spark of something other than madness. Then they fluttered shut. The jaws went slack, releasing the ruined backpack. The weight went limp on top of him. Silence, except for Izuku's ragged gasps and the distant sound of the crying boy. The golden grid flickered and died. The aftermath was immediate and brutal. A headache, 10 times worse than any before, split his skull like an axe. Blood gushed from both nostrils now, a hot flood down his chin and onto his shirt. The world grayed at the edges. He lay there, pinned under the unconscious animal, unable to move. He heard running footsteps, the mother's voice calling for help, a distant siren. He had done it. He'd stopped the attack. He'd saved the boy without seriously harming the dog. But he'd disobeyed the quirk. He'd chosen his own path, a riskier, messier, more compassionate one. As the darkness crept in, the pain of blinding white noise, the final thought that crystallized in his mind wasn't of victory. It was of the OAS's cold, red recommendation, eye gouge. His quirk had a solution for everything. But it was up to him to decide which solution made him a hero. The last thing he saw was a pair of black, polished boots stopping beside his head, and a man's voice, calm and authoritative, saying, "Easy, son. Paramedics are here. Just hold on." Then nothing. White. A sterile, blinding white ceiling. The smell of antiseptic and clean linen. A steady, rhythmic beeping nearby. Izuku's consciousness returned in slow, painful waves, each one bringing a fresh throb of agony behind his eyes. He tried to move, and a low groan escaped his cracked lips. Izuku. His mother's voice, frayed with 1,000 threads of worry, was the most beautiful and terrible sound he'd ever heard. He managed to turn his head. She was there, in a chair pulled up to the bedside, her face pale, eyes red-rimmed and puffy. She'd been crying. For him. Because of him. Mom, his voice was a dry rasp. Don't try to talk, sweetie. She was on her feet instantly, her hand finding his, her grip almost painfully tight. You're in the hospital. You've been out for a few hours. The doctors, they said you had a severe neurological episode. A hemorrhage. They were talking about a possible aneurysm. A fresh tear tracked down her cheek. What happened? The woman at the park said you saved her little boy from a rabid dog, that you were so brave, but you were covered in blood. A neurological episode. Of course. That's what they'd see. The nosebleeds, the migraines, the collapse. They wouldn't see the golden grids, the branching paths of possibility. They'd see a sick boy who pushed himself too hard. Guilt, thick and suffocating, joined the pain in his head. He'd done this to her. Again. I'm okay, he forced out, the light tasting of hospital air. You're not okay, she whispered, her voice breaking. Izuku, please. You have to stop this. Whatever this is. This striving for something that, she stopped herself, but the unspoken words hung in the air between them. Something that will kill you. Asterisk. The door to the private room slid open. A doctor entered, followed by a man Izuku didn't recognize. The doctor was middle-aged, with a kind, tired face. The other man was taller, dressed in a crisp, dark suit that seemed out of place in the soft-lit hospital room. He had short, neatly trimmed salt and pepper hair and sharp, observant eyes that swept over Izuku with a detached, analytical curiosity. He carried a briefcase. Ah, Mrs. Midoriya, he's awake. Good, the doctor said, offering a professional smile. Young man, you gave us quite a scare. I'm Drive. Hattori. How are you feeling? Head hurts, Izuku admitted. I'm not surprised. We've run a battery of tests, CT scans, MRIs, EEGs. The good news is we found no evidence of an aneurysm, tumor, or any permanent structural damage. Doctor. Hattori's tone was reassuring, but his eyes held a hint of professional puzzlement. The episode seems to have been an extreme manifestation of a migraine syndrome, possibly triggered by acute stress and physical exertion. The nasal hemorrhage was a coincidental, severe epistaxis. We've managed the symptoms. So he's all right? Inko asked, hope warring with fear. Physically, yes. He'll need rest. Plenty of fluids. We'll want to monitor him, possibly see a neurologist for ongoing management. But the immediate danger has passed. The man in the suit stepped forward. He didn't smile. Mrs. Midoriya, Izuku. My name is Agent Sano. I'm with the Quirk Regulation and Manifestation Division of the Ministry of Health and Heroics. The air in the room turned to ice. Inko's hand tightened around Izuku's. His own heart, monitored by the beeping machine, gave a frantic, audible spike. They knew. Asterisk. Quirk Regulation. Inko echoed, confused. But, my son is quirkless. He was diagnosed. Agent Sano's expression didn't change. Diagnoses can be incorrect, Mrs. Midoriya. Or circumstances can change. Late-onset quirk manifestation, while rare, is not unheard of. Our department monitors hospital reports for certain signatures. Unexplained physiological stress coupled with extraordinary physical feats often flags our system. His gaze settled on Izuku. The park incident. Multiple witnesses describe movements of preternatural efficiency from a boy your size and build against a rabid canine. The animal is currently sedated. Preliminary tests show no rabies, but a severe neurological infection that should have made it unpredictable. Yet your actions, as described, were precise. Calculated. You immobilized it with minimal force and no injury to yourself, aside from the episode. He opened his briefcase and pulled out a tablet. He tapped the screen and turned it around. It showed a grainy, zoomed-in image from what must have been a park security camera. It was him, in the moments before the dog lunged. The image was poor, but his posture was clear, not the panicked crouch of a victim, but a grounded, ready stance, his head tilted as if, listening to something they couldn't hear. This doesn't look like luck, or desperation, Sano said, his voice devoid of accusation, but full of a relentless, quiet pressure. It looks like applied skill. A skill your school records, your medical history, do not account for. So, I'll ask directly, Izuku Midoriya. Have you recently experienced any unusual perceptual phenomena? Visions. A sense of knowing things you shouldn't. Perhaps an ability to predict events. Izuku's mouth was desert dry. His mother was staring at him, her face a mask of dawning, bewildered horror. He could lie. He should lie. But the man's eyes were like scalpels. He'd seen the footage. He'd seen the pattern of Izuku's actions. The Quirk Regulation Division. They catalogued quirks. They assessed their danger. They could restrict their use. They could take them away. The thought was a new kind of terror. He began, his voice barely a whisper. He looked at his mother. The hope he'd feared to kindle was now there, a fragile, terrified flame in her eyes, mixed with the fear for his health. If he denied it, she'd believe him. They'd write it off as a fluke, a stress-induced anomaly. He could go back to being quirkless Izuku, safe in his powerlessness. But he couldn't. The secret was a living thing inside him now, coiled around his spine. To deny it was to cut out a part of himself he'd only just discovered. He took a shuddering breath, wincing at the pain the motion caused. Sometimes, I see lines, grids, over things, and numbers, and it shows me how to move. The confession, spoken aloud, was a release and a condemnation. Inko made a small, choked sound. Agent Sano's eyebrows lifted a fraction, the only sign of his interest. Describe it, Sano said, pulling out a stylus and tapping on his tablet to take notes. Haltingly, painfully, Izuku did. He kept it clinical, like his notebook entries. The golden grids, the data readouts, the blue optimal action sequences. He mentioned the alley, framing it as the first, confused instance. He talked about the headaches, the nosebleeds, the cost. Doctor. Hattori listened, his medical curiosity piqued. Fascinating. A quirk with a direct, measurable physiological tax. The brain is processing an immense amount of subconscious data and presenting it consciously. The hemorrhaging could be micro-ruptures in the capillaries of the nasal mucosa and the brain due to the extreme spike in neural activity and blood pressure. Sano ignored the doctor's musings. And the OAS, as you call it, does it only show you physical actions? Does it suggest things? Izuku's blood ran cold. He remembered the red, pulsing recommendation. Eye gouge. He met Sano's gaze. The man was asking if his quirk had a violent bias. It shows me efficient paths, Izuku said carefully. To achieve a goal. The goal is up to me. Sano held his look for a long moment, then nodded slowly, making a note. Perceptual, predictive type quirk. High strategic utility. Significant user cost. Designation pending. He looked at Inko. Mrs. Midoriya, your son's quirk will need to be formally registered. Given its nature and the physical strain it places on him, a usage license will be provisional, tied to medical oversight and likely require a counselor's evaluation for psychological codependency. He said it all with the bored efficiency of a bureaucrat ticking boxes. To him, Izuku was a file, a case number. A license. Inko said, still reeling. For what? For legal use of his quirk in public, or for any hero course application, Sano said, as if it were obvious. The words hero course hung in the sterilized air. Inko flinched as if struck. Izuku's breath caught. Given the strain it causes, Sano continued, packing his tablet away, a medical advisory would likely recommend against any physically strenuous career path. But that's between you and your doctors. My job is just to ensure it's documented. The paperwork will be sent to your home. You have 14 days to complete and return it. He gave a short, perfunctory bow. Get well soon, young man. He left, his footsteps echoing down the hall. Doctor. Hattori offered a few more instructions about rest and follow-ups before he too departed, leaving mother and son alone in the humming quiet. The silence was a chasm. Inko was crying again, silent tears tracing paths through her worry. She still held his hand. Mom, I'm sorry, Izuku whispered, the words utterly inadequate. You have a quirk, she said, the statement wondrous and wretched. All this time, all the pain, the headaches, that was it. Coming in. He nodded miserably. And you didn't tell me. I was scared. I didn't understand it. I thought it might go away. Or that it was something bad. The man said it could hurt you. That it does hurt you. Her voice was pleading. Izuku, you ended up in the hospital. What if next time, what if it's worse? What if, she couldn't finish. I saved that boy, Mom, he said, the words finding a sudden, solid core inside him. The quirk helped me do that. It showed me how. And it told you to get hurt in the process. She cried, her composure cracking. It's not a blessing, Izuku. It's a curse. It's your body breaking itself to do things it wasn't meant to do. Don't you see? This is why I never, she stopped, swallowing a sob. Why you never wanted me to be a hero, he finished softly. It wasn't an accusation. It was understanding. She looked at him, her face raw with love and fear. I can't lose you. Not to a villain. Not to your own power. He had no answer for that. No reassurance that wouldn't be a lie. He squeezed her hand. I'm here, Mom. I'm okay. But he wasn't. He was registered now. His dream, rekindled for a brief, glorious week, was already being boxed in by regulations and medical warnings. The path forward was no longer just paved with his own pain, but with official forms and the terrified heart of his mother. He was discharged the next day. The walk to their apartment was silent. The home that had always been a refuge now felt like a holding cell. His All Might posters seemed to mock him, symbols of a simple, powerful ideal his own reality could never match. The paperwork from the ministry arrived 2 days later, a thick, intimidating envelope. Inko stared at it on the kotatsu as if it were a live serpent. Izuku opened it. Registration forms. Medical history supplements. Waivers. A booklet titled, Responsible Quirk Use for Minor Manifestations. Buried in the legalese was the clause Agent Sano had mentioned. Provisional License Type 3. Restricted to non-combative, low-stress applications pending biannual medical and psychological review. Asterisk. A hero's license was Type 1. This was a shackle. He filled out the forms with a numb determination. Under, Quirk name, he paused. The ministry would assign a dry, bureaucratic designation. He took the pen and wrote, in careful kanji, pattern sense. It felt like claiming it, even as the system sought to define and limit it. Inko signed where required, her hand trembling. When it was done, she looked older. What now, Izuku? She asked, her voice hollow. He looked out the window at the sprawling city, at the patterns of light and movement he could now, sometimes, perceive as something more. I need to learn to control it. So it doesn't hurt me. So I can use it properly. Use it for what? The fear was back. He didn't have an answer she could accept. So he told a partial truth. To understand it. That's all. Just to understand. He threw himself into research with a fervor that bordered on obsession. He read medical journals on migraine management, on cognitive load theory. He studied martial arts texts, not for their techniques, but for their principles of economy of motion, of leverage, concepts his OAS embodied perfectly. He began a strict regimen, monitored breathing exercises to control his heart rate, meditation to practice focusing his mind without triggering the overlay. He needed to be the one in charge of the switch, not his adrenaline. He also started a new, secret notebook. Volume 14. This one wasn't about heroes. It was titled Pattern Sense, Manifestation Log and Protocol Development. He recorded every flicker, every twinge. He noted his diet, his sleep, his stress levels. He was experimenting on himself, the only test subject he had. The quirk remained elusive. It wouldn't come when he calmly meditated in his room. But he found he could sometimes invite it during his physical training, if he pushed himself to the edge of exhaustion while maintaining intense focus. A flicker of gold around the pull-up bar, showing him the most efficient muscle engagement. A fleeting blue path during a sprint, correcting his stride. These glimpses were shorter, less intense, and the aftereffects, while still painful, were diminishing. He was building a tolerance. Or he was learning to channel the power more cleanly. A month after the hospital, he ventured out to Takoba Municipal Beach Park. Or what was left of it. It was an infamous dumping ground, a mountain range of discarded appliances, scrap metal, and trash stretching as far as the eye could see. A monument to waste and neglect. It was also, he realized with a sudden, electric clarity, the perfect training ground. The chaos was a problem. A massive, physical, multi-variable problem. Cleaning it was impossible for one person. But what if he didn't see it as cleaning? What if he saw it as a dynamic puzzle? A giant, three-dimensional pattern of weight, balance, structural integrity, and efficient movement. He stood at the edge of the trash sea, the salty, polluted wind tugging at his hair. This was stupid, reckless, the kind of overreaching that landed him in the hospital. He stepped onto the first mound of refuse. His goal wasn't to clear the beach. His goal was to move a single, rusted refrigerator from the top of a pile to the designated collection area 50 meters away. Without killing himself, without triggering a trash avalanche, he approached the fridge. It was old, heavy, perched precariously on a sofa carcass and several waterlogged tires. He studied it, not with his eyes, but with his intention. He let the need to solve the puzzle rise in him, the focus narrowing to this one task. The fear of the unstable pile beneath his feet was a sharp, bright wire in his gut. The golden grid painted itself over the scene. It was the most complex overlay he'd ever seen. Lines of force showed the weight distribution. Stress fractures in the sofa springs glowed orange. The tires were marked with sinking risk probabilities. Dozens of blue paths flickered into existence, mapping ways to climb the pile, ways to dislodge the fridge. Most of them ended in red collapse warnings. But one path, faint but persistent, traced a different route. It didn't involve climbing. It involved unbuilding. It showed him pulling a specific, load-bearing piece of scrap from the base of the pile, a corroded bicycle frame. The path predicted a controlled, minor shift that would lower the fridge 6 inches, settling it onto a more stable platform of crushed washing machines. It was counterintuitive. To get the fridge down, he first had to make the pile less stable in a very specific way. He took a deep breath, ignoring the headache beginning to pulse behind his eyes. He followed the path. He found the bicycle frame. The grid highlighted the exact spot to grip, the angle to pull. He braced his feet, wrapped his hands around the cold, gritty metal, and pulled. For a terrifying second, nothing happened. Then, with a groan of shearing metal and a cascading crunch of plastic, the pile shifted. It wasn't a collapse. It was a sigh. The refrigerator slid smoothly down the incline he'd created, coming to rest with a solid thud on the washer tops, now perfectly positioned for the next phase. The golden grid updated. New paths appeared. Use a length of rope highlighted in blue 3 meters to his left to create a pulley off a standing lamp post. Redirect force. Roll, don't carry. For 3 hours, Izuku worked. He moved in a trance of concentration. The pattern sense came and went in flashes, each one costing him. A nosebleed started halfway through, dripping onto the sand. His headache was a constant companion, a drilling ache he learned to breathe through. But he didn't stop. He followed the sequences. He pulled levers, laid planks, used momentum. He didn't move the fridge with strength. He moved it with intelligence. With an understanding of the pattern of the trash itself. When the old refrigerator finally bumped against the fence of the collection area, Izuku collapsed onto the sand, chest heaving, vision swimming. He was drenched in sweat and grime, blood smeared across his face. He felt utterly, completely drained. He also felt a surge of pure, undiluted triumph. He had done it. He had used pattern sense not in a crisis but as a tool. He had directed it, worked with its cost, and accomplished something tangible. He hadn't just avoided a threat, he had manipulated his environment. He looked back at the path he'd created through the trash, a neat, cleared channel where none had been before. This was training, real training, not just for his body, but for his quirk, for his pain tolerance, for his will. He returned to Takoba Beach the next day. And the day after that. A routine formed. School, study, train at the beach until his body or his quirk gave out, collapse into bed, repeat. He told his mom he was working out, which was true. He didn't tell her where, or how. The dark circles under his eyes, the occasional dried blood in his nostrils, spoke volumes she chose not to confront directly, a silent, worried truce between them. Weeks turned into months. The cleared channel on the beach became a clearing. He grew leaner, harder, his movements losing their teenage clumsiness, gaining a silent, efficient grace. The pattern sense became more responsive, its aftereffects less crippling as his body adapted. He learned its rhythms. It was like a powerful, skittish animal. He couldn't command it, but he could create the conditions for it to emerge, and he could guide its energy. One evening, as he was maneuvering a waterlogged car engine block using a system of ropes and a broken shopping cart as a sled, the grid appeared and showed him something new. As he plotted his next pull, a faint, green line appeared alongside the usual blue OAS path. It was subtler, less insistent. It didn't show a physical action. It showed a timing, a rhythm of exertion, pulse, synchronization, 120 BPM optimal for sustained torque. Breathe in on pull, hold for 2 seconds, exhale on release. It was teaching him not just what to do, but how to be while doing it. It was integrating with his physiology. He followed the green line, matching his breath and heartbeat to its quiet pulse. The engine block slid forward with surprising ease. The headache that followed was a dull throb, not a spike. The nosebleed was a mere speck. He sat on the sand in the twilight, the ocean roaring nearby, and he laughed, a sound of sheer, exhausted wonder. He was learning its language. He was no longer just a user of the pattern sense. He was becoming a partner to it. He pulled out his notebook, his fingers stiff with cold and fatigue. Under today's log, he wrote, "Hypothesis, the cost is not inherent to the quirk's use, but to the dissonance between its optimal patterns and my body's inefficiency. As I align myself, physically, mentally, with its rhythms, the strain reduces. The OAS is not a command. It is an offer of harmony." Asterisk. He looked up at the stars beginning to pierce the purple sky. 10 months to the UA entrance exam. The beach was still a monstrous junk heap, but a small corner of order now existed because of him. His body was still weak by hero standards, but it was a tuned instrument now, capable of precision his old self could never have dreamed of. He had a quirk the system viewed as a liability. He had a mother who saw it as a death sentence. He had a power that spoke in the cold logic of efficiency and the warm, painful language of sacrifice. But he also had a path. His own path. Forged in pain, cleared through stubborn will, and illuminated by the ghostly, golden patterns only he could see. He stood, his muscles protesting, and turned for home. The cliffhanger was no longer a question of if he could do it. It was a question of what he would become when he did. The boy who saw the world's blueprint was slowly, painfully, rewriting his own. And the first draft was written in sweat, blood, and the quiet, growing certainty that he would walk through the gates of UA, no matter what the patterns of the world tried to predict. The dream was a labyrinth of light. Izuku moved through a vast, silent cathedral constructed of intersecting golden grids, each line humming with data. He could see the stress points in the arches, the load-bearing vectors of the pillars, the resonant frequency of the air itself. It was beautiful. It was absolute. A voice, not his own yet intimately familiar, the voice of the pattern sense, whispered coordinates, probabilities, optimal paths. He followed them, a perfect passenger in a perfect machine. Then, the path ahead split. One branch, glowing a serene, crystalline blue, led to a simple door. The other, a pulsating, violent crimson, led to a throne made of shattered concrete and twisted rebar. The throne was empty. "Choose," the voice whispered. He reached for the blue door. The crimson path flared, and the image of the throne was replaced by a flicker, a vision of himself seated upon it, his eyes cold emerald circuits, the world rearranging itself into flawless, terrible order at his whim. Power. Control. No more pain. No more weakness. Just perfect, efficient supremacy. He jerked awake, drenched in a cold sweat, the phantom taste of copper and ozone in his mouth. Dawn was a gray smear outside his window. His head ached, a familiar, low-grade throbbing that was becoming as much a part of his morning as the chirping of sparrows. He lay there, breathing through the remnants of the dream, the choice still echoing in his bones. The crimson path. It had felt seductive. It was the logical endpoint of his quirk, wasn't it? To see everything, to control everything, to eliminate all inefficiency, all chaos. To never be hurt again because he would foresee and neutralize every threat. Was that a villain's thought? Or just the thought of someone who was tired of bleeding? He pushed himself up, the movement practiced and smooth. 9 months of brutal, self-directed training had etched new patterns into his flesh. He wasn't muscular, not like the image of All Might that still watched from his walls. He was dense, wiry. Every movement had a contained, economic purpose. He caught his reflection in the dark window glass, a ghostly figure with sharp, tired eyes. The boy who cried over hero videos was buried under layers of resolve and chronic pain. The routine was automatic now. Calisthenics executed with machine-like precision, each representative aligned with the remembered green guidance lines for breath and pulse. A sparse breakfast eaten while reviewing his logs. The walk to school was an exercise in environmental awareness, tracking the patterns of commuters, the flow of traffic, the likely locations of security cameras. He didn't activate his quirk, he was training his baseline perception to be its foundation. School was a study in surreal detachment. Aldera Junior High was a script he knew by heart. The jeers were predictable, their emotional impact now measured and catalogued rather than felt. He watched his classmates as data points, their social hierarchies, their tells, their patterns of aggression. Kacchan, especially. Katsuki Bakugo was a storm of contradictions. The sludge villain incident had sanded off some of his most jagged edges, not out of humility, but out of a furious, smoldering focus. He was quieter, more intense, a pressure cooker with the valve welded shut. He'd stopped the casual, daily torment of Izuku, but his disdain was a constant, radiant heat. Today, he seemed particularly volatile, sparks popping fitfully in his palm as he stared out the window during a lull in class. Izuku, from his seat, could almost diagram the tension in Kacchan's posture. The clench of his trapezius muscles, the imbalance in his stance favoring his right side, a lingering habit from how he braced for his explosions. The pattern of his breathing was off, shallow, rapid. Something was wrong, not with Izuku, with Kacchan himself. The final bell was a release. Izuku packed his bag with methodical care, his mind already on the evening session at Takoba Beach. He had a new sector mapped, a treacherous hill of shattered televisions and microwave ovens he planned to destabilize and clear using a cascading pull technique the pattern sense had hinted at yesterday. Deku. The voice was low, gravelly, directly behind him. Izuku didn't startle. He'd heard the footsteps, recognized the rhythm. He finished zipping his bag and turned. Kacchan stood there, his face a familiar mask of arrogant contempt, but his eyes held something else. A simmering, frustrated confusion. He was blocking the classroom door. "Walk with me," Kacchan said, not a request, but a command that expected immediate compliance. A year ago, Izuku would have stammered, tripped over his own feet. Now, he simply shouldered his bag, his mind running a rapid analysis. Goal. Exit classroom. Obstacle. Bakugo Katsuki, hostile intent probable but not immediately violent. Optimal action sequence. Comply initially to gather data. The OAS didn't activate, but his own, trained mind approximated it. "All right," Izuku said, his voice calm, neutral. Kacchan's eyes narrowed a fraction, suspicious of the lack of fear. He turned and stalked out, Izuku falling into step a few paces behind, a deliberate distance. They walked in tense silence through the emptying halls, out into the bright afternoon sun. Kacchan led them not toward the train station, but to the empty baseball field behind the school. He stopped near the chain-link backstop, the clang of a distant gate the only sound. He turned, his hands shoved deep in his pockets, shoulders hunched. "The entrance exams are in 3 months, Kacchan stated, not looking at him. "I know," Izuku replied. "You're still applying." It wasn't a question. Izuku met his gaze. "Yes." Kacchan scoffed, a dry, humorless sound. "You're even more of a delusional freak than I thought. What's your plan, huh? Cry until the robots short-circuit. Analyze them to death." The insults were there, but the venom was diluted, perfunctory. He was going through the motions of a pattern he'd established long ago. Izuku said nothing. The silence stretched, becoming heavier than any retort. Kacchan's composure cracked. He spun, his fist slamming into the chain-link fence with a deafening metallic rattle. "Damn it, Deku!" he roared, sparks exploding from his knuckles, singing the wire. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Izuku didn't flinch. He watched, analytical. Kacchan's outburst was a data point. The force of the punch, the angle, the way he immediately cradled his slightly burned fist, it spoke of immense frustration directed inward. "You saw it," Kacchan hissed, rounding on him, his face inches away. Spittle flecked Izuku's cheek. "You were there. That sludge bastard had me. I was stuck. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. All those extra strength goddamn muscles and I was just a spectator in my own death." His voice dropped, raw and husky. "The heroes, they stood around. They had their damn quirks and they just stood there. And you." He laughed, a bitter, broken thing. "You, quirkless, worthless Deku. You moved. Before All Might. You just ran." He stared at Izuku, his crimson eyes blazing with a pain that had nothing to do with physical injury. "Why? Why would you do that? What the fuck could you possibly have done?" This was the heart of it. The unasked question that had been festering in Kacchan for months. The disruption of his worldview. The weak, contemptible Deku had acted like a hero when he, the destined champion, had been helpless. Izuku's pattern sense remained dormant. This wasn't a puzzle of physics. It was a human equation, messy and irrational. The old Izuku would have babbled about inspiration, about reflex. The Izuku who had bled and trained on a trash-laden beach saw the pattern of Kacchan's pain clearly. He needed an answer that wasn't an apology, and wasn't a challenge. I didn't think, Izuku said quietly, his voice steady. My body just moved. It was, stupid, reckless. It's what you've always said I am. He paused, choosing his words like stepping stones across a river. But in that moment, Kacchan, thinking wouldn't have helped. The pattern was already set. The villain had you. The heroes were frozen by the rules of their engagement. Someone had to break the pattern. Kacchan blinked, thrown by the response. By the word, pattern. Break the, what the hell are you talking about? You asked what I could have done, Izuku continued, his gaze unwavering. The truth is, I don't know. Maybe nothing. Maybe I'd have just gotten myself killed too. But the pattern of that moment was leading to your death. Doing something, anything, even if it was stupid, changed the variables. It created a new possibility. That's all. He wasn't preaching. He was stating a fact, as he saw it. Action, even futile action, altered the predictive model. Kacchan stared at him as if seeing him for the first time. The fury was gone, replaced by a bewildered, almost clinical scrutiny. You've changed, he muttered, not a compliment, an observation. You don't flinch. You don't mumble. You're calm. It's creepy. Izuku offered no explanation. The secret of his quirk was a wall between them, higher now than ever. Kacchan looked away, back at the fence. UA's practical exam is robots, he said, changing the subject back to safer, adversarial ground. Big, tough, made to smash little idiots like you. You don't stand a chance. Probably not, Izuku agreed, which seemed to frustrate Kacchan further. But I'm going to take it anyway. Why? The question was stripped bare of its usual scorn. It was just a question. Izuku thought of the Crimson Throne in his dream. Of the blue door. Of his mother's tears. Of the perfect, painless efficiency his quirk promised, and the messy, bloody compassion that had saved a dog and a boy. Because I have to see, Izuku said finally, the truth of it resonating in his core. I have to see what pattern I can make. Kacchan snorted, the familiar arrogance seeping back in, but it was thinner now, a performance. Fine. Get yourself crushed. Just stay the hell out of my way. He shoved past Izuku, heading for the gate. He stopped after a few paces, back still turned. And Deku. Izuku waited. That day, on the rooftop with All Might. Kacchan's voice was so low Izuku almost didn't hear it. What did he say to you? The air left Izuku's lungs. So Kacchan had seen. Of course he had. He'd been on the ground, watching as All Might carried Izuku away. He'd probably assumed the worst, that Izuku was being scolded, arrested, humiliated. Izuku could lie. He could protect the shattered idol. He could spare Kacchan that particular disillusionment. But the pattern of lies between them was part of what had poisoned everything. He told me I couldn't be a hero, Izuku said, the words clean and sharp as a surgical blade. Kacchan went utterly still. Then, without another word, he walked away, his footsteps heavy on the hard-packed dirt. The conversation was over, but the landscape between them had shifted, cracked open by exchanged truths. Izuku stood alone on the field for a long time, the ghost of that confession hanging in the air. He'd shown a piece of his own weakness to Kacchan. He'd revealed a fracture in All Might's image. He had no idea what the consequences would be. The human variables were too numerous, too chaotic. He needed the clarity of a physical problem. He needed the beach. The setting sun painted the mountains of trash in hues of orange and deep purple. Izuku stood before his chosen sector, the hill of electronic waste. It was a precarious monument, a jumble of sharp edges, glass, and unstable capacitors that could hold residual charge. A dangerous puzzle. He centered himself, breathing in the salty, metallic air. He focused on the hill, not as a thing to be cleaned, but as a system to be understood. He allowed the intention to form, create a controlled collapse. Clear a path to the buried washing machine at the base. Fear, the old catalyst, was a distant thing. Now, it was focus, a needle thread of concentration. The world softened at the edges, and then, The golden grid painted the hill in exquisite, terrifying detail. It was the most complex overlay yet. He could see the individual weight distribution of every microwave, the stress fractures in cathode ray tubes, the delicate charge signatures flickering in broken power supplies like dying stars. Dozens of blue paths flickered, most culminating in red electrocution or crush warnings. But one path, a delicate tracery of interconnected actions, glowed with a steady, persistent light. It didn't propose a direct assault. It was a symphony of tiny interventions. Remove this specific VCR from the left support column. That will transfer weight to this cluster of circuit boards, which will compress and act as a shock absorber for the subsequent shift. Then, pull this copper wiring to act as a guide rope for the cascading tumble of monitors. It was a 10-step plan, each step dependent on the last, a Rube Goldberg machine of destruction and order. The green guidance lines pulsed alongside it, dictating his breathing, his pacing, the exact micro-movements of his fingers. Izuku moved. He became an instrument of the pattern. He didn't hurry. Each action was deliberate, exact. He extracted the VCR with the care of a bomb technician. He felt the hill groan, adjust. He threaded the copper wire through a secure anchor point, his hands moving with a dexterity born of countless hours of similar, precise work. The headache began, a familiar pressure building behind his eyes. He welcomed it. It was the cost of clarity. Step 5. A cascade of keyboards and mouse devices tumbled into the newly created channel, exactly as predicted. Step 6. He pulled the wire, guiding the fall of a heavy, glass-fronted stereo cabinet. It landed with a crunch, creating a solid platform. He was deep in the trance now, the boundary between his will and the Quirk's guidance blurring. The world was lines and probabilities, a dance he was composing in real time. The pain was a distant thrum, the blood he could feel starting in his nose just another data point. Step 9. The main mass of the hill, now destabilized precisely as intended, began to slide. It was a controlled avalanche, a river of trash following the channels he'd carved. The buried washing machine was revealed, just as the path had shown. Triumph surged through him. He'd done it. A flicker. A variable the pattern hadn't accounted for. From within the sliding mass, something sparked, a ruptured battery from a laptop, perhaps. A tiny, orange flare. In the golden grid, it was a sudden, blinding anomaly. A wild pixel. The predictive lines shuddered. The neat, blue path to step 10, securing the washing machine, shattered into a dozen conflicting possibilities. A red thermal chain reaction warning blared. The spark found a pocket of aerosolized dust from crushed plastic. The explosion wasn't large, but in the unstable hill, it was a seismic event. A section of the predicted collapse veered violently off course. A torrent of jagged metal and glass, not following his guided channel, now screamed directly toward him. Time didn't slow. The pattern sense, overloaded by the unforeseen variable, recoiled. The golden grid fragmented, dissolving into chaotic static. The OAS offered nothing, it was recalculating, blind. Izuku was alone. Instinct, raw and untrained, took over. He dove to the side, but his movements were his own again, clumsy, too slow. A glancing impact from a flying keyboard slammed into his shoulder, spinning him. A shard of monitor glass, a glittering dagger in the sunset, traced a line of fire across his ribs, slicing through his shirt and skin. He hit the sand, the wind knocked out of him, a hot, wet sting spreading across his side. The world was noise and confusion, the crashing of the aberrant collapse finally subsiding. Silence, broken by his own ragged, pained gasps. The headache was a full-blown siren now, the nosebleed a steady flow. He pushed himself up on his elbows, wincing at the sharp protest from his ribs. He looked at the disaster. The washing machine was clear. Most of the hill had fallen in the intended area. But a significant debris field was scattered wildly around him, including the shrapnel that had cut him. His perfect pattern had been broken. An unpredictable variable had entered the equation and his quirk, for all its prescience, had failed. No, it hadn't failed. It had shown him the pattern based on available data. It couldn't predict the truly random. The spark. The chain reaction. It could only work with the patterns it could see. He sat in the sand, clutching his bleeding side, blood dripping from his nose onto the ground, and he laughed. It was a harsh, painful sound. This was the reality. This was the limit. His god of patterns was not omnipotent. Chaos existed. The human element, the random spark, could shatter the most beautiful blueprint. He had been so focused on mastering the quirk, on aligning with its rhythms, that he'd forgotten the world was not a predictable machine. It was a living, breathing, chaotic system. And to be a hero in it, he couldn't just follow the optimal path. He had to be able to improvise when the pattern broke. He staggered to his feet, assessing the damage. The cut was shallow but long, bleeding freely. He needed stitches. He couldn't go home like this. His mom. A new variable. He tore a strip from the cleaner inside of his ruined shirt, binding it tightly around his torso to staunch the flow. He would go to a clinic, use the small fund of money he'd saved from odd jobs. He would lie. A biking accident. He was good at lying now. As he limped away from the beach, the wreckage of his perfect plan behind him, the lesson etched itself into him deeper than the glass cut. The crimson throne in his dream promised control over all patterns. But some things were inherently uncontrollable. The spark, the choice, the human heart. He couldn't eliminate pain. He couldn't foresee everything. His power was a map, but the territory would always have uncharted canyons. The cliffhanger wasn't the injury, or the failed cleanup. It was the dawning, humbling, terrifying realization that his journey wasn't about achieving perfect, painless control. It was about learning to navigate the chaos that his perfect patterns could never see coming. And his first real test in that new, more dangerous world was waiting for him in 3 months, in a stadium full of robots and unpredictable competitors. Starting with an explosive, pattern-breaking boy named Bakugo Katsuki. The clinic's fluorescent lights were a sterile, buzzing sun. The smell of iodine and floor cleaner was a sharp counterpoint to the coppery tang of his own blood. Izuku sat on the edge of the examination table, paper crinkling beneath him, as an elderly doctor with kind eyes and brisk hands stitched the gash on his ribs. A biking accident, you say? The doctor's voice was mild, his fingers deft as they worked the curved needle. Through a pane of glass. You must have been moving quite fast. I lost control on a gravel path, Izuku murmured, his eyes fixed on a poster about proper handwashing technique. The lie was smooth, practiced. He'd given the same story to the receptionist. His mind, however, was elsewhere, replaying the moment of fracture on the beach, the spark, the shattering of the golden grid, the searing line of pain. A failure of prediction. A lesson in fallibility. Well, you're lucky it's superficial. No muscle damage. Keep it clean and dry. The stitches will dissolve on their own. The doctor tied off the suture, applied a bandage, and patted his shoulder. Try to avoid heroic bike stunts for a while, young man. Izuku managed a weak smile. Heroic. The word stung in a new way. He paid in cash, the bills feeling thin and insignificant. The walk home was a careful, stiff-legged affair. Every shift of his torso sent a bright spark of pain through his side, a constant, grounding reminder of his failure. The headache had receded to a dull, manageable ache, the nosebleed stopped. The physical cost of the aborted pattern sense use was less than he'd feared, it was the psychological toll that weighed on him. His mother was in the kitchen when he entered. He'd texted her that he'd be late, studying at the library. It wasn't entirely a lie, he had stopped at one to review engineering texts on structural failure modes. Izuku, you're back late, oh. She turned from the sink, her smile fading as she took him in. His movements were careful, guarded. A fresh, dark stain was seeping through his school shirt where he'd pressed the bandage. What happened? Just a fall, he said, the script automatic. Tripped on the stairs at the station. Scraped my side. It's nothing, really. I already went to a clinic. He held up the receipt, a talisman of preemptive responsibility. Her eyes, wide with concern, scanned his face. She saw the pallor, the fatigue that went deeper than a simple fall. She saw the new stillness in him, a calm that felt more like a lid on a boiling pot than peace. The secret of his quirk was a third presence in the room, silent and straining. Let me see, she said, her voice soft but leaving no room for argument. Reluctantly, he lifted his shirt, revealing the neat line of stitches and the technicolor bruise already blooming around it. Inko's breath hitched. Her fingers, gentle as always, hovered near the wound but didn't touch. Oh, Izuku. It looks worse than it is, he insisted, pulling his shirt down. The doctor said it's fine. She looked at him, really looked at him, and he saw the moment her maternal worry crystallized into a deeper, more profound fear. This wasn't the scraped knee of a clumsy boy. This was the injury of someone pushing against a hard limit. The pattern was clear to her, even without golden grids, her son was on a path of self-destruction. This training, this understanding, you're doing, she said, her voice trembling slightly. It's hurting you. It's putting you in clinics. It's necessary, he said, the words coming out harder than he intended. Necessary for what? The plea was back, raw and exposed. To prove a point. To chase a dream that's already hurt you so much. Izuku, I see you. You come home exhausted, in pain. You have nightmares. You're changing. And not all of it feels good. He had no answer that wouldn't wound her further. He was changing. He was building a fortress of discipline and pain tolerance around a core of frantic hope. The compassionate, crying boy was still in there, but he was buried under layers of analytical resolve. He saw the pattern of her fear, understood its every root, but he couldn't follow the path that would ease it. Not without abandoning his own. I need to do this, Mom, was all he could say, his voice low. I'm sorry. The apology hung in the air, solving nothing. She turned back to the sink, her shoulders slumped in defeat. The silence that followed was the loudest sound Izuku had ever heard. He retreated to his room. The All Might posters seemed to watch him with hollow cheer. He opened his notebook, volume 14. He didn't write about the cut or the lie. He wrote about the failure. Entry. Pattern disruption event. Cuz. Unforeseen micro-variable electrical spark in unstable chemical environment. Quirk response. Systemic overload, predictive model collapse. Consequence. Physical injury due to reversion to baseline, unoptimized reflexes. Conclusion. Pattern sense is not omniscient. It is a model based on perceivable data. True randomness, or variables operating beneath perceptual threshold, represent critical vulnerability. Training must adapt. Must develop contingency protocols for when the pattern breaks. Must improve baseline capabilities so reversion is less catastrophic. Asterisk. He wrote until his hand cramped, the clinical analysis a barrier against the guilt and the lingering thrill of the near disaster. The quirk was a lens, but the world it viewed was infinitely complex. He needed to become stronger, faster, smarter without it, so that when it failed, and it would, he wouldn't be helpless. The next 2 months were a grind of brutal refinement. He returned to Takoba Beach, but his approach changed. He no longer sought to trigger the pattern sense for every task. Instead, he used its afterglow, the remembered, perfect forms, to drill his body. He practiced falling, rolling, evading. He set up crude, unpredictable traps using the trash, tripwires that released swinging weights, piles that would collapse if he stepped in the wrong spot. He forced himself to react without the grid, relying on instinct and his honed senses. He got bruised, cut, battered. The stitches in his side healed into a pink, raised line, a permanent bookmark in the story of his limitations. He also began to study differently. His focus shifted from pure hero analysis to materials science, basic electronics, structural engineering. If his quirk could show him weaknesses, he needed to understand why things were weak. He needed to speak the language of the patterns on a deeper level. The dreams of the Golden Labyrinth continued, but now the Crimson Throne was more prominent, more seductive. The voice whispered not just of efficiency, but of eliminating the unpredictable. With enough data, nothing is random, asterisk it murmured. Control the variables, and you control the world. Asterisk. He woke from these dreams shivering, not with fear, but with a terrible, longing fascination. The entrance exams were a month away when the letter arrived. It wasn't from UA. It was from the Ministry of Health and Heroics, Quirk Regulation Division. Official, thick parchment. His mother brought it in, her face pale. It's for you, she said, handing it over as if it were radioactive. Izuku's heart thudded against his ribs. He broke the seal with careful fingers. It was his provisional quirk license. Type 3R restricted, minor. There was his photo, looking gaunt and serious. His quirk was officially registered as Analytic Overlay, Predictive Modeling, Pattern Sense. The conditions were listed in dense legalese, use restricted to non-combative scenarios. Any application in a licensed hero course or similar institution requires escalation to Type 2 Peak Provisional, Pedagogical, and is subject to quarterly review by assigned quirk counselor and medical personnel. Violation of terms may result in license revocation and criminal charges. Asterisk. It was a cage. A beautifully documented, legally binding cage. They had taken his secret and turned it into a file, a list of thou shalt nots. But at the bottom of the letter, a handwritten note was scrawled in precise, sharp characters. Curious manifestation. High strategic potential offset by severe user penalty. Typical of late-onset types. Your park incident report showed interesting discretionary override of suggested optimal action. That is the variable they cannot legislate. Keep notes. Agent Sano. Asterisk. Izuku stared at the note. It was neither encouragement nor warning. It was an observation. A recognition of the very thing he was grappling with, the choice between the Quirk's cold logic and his own will. Sano had seen it. The system had seen it, and didn't know what to do with it. He folded the letter, the license a stiff rectangle in his pocket. It was a shackle, but it was also proof. He existed. His power existed. He was no longer a ghost in the system. That night, he stood before the mirror in his room, shirtless. The scar on his ribs was a pale slash. Other, smaller marks from his training dotted his arms and shoulders. He was still slender, but the definition was there, the hard lines of sinew, the taut cords of muscle built for endurance and precise control, not bulk. His eyes held a green fire that was more calculation than hope. He thought of Kachan's explosive power, of the sheer, overwhelming strength of the robots he would face. He thought of the labyrinth in his dreams, and the empty throne. He couldn't match power with power. He couldn't rely on a quirk that might fail at the critical moment. He had to be something else. A strategist. A precision instrument. A breaker of patterns in a test designed for makers of chaos. He took a deep breath, wincing at the faint, phantom pull of the scar. He had a license that restricted him. A quirk that could betray him. A body that was still fragile. A dream that felt more like a fever. And 1 month to forge it all into a key that could unlock the gates of UA. The cliffhanger wasn't the approaching exam. It was the chasm between what he was, a boy with a painful, restricted, analytical power, and what he needed to become to pass. He had to find a way to turn limitation into strategy, to make his vulnerability into a weapon. And the first step would be to look at the greatest symbol of unwavering power he knew, and see not an idol to worship, but a pattern to deconstruct. He opened his laptop, not to hero forums, but to publicly available engineering schematics and physics papers. The battle wasn't just in his body anymore. It was in his mind. And the enemy was the very concept of impossibility. Rain. It wasn't the soft drizzle of his quirk's awakening, but a cold, slanting downpour that turned Musudafu into a city of blurred lights and echoing drips. It matched the static in Izuku's head, the low-grade hum of anticipation that had been building for weeks. Tomorrow was the UA entrance exam. He stood in his room, a final check. His gear was simple, practical, reinforced training clothes, sturdy boots, a lightweight, water-resistant jacket. No costume, no support items. Just him, his body, and the silent, sleeping potential in his skull. He slipped the provisional license into a sealed plastic sleeve and into his inner pocket. Its presence was a cold weight against his heart, a reminder of the eyes watching him. His mother was waiting in the living room. The silence between them had evolved into a fragile, tense truce. She knew where he was going. She knew she couldn't stop him. The fear in her eyes was now a constant, quiet companion. "Your lunch," she said, holding out a carefully wrapped bento. Her hands were steady, but her gaze wasn't. "And an umbrella." "Thanks, Mom." He took them, their fingers brushing. He wanted to say something that would ease the lines of worry on her face, but every promise felt like a lie. Be careful. Just come home, Izuku." The words were a prayer. "However it goes, just come home." He nodded, unable to speak past the sudden tightness in his throat. He turned and stepped out into the rain. The train ride to UA was a study in controlled anxiety. The car was full of other examinees, boys and girls buzzing with nervous energy, showing off flashy quirks, making last-minute boasts. A girl with vines for hair. A boy whose fingers elongated into sharp blades. Another whose skin glimmered like polished stone. They were raw power, visible potential. Izuku sat apart, a quiet island in the storm of excitement. He observed them, not with envy, but with a detached analysis. Vine hair, probable range and binding capability, weakness likely fire or extreme cold. Blade fingers, Close quarters specialist, predictable attack angles, lower defense. Stone skin, high durability, probable low mobility. It was automatic now, his mind building threat assessments and tactical profiles. He was no longer just a fanboy. He was a strategist preparing for a battlefield. The UA campus materializing through the rain-drenched window stole his breath. It was colossal, modern, sleek, a fortress of heroism. The main building rose like a glass and steel monument. This was the nexus, the place where patterns of heroism were forged. He joined the river of applicants flowing through the massive gates. The air crackled with competitive tension. And then, he saw him. Katsuki Bakugo stood ahead in the crowd, a singular point of condensed fury. He was dressed in simple, functional gear, his hands shoved in his pockets, but his posture screamed a challenge to the entire world. His eyes scanned the competition with a predatory disdain, a king surveying would-be usurpers. For a fraction of a second, his gaze swept over Izuku. There was no recognition, no acknowledgement. Just the blank assessment one might give a piece of scenery. Izuku felt a strange pang, not hurt, but a confirmation. They were on different paths now, patterns diverging under the same rain. Then, a new variable. Nervous. A friendly voice asked from beside him. Izuku turned. A boy with short, neat brown hair and an open, earnest face was walking alongside him, offering a smile. He had a strong build, but his stance was relaxed, unthreatening. A little, Izuku admitted, his voice barely carrying over the drumming rain. Yeah, me too. I'm Iida Tenya, from Sumei Academy. The boy, Iida, chopped his hand through the air in a stiff, robotic gesture. It's an honor to be here among such promising candidates. Izuku recognized the name. The Iida family, engines in their legs, the hero ingenium. A legacy of speed and order. Another pattern. Midoriya Izuku, he replied. Well, Midoriya, let's both endeavor to do our best, Iida said, before spotting someone else he knew and striding off with piston-like steps. Izuku was left alone again, but the brief interaction had grounded him. This was real. He was here. The written exam was a blur of logic puzzles, hero law, ethics, and general knowledge. Izuku's months of obsessive study served him well. He saw the patterns in the questions, the underlying principles they were testing. He finished with time to spare, his mind clear and focused. This was the easy part. Then, they were herded into a vast auditorium. The scale of it was dizzying. Hundreds of seats filled with anxious teenagers. On the stage, bathed in a spotlight, stood a figure who needed no introduction. Present Mike, the voice hero. His flamboyant costume, his wild hair, his energetic presence were a stark contrast to the tense silence of the room. But Izuku's attention was immediately drawn past him, to the small, hunched figure sitting in the shadows at a side table. A man wrapped in a ragged yellow sleeping bag, only his unkempt black hair and tired, bloodshot eyes visible. Eraserhead. The pro-hero who could cancel quirks. A man who fought on skill and tactics, not flashy power. Izuku's pulse quickened. That was a pattern he understood. Hey, hey, hey. UA. Examinees. Present Mike's voice boomed, amplified by his quirk, shaking the very air. Thank you for tuning into me, your school DJ. Can I get a, hey? Silence. A crushing, awkward silence. Izuku saw Eraserhead's eyes close in what looked like profound suffering. Present Mike plowed on, undeterred, explaining the practical exam. Battle centers. Villain bots. Point values, 1, 2, and 3 pointers. The goal, disable robots and earn points. Rescue points, an unknown variable, awarded by hidden judges. A boy with glasses, Iida, stood up to ask a pointed question about the printed materials, his hand chopping more pronounced. Present Mike clarified, then launched back into his spiel. And your time starts, now. Confusion rippled through the crowd. Now, asterisk. Izuku didn't hesitate. He'd seen the pattern. The moment the presentation ended, the competition began. He was on his feet and moving while others were still processing. He didn't run with explosive speed, but with a determined, efficient gait, weaving through the stalled applicants, his mind already mapping the route to his assigned battle center, Center B. He arrived at the mock cityscape in a wave of other examinees. The towering, false buildings loomed under the gray sky, the rain having softened to a mist. The starting gate was a massive, sealed archway. He positioned himself not at the very front, where the most aggressive were shoving, but slightly to the side, near the wall. A better vantage point. Less initial chaos. His heart was a drum against his ribs. This was it. No more theory. No more sand. Real robots. Real points. Real failure, imminent and brutal. He closed his eyes for a second, shutting out the nervous chatter, the explosions of quirks being primed. He focused inward, on the humming static, on the ghost of the golden grid. He didn't try to summon it. He prepared the ground for it. He regulated his breathing, slowed his pulse. He was the calm at the center. A deafening air horn blasted. The gate vanished. The flood of bodies surged forward with a collective roar. Quirks erupted in a cacophony of light and sound. A boy with engines in his legs, Iida, shot ahead like a bullet. Another created platforms of ice, skating forward. Kachan, a streak of orange and black, propelled himself through the air on explosions, leaving a trail of smoke and awe in his wake. Izuku ran. Just ran. He didn't try to keep up with the vanguard. He let them go, let them trigger the first wave of robots. His eyes scanned the side streets, the alleys. The pattern sense remained dormant, but his trained perception was active. He was looking for a specific pattern, isolation. A one-on-one engagement. He heard the metallic clank and whirring servos before he saw it. Around a corner, a one-pointer robot, a squat, tank-like machine with a single crushing arm, was rolling down a narrow street, its sensor dome swiveling. Perfect. Izuku didn't charge. He stepped into its path, making himself the target. The robot's sensors locked on. Its arm raised, hydraulic pistons hissing. Fear, sharp and clean, lanced through him. This was danger. Immediate, mechanical, predictable danger. The world snapped into focus. The golden grid etched itself over the scene. The one-pointer was a schematic of vulnerabilities. The grid highlighted the hydraulic line running to its main arm actuator, a pale blue, glowing line. The joint where its treads met the chassis was marked with a stress coefficient. Numbers flickered. Arm swing arc 42 degrees, wind-up time 0.5 seconds, tread turn radius limited. The optimal action sequence appeared, a single, brilliant blue path. It was simple. Duck under swing at precise moment. Step inside reach. Strike hydraulic line at 45-degree angle with stiffened fingers. Redirect force to unbalance. Target will topple. Asterisk. It was the alley thug all over again, but cleaner. A machine had fewer variables. Izuku moved. He didn't duck wildly. He took a single, precise step forward and down as the arm whistled over his head, the displaced air ruffling his hair. He was inside its guard. His hand, fingers pressed tightly together, lashed out in a short, sharp jab. He didn't aim for the metal casing, he aimed for the specific, glowing point on the hydraulic line. Thunk. Asterisk. The sound was dull, unimpressive. A spray of faint, pressurized fluid misted the air. The robot's arm went limp. Its balance, already forward from the missed swing, was compromised. Izuku didn't push it. He simply shifted his own weight, placing a foot against its tread, and guided it along its existing momentum. With a groaning of metal, the one-pointer tipped over onto its side, treads whirring uselessly. A buzzer sounded from its core. 1 point. It was over in 3 seconds. No flash. No drama. Just efficiency. The headache spiked immediately, a hot needle behind his left eye. A warm trickle started in his nostril. He wiped it away with the back of his hand, smearing red across his skin. The cost. Paid. He didn't pause. He left the disabled robot and moved deeper into the city. The sounds of battle were everywhere, explosions, crashes, shouts of triumph and panic. He saw a three-pointer, a massive, bipedal monstrosity, swatting aside a examinee with a hardening quirk. That was not his target. Too many variables, too much power. He found a two-pointer next, a faster, spider-like bot with cutting tools for limbs. It skittered along a wall, targeting a girl who was creating small, floating orbs of light. She was panicking, her quirk flickering. Izuku's pattern sense flickered to life again, drawn by the girl's distress and the robot's aggressive pattern. The grid mapped the bot's movement, a predictable zigzag as it recalibrated its targeting. Its weak point glowed, the central gyro stabilizer in its thorax, protected by a grating. The OAS offered a path, lure with debris. Distract. When it pauses to recalculate, strike stabilizer through grating with concentrated force. Asterisk. He acted. He kicked a chunk of concrete rubble. It clattered against the wall below the robot. The bot's sensors twitched toward the sound for a split second, its movement halting. Izuku was already moving. He sprinted up a low pile of debris, using it as a launchpad. He jumped, not high, but with precise trajectory. His foot, aimed not with a kick's power but with a piston-like thrust, slammed into the highlighted point on the grating. Crunch. Asterisk. The spider bot shuddered, its limbs spasming. It dropped from the wall, landing in a twitching heap. 2 points. The girl stared at him, her orbs winking out. Thank you. Izuku just nodded, landing awkwardly as a wave of dizziness hit him. The headache was a constant drilling now. Blood dripped steadily from his nose, pattering on the faux asphalt. He was buying points with pain. The exchange rate was brutal. He pushed on, a ghost in the chaos. He became a scavenger, a precision striker. He let the powerful Quirks draw the big targets, the 3-pointers, and he focused on the smaller, faster bots they missed or ignored. He used the environment, led robots into narrow alleys where their mobility was hampered, tripped them with cables, used their own momentum against them. Each takedown was a lesson in applied physics, a ballet of minimal force. Each one cost him. His point tally crept up. 5, 8, 12. But he was tiring. The cumulative effect of the pattern sense activations was a leaden fatigue in his limbs, a fog creeping into the edges of his thoughts. The world began to blur, the golden grids appearing slower, fading faster. He was running out of capital to spend. He stumbled into a central plaza. The carnage here was intense. A boy with a tail was grappling with a 2-pointer. A girl with acid quirk was melting a 1-pointer's treads. And in the center, a whirlwind of destruction, Bakugo Katsuki. He was a force of nature, blasting 3-pointers apart with contemptuous ease, his point total skyrocketing. He fought with a rage that was beautiful and terrifying in its purity. No strategy. Just overwhelming, pattern-shattering power. Izuku watched for a second, a hollow feeling in his chest. That was the kind of hero the exam was made for. The kind that broke the test. Then, the ground shook. It wasn't an explosion. It was a deep, seismic rumble that vibrated up through the soles of his feet. The air pressure changed, pushing down on his eardrums. A shadow fell over the plaza. From around the corner of a massive, faux office building, it emerged. The 0-pointer. It was a titan. A skyscraper made of metal and malice, towering over the mock city, its single, red sensor eye scanning the ground like the gaze of an angry god. Its mere presence sent a wave of primal terror through the examinees. This wasn't a villain bot. This was a disaster scenario. An evacuation order. A siren blared. The 0-pointer is active. All examinees, evacuate the immediate area. This is a test of prioritization and situational awareness. Panic. Pure, unadulterated panic. The brave fighters turned and fled, Quirks forgotten in the face of this impossible obstacle. Even Bakugo, after a moment of furious hesitation, cursed and blasted himself backward, away from the crushing footsteps that shook the earth. Izuku stood frozen, not with fear, but with a sudden, overwhelming clarity. This was the variable, the unpredicted cataclysm. The exam wasn't just about fighting robots. It was about this moment. The choice. His eyes, scanning the chaos, caught movement high up on a half-collapsed building near the Titan's path. A girl. The same one from the written exam who'd been floating nervously in her seat. She was trapped, her leg pinned under a massive chunk of rubble dislodged by the 0-pointer's approach. She was struggling, tears streaking her face, but she couldn't budge it. The Titan was closing in, its shadow engulfing her. Everyone was running away. The OAS, triggered by the imminent, colossal threat, exploded into being in Izuku's mind. The golden grid mapped the entire plaza, a nightmare web of collapsing structures, fleeing bodies, and the overwhelming, red-outlined silhouette of the 0-pointer. Dozens of blue paths flickered, all leading to escape. One, a bright, urgent crimson, led toward the trapped girl. It was studded with warning icons. Structural collapse probability, 99%. Survival probability, less than 1%. Action deemed non-optimal. The Quirk was screaming at him to run. To save himself. It was the logical choice. The only choice that made sense in its cold calculus of survival. Izuku looked at the girl's terrified face. He looked at the fleeing backs of the other examinees. He looked at the crimson throne in his mind, promising power and control and survival. And he thought of his mother's prayer. Just come home. Asterisk. He took a step. Not back. Forward. Toward the girl. He shut off the OAS with a force of will that felt like tearing his own brain in half. The golden grid winked out. The pain, held at bay by the Quirk's focus, rushed in, a tsunami of migraine, of bloody nausea, of utter exhaustion. He was blind now. No patterns. No predictions. Just a screaming body and a single, stupid imperative. He ran. Not with efficiency, but with everything he had left, a ragged, painful sprint across the trembling plaza. He reached the collapsed building and scrambled up the shifting rubble, ignoring the shards of pain in his side where his scar pulled. The zero-pointer's foot descended, a continent of metal blotting out the sky. He reached the girl. Her eyes were wide with shock. "What are you?" "Lift." He grunted, his voice cracking. He didn't try to analyze the rubble. He just planted his feet, wrapped his arms around the jagged chunk of concrete, and pulled. It wasn't about leverage points or optimal angles. It was about raw, desperate effort. Muscles he didn't know he had screamed in protest. The world narrowed to the weight in his arms and the descending shadow. With a final, agonized heave, the rubble shifted. The girl scrambled free, her leg bleeding but functional. The shadow was complete. There was no time to run. Izuku did the only thing he could. He turned, placing himself between the girl and the Titan's foot. Arms spread wide, as if his fragile body could possibly shield her. This was it, the end of the pattern. A stupid, illogical, heroic death. He closed his eyes, waiting for the crush. It didn't come. A voice, calm and bored, cut through the din. "The exam is over." The zero-pointer froze, its foot hovering a mere 10 meters above them. The rumbling ceased. An eerie silence fell, broken only by Izuku's ragged, bloody gasps. He looked up. On a piece of debris nearby, the man in the sleeping bag, Eraserhead, stood, his hair floating, his eyes glowing a fierce red as he stared at the immobilized Titan. His quirk couldn't stop a machine, but his authority had. Eraserhead's eyes shifted from the robot to Izuku. They held no praise, no admiration, just a deep, weary assessment. He looked at the blood streaming from Izuku's nose, the utter exhaustion in his stance, the stupid, protective posture he'd assumed. "Pathetic," Eraserhead muttered, but the word lacked its usual venom. It sounded almost clinical. He then looked past Izuku, at the girl he'd saved, and gave a slight nod to someone unseen. Recovery Girl, the youthful heroine, emerged from a side street, clicking her tongue. "Oh, you foolish, brave child." She hurried over, and with a kiss on his grimy, bloody cheek, a wave of soothing warmth washed through him, knitting his worst fatigue and staunching the nosebleed. The headache receded to a distant echo. Izuku sagged, his legs giving out. He sat hard on the rubble. The girl was babbling thanks, tears of relief now. Iida arrived, having run back, his face a mask of stern concern. That was incredibly reckless. And also, commendable. Izuku didn't hear them. He looked at his hands, trembling not from fear, but from spent adrenaline and healing energy. He had 0 points from the zero-pointer. He had maybe 15 from the bots. A pittance compared to the leaders. He had ignored his quirk's optimal path. He had chosen the illogical, the suicidal. He had, for a moment, been exactly the kind of hero he'd always dreamed of being, one who moved without thinking to save someone. And as he sat in the wreckage, saved by a pro's intervention and a healer's kiss, the cliffhanger wasn't whether he passed or failed. It was the look in Eraserhead's eyes. It wasn't the look you gave a successful examinee. It was the look you gave a problem. A complicated, dangerous, potentially self-destructive problem. And UA was now fully aware of Izuku Midoriya, the boy who bought points with pain and threw away survival for a stranger. They had his pattern, and they were undoubtedly trying to decide what to do with it. The silence in the Midoriya apartment was a physical thing, a thick, cottony blanket muffling the usual sounds of the neighborhood. Izuku sat at the kotatsu, a cold cup of tea before him, his fingers tracing the grain of the wood. The week after the UA entrance exam had been a slow, excruciating unraveling. Every hour felt like a lifetime, every ring of the doorbell a potential executioner's summons. His body was healed. Recovery Girl's kiss had smoothed over the immediate damage, but a deep-seated fatigue lingered in his bones, and the phantom ache behind his eyes was a constant reminder of the cost he'd paid. 15 points. That was his tally, scrawled in his exam log. A paltry sum. He'd watched online forums and news clips speculating about the top scorers. Bakugo Katsuki was rumored to have broken records, a fiery comet of destruction. Iida Tenya had scored highly with his speed and precision. Even the nice girl he'd saved, Uraraka Ochako, was mentioned for a respectable haul. 15 points. And a rescue that, according to the rules explained, wouldn't count toward the villain point total. It was a separate metric, a hidden variable. Would it be enough? Could an illogical, self-sacrificial act outweigh a demonstrable lack of combat power? His mother moved through the rooms like a ghost, her worry a silent, hovering presence. She didn't ask. He couldn't offer. The unspoken agreement was to wait for the verdict. His provisional license sat on his desk, a stark white rectangle against the dark wood. It felt like a taunt. Type 3R. Restricted. He'd stepped so far outside its boundaries he might as well have burned it. He tried to train. He went back to Takoba Beach, but his heart wasn't in it. The patterns of trash felt trivial compared to the memory of the zero-pointer's shadow. He practiced forms, but his movements were hollow, robotic. He was going through the motions, waiting for the axe to fall. The dreams returned, fiercer than ever. Now, the golden labyrinth was littered with the wreckage of UA bots. The crimson throne glowed with a sullen heat, and the whispering voice was no longer just about efficiency. It was about survival of the fittest. You saw the hierarchy, it murmured as he navigated a corridor of flickering schematics. The powerful rule. The precise survive. The self-sacrificing are crushed. You have a tool to climb. Use it. Stop bleeding for those who will never be strong enough to matter in the equation. He'd waked gasping, the scar on his ribs throbbing in sympathy, his sheets damp with sweat. The ideology of the pattern sense was crystallizing, and it was brutally Darwinian. It scared him because part of him, the tired, hurting, logical part, saw its cold truth. On the 8th day, the letter arrived. It was delivered by a special courier, not the standard post. A sleek, silver envelope with the UA crest embossed in deep blue. It was heavy. His mother brought it to him, her hands shaking so badly the envelope trembled. She didn't say a word, just placed it on the kotatsu before him and retreated to the kitchen, giving him the illusion of privacy. Izuku stared at it. This was it. Rejection. A polite, formal, thank you for your interest. Or perhaps a summons to a disciplinary hearing for violating his license terms. He could already see the words. While your actions showed spirit, they demonstrated a profound lack of regard for personal safety and exam protocol. He picked it up. It was cool to the touch. He broke the wax seal with a thumb, the snap loud in the silent room. Inside was a small, metallic disc. It clattered onto the table. A hologram projector. Before he could process it, the disc activated with a soft whir. A cone of blue light erupted, resolving into the gaunt, skeletal form of Toshinori Yagi, All Might's true self. He was in a sterile-looking room, wearing a simple tracksuit. Izuku's breath caught. Not Principal Nezu. Not a faceless administrator. Him. Young Midoriya. All Might's voice was strained but earnest, a shadow of its booming hero version. If you are seeing this, then you have completed the UA entrance exam. First, allow me to apologize. Izuku blinked, frozen. My words to you on that rooftop were the words of a man clinging to a fading flame, terrified of the darkness to come. I saw only your lack of power, and my own crushing burden. I did not see you. All Might's sunken eyes held a profound, weary sincerity. The exam footage, I reviewed it. What you lacked in points, you made up for in something far more crucial, the heart of a hero. You saw someone in need, and you acted, despite the cost to yourself. That is not a flaw. That is the foundation. He leaned forward slightly, the hologram flickering. You scored 15 villain points. A respectable, if not top tier, result for someone with a non-combative quirk. But you also scored 60 rescue points. The number hung in the air, nonsensical. 60. The highest rescue score in a decade, All Might continued, a faint, proud smile touching his lips. Awarded by the judges for prioritizing a life over points, for tactical self-sacrifice, and for displaying a level of situational awareness and courage under catastrophic duress that, well, it reminded an old hero of why he does what he does. Izuku's vision blurred. He couldn't breathe. Therefore, All Might said, his voice swelling with a ghost of his old power, "It is my great pleasure to welcome you to your hero academia." The hologram shifted. His name, Izuku Midoriya, appeared in bold kanji. Below it, Hero Course, Class 1A. Total exam score, 75 points. Placement, 7th. 7th. He had placed 7th. The hologram showed a list of the top 10. Bakugo Katsuki was first with 77 villain points, 0 rescue. He, Izuku, was nestled in the middle of the pack. He'd done it. He was in. But All Might wasn't finished. His expression grew more serious. "However, your acceptance comes with conditions, young Midoriya. Conditions born of concern, not punishment." The list faded, replaced by official UA letterhead. First, All Might read, "Due to the nature of your registered quirk, analytic overlay, and its documented physiological strain, you are assigned to a mandatory quirk counseling and physical conditioning program, overseen by the school's medical staff and your homeroom teacher. Your provisional license will be upgraded to Type 2P, but its use in training and field exercises will be strictly monitored and regulated. A leash. A guided, educational leash, but a leash nonetheless." Second, All Might's gaze seemed to pierce through the hologram. "Your performance, while heroic, displayed a reckless disregard for your own survival. UA trains heroes, not martyrs. You will undergo mandatory sessions with Hound Dog, our school counselor, to address this self-sacrificial tendency. A hero who burns out in their first act saves no one in the long run." Izuku swallowed, the joy of acceptance now alloyed with the cold metal of scrutiny. And finally, All Might said, his voice dropping, "I will be watching you, young Midoriya, closely. Not just as a teacher, but as the man who told you, no. I need to see if my first judgment was wrong. I believe it was. Prove it to me. Prove it to yourself." The hologram flickered one last time, showing the UA crest and the date for the opening ceremony. Then it winked out, the disc going dark. Izuku sat in the sudden, profound silence, the afterimage of the words burned into his retinas. 7th. Conditions. Counseling. Proving himself. Asterisk. A choked sob broke the quiet. He looked up. His mother stood in the doorway to the kitchen, her hands pressed to her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She had heard. She had seen. He stood, his legs unsteady. "Mom, I." She didn't let him finish. She crossed the room in 2 strides and wrapped him in a crushing hug, her tears soaking into his shoulder. It wasn't the happy, celebratory embrace he'd imagined. It was a hug of terror, of relief, of a love so vast and fearful it felt like drowning. "My boy," she whispered, over and over. "My brave, foolish, wonderful boy." He held her, feeling the tremors that ran through her small frame. He was in. He had a path. But it was a path lined with watchers, with regulations, with the ghost of All Might's doubt and his own quirk's seductive, cruel logic. The celebration was quiet. A slightly nicer dinner. A call to a tearfully proud Aunt Mitsuki, who yelled congratulations that were half genuine, half envious for her own explosive son who'd taken first place. Izuku retreated to his room early, his mind a storm. He took out his notebook, volume 14. He opened to a fresh page. At the top, he wrote, U.A. Analysis and Protocols. He began to list the conditions, not as restrictions, but as parameters for a new experiment. Parameter 1. Quirk Counseling Medical Oversight. Goal. Extend operational duration, reduce physiological cost. Hypothesis. Structured training and medical monitoring can identify and mitigate strain vectors. Need to collaborate, not resist. Asterisk. Parameter 2. Psychological evaluation, self-sacrifice. Goal. Reframe instinctual response. Heroism is not negation of self, but strategic application of self. Must learn to calculate survival as a necessary variable in the rescue equation. Asterisk. Parameter 3. All Might's observation. Primary objective. Demonstrate growth, control, and sustainable heroism. Secondary objective. Understand his weakness, his pattern. The symbol of peace is a man with a secret. What is its structure? Asterisk. He paused, his pen hovering. The last thought felt like heresy. But it was analytical. All Might was now a factor in his environment, a powerful, unpredictable variable. To navigate UA, he needed to understand him. He also wrote down his classmates, the ones he knew from the list. Bakugo. Iida. The girl he'd saved, Uraraka Ochako, zero-gravity Quirk, assumed. They were not just peers. They were data points, potential allies, obstacles, components in the complex system of Class 1A. He closed the notebook. He lay in bed, but sleep was distant. The cliffhanger of the exam was over. A new, more intricate one had begun. He was inside the fortress. But the fortress had its own rules, its own guardians, and its own trials. He had proven he could be a hero in a moment of crisis. Now he had to prove he could be a student, a teammate, a person who wouldn't shatter under the weight of his own power and the expectations now placed upon him. And as the first day approached, one question burned brighter than all others: who would his homeroom teacher be? The man who had called him pathetic, even as he saved his life, Shota Aizawa, Eraserhead. A man whose entire existence was a rejection of flashy power, a master of the minimal, the efficient, the pattern-breaking. Izuku had spent months aligning himself with a quirk that sought perfect order. His new teacher was a professional at creating chaos. Their first meeting wouldn't be an introduction. It would be a collision. And Izuku had no blueprint for what would happen next. The air in classroom 1A crackled with a nervous, electric energy. Izuku stood before the massive door, its height daunting, the polished wood seeming to swallow the sounds of the bustling hallway. His new uniform, a crisp, dark green gakurin, felt stiff and foreign, a costume for a role he still couldn't believe was his. The weight of his upgraded provisional license Type 2P, now with a UA seal, was a constant reminder in his inner pocket. He took a steadying breath, regulating his pulse. This is a new system. Observe first. Establish parameters. He slid the door open. The noise hit him first, a cacophony of voices, laughter, the scrape of chairs. The room was already mostly full. His eyes, trained for pattern recognition, swept the scene in an instant. He catalogued them not as future friends, but as initial variables. Iida Tenya was already present, chopping his hand in a lecture at a boy with wild, blonde hair and a sharp-toothed grin who had his feet on a desk. Remove your feet from that desk. Such disrespect for the institution that. Like I care. You the hall monitor or something. A girl with pink skin and horns was chatting animatedly with a tall boy with multiple arms. A shy-looking boy with a bird's head sat quietly. And there, in the back by the window, slouched in his seat as if the world bored him, was Katsuki Bakugo. His crimson eyes tracked Izuku's entrance, narrowed, then flicked away with a dismissive scowl. A known quantity. High power, high volatility. Izuku's gaze found the empty seat. Desk number 18. He moved toward it, his footsteps silent on the polished floor. He passed a boy with half-red, half-white hair, sitting perfectly still, an island of calm in the chaos. Dual-element quirk. Thermal regulation. High potential, high complexity. Asterisk. He sat, placing his bag neatly. The chatter around him was a buzz of unfamiliar data. He focused on his breathing, on staying grounded. This was the environment. He was inside it. The door slid open again, and the girl from the exam, Uraraka Ochako, bounced in, her face bright with excitement. She scanned the room, her eyes landing on him. Her expression lit up even further. She hurried over. You. The boy from the exam. She said, beaming. I never got to properly thank you. You saved me. Izuku looked up, momentarily thrown by the direct, warm energy. Social interaction was a chaotic variable he hadn't drilled for. It was nothing. You were in trouble. Nothing. You were amazing. Her earnestness was disarming. I'm Uraraka Ochako. What's your name? Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. Well, Midoriya, I owe you one. She said with a determined nod, before heading to her own seat. A new connection. Positive. Ally potential. He filed it away. The clock ticked toward the official start time. The anticipation grew. Who would their homeroom teacher be? Present mic. Midnight. The speculation was cut off by a sudden, dragging sound from the doorway. A man in a ragged black jumpsuit, wrapped in a yellow sleeping bag, shuffled into the room like a disgruntled caterpillar. He had unkempt black hair, stubble, and eyes so bloodshot and weary they seemed to absorb the light. Eraserhead. Shota Aizawa. The class fell silent, a wave of confusion and mild horror passing through them. This was a pro hero. Aizawa unzipped the sleeping bag just enough to free his arms and held up a UA gym uniform. Put these on and meet me on the PE grounds in 10 minutes. Don't be late. His voice was a dry, bored monotone that carried an implicit threat. He turned and shuffled out, leaving a room full of stunned teenagers. A test. An immediate deviation from the expected pattern. Izuku's mind raced. This wasn't an orientation. This was a culling. Eraserhead's reputation was clear. Logical ruses, brutal efficiency, expulsion for the unworthy. The entrance exam was one metric. This was another. A test of adaptability, of raw capability, of how they performed without preparation. He was on his feet with the others, changing quickly in the locker room. The chatter was anxious now. A Quirk assessment test. On the first day. But what about the entrance ceremony? Izuku tuned it out. He focused on the feel of the gym clothes, on the familiar routine of preparation. This was a physical puzzle. He could handle those. They assembled on the sun-drenched PE grounds. Aizawa stood before them, looking even more exhausted in the daylight. He explained the 8 standard tests: grip strength, standing long jump, etc., and the twist. They could use their quirks. Bakugo, Aizawa said, his dead eyes fixing on the explosive blonde. How far could you throw a softball in junior high? Bakugo sneered. 67 meters. Do it now. With your quirk. Bakugo didn't need to be told twice. He marched into the circle, a feral grin spreading across his face. He wound up, an explosion detonating in his palm with a sound like a cannon shot. The softball became a streaking orange dot, vanishing into the blue sky. Aizawa held up a device. Asterisk 705.2 meters. A ripple of awe and competitive fire went through the class. The rules had changed. This was a demonstration of power, of what was possible. Izuku watched, his analytical mind already working. Each test would be a unique optimization problem. For Bakugo, explosions provided propulsion. For Iida, engines meant speed. For Uraraka, zero gravity could negate weight. For him, pattern sense was not a power. It was an enhancer. It could show him the perfect form, the optimal angle, the precise timing. But it required a base level of physical capability to enhance. And it came at a price he couldn't afford to pay 8 times in rapid succession. He had to be strategic. He had to pick his moments. The tests began. Grip strength. Izuku stepped up to the dynamometer. He could see the mechanism, the points of greatest leverage. A faint, golden flicker at the edge of his vision offered a suggestion: adjust grip to 32-degree angle. Apply pressure in a pulsing rhythm, not a steady crush. He followed it, squeezing with everything he had. The readout flashed, asterisk 56 kg. Slightly above average for his size, but pitiful compared to the boy with multiple arms who scored over 500 kg. No headache. A minor success. Standing long jump. Everyone had to clear the sandpit. Iida used his engines to rocket across. Uraraka made herself weightless and floated. The boy with half and half hair created an ice ramp. Izuku stood at the line. The pit was a distance. He had no propulsion. The pattern sense, sensing the challenge, offered a complex sequence: a sprint start with perfect foot placement, a leap time to the millisecond, a mid-air body adjustment to maximize aerodynamics. It was a blueprint for a world-class long jumper. But his body, even trained, wasn't a world-class machine. He ran, jumped, contorted as best he could. He landed just at the far edge of the pit, stumbling. Barely a pass. A spike of pain lanced through his temple. He wiped a single drop of blood from his nostril. Repeated side steps. The boy with the electricity quirk became a blur of yellow zigzags. Izuku focused on minimal, efficient movement, conserving energy. He was middling. Ball throw. This was the critical one. Distance mattered here, as Bakugo had shown. He watched his classmates. Uraraka achieved infinity by making the ball weightless. A boy with a tail used it for a powerful whip throw. A girl with earlobe earphone jacks did poorly. Izuku's turn approached. The pain from the long jump was a dull throb. He could maybe trigger one more significant pattern sense activation. He had to make it count. He stepped into the circle, the softball cold and hard in his hand. He looked out at the empty field. This wasn't about strength. It was about physics. Transfer of momentum. Angle of release. Aerodynamics. He closed his eyes, shutting out the watching classmates, Aizawa's impassive gaze. He focused on the problem. Maximize distance with available resources. He summoned the intention, the need to solve. He invited the grid. It came, but it was strained, flickering like a bad connection. The golden lines traced the arc of a theoretical throw. It calculated wind resistance, the spin of the ball, the kinetic chain from his legs through his core to his arm. The OAS presented a path. It was not a powerful throw. It was a perfect one. It dictated the exact degree of hip rotation, the microsecond of release, the follow-through that would add a final whisper of velocity. It also showed him something else. A green guidance line, faint but clear, synchronized with the throw. It was a pain management rhythm. Breathe out on exertion. Absorb recoil through knees. Redirect neural strain. Asterisk. He opened his eyes. The world was etched in faint gold. He wound up, not with Bakugo's explosive fury, but with a smooth, coiled precision. Every muscle fiber aligned with the blueprint in his mind. He could feel the strain in his synapses, the pressure building behind his eyes. He ignored it. He threw. It wasn't impressive to look at. No flash. No bang. Just a clean, swift motion. The ball left his hand at the precise angle, with the precise spin. It sailed in a high, elegant arc, seeming to hang against the sky for a moment before dropping. Aizawa raised his device. Asterisk 312.4 meters. A murmur went through the class. Not record-breaking, but solid. Respectable. For a boy with no visible quirk, it was perplexing. For Izuku, it was a victory bought with fire. As the golden grid dissolved, the pain he'd been holding back crashed over him. A white-hot knife twisted behind his eyes. Blood, not a trickle but a sudden flow, gushed from his nose, splattering the front of his gym shirt. He swayed, his vision graying at the edges, a wave of nausea rolling through him. He clamped a hand over his nose, his breathing ragged. Aizawa's eyes were on him. Not on the distance, but on the cost. The blood, the pallor, the tremble in his limbs he was trying to control. Midoriya, Aizawa's voice cut through the buzzing in his ears. What is your quirk? Izuku, struggling to stay upright, forced the words out. Analytic overlay, sir. Pattern sense. It shows me optimal ways to perform physical tasks. At that cost. Aizawa's question was a scalpel. It's improving, sir. With training. Aizawa held his gaze for a long, silent moment. The class watched, the earlier awe replaced by a confused unease. The boy who'd thrown over 300 meters was now visibly breaking down from the effort. Go see Recovery Girl after we're done, Aizawa said, his tone devoid of sympathy. You're a liability if you incapacitate yourself with a single ball throw. The words were a public indictment. Izuku nodded, humiliation burning through the pain. He stumbled back to the group, holding a wad of tissue to his nose, his head pounding. The tests continued. Izuku participated in the last few, endurance running, seated toe touch, in a haze of pain and shame, performing minimally, conserving what little he had left. He finished near the bottom in the overall rankings Aizawa displayed at the end. Dead last was a boy with a purple ball head who seemed to have no usable quirk for the tests. Aizawa looked at the boy, his expression grim. I was going to say the lowest scorer would be expelled, as a logical ruse to inspire maximum effort. A collective gasp. But it's not a ruse. Aizawa's eyes were flat. This is the hero course. We don't have time for dead weight. He pointed at the ball-headed boy. Gather your things. You're done. The boy's face crumpled in despair. The class was stunned into horrified silence. This was UA's reality. Harsh. Unforgiving. Aizawa's gaze swept over them, lingering for a fraction of a second on Izuku, on his blood-stained shirt. The rest of you, remember this feeling. Comfort leads to complacency. Complacency leads to death. Dismissed. Midoriya, to Recovery Girl. Now. As the class filed out in a shocked, quiet mass, Izuku stood apart, the metallic taste of blood thick in his mouth. He had survived the cut. But he had been marked. Not as a promising student, but as a liability. A problem to be managed. A boy whose power broke him as he used it. He walked toward the infirmary, each step sending a fresh jolt through his skull. The cliffhanger of acceptance was over. The cliffhanger of his first day was this: he was in, but he was on the thinnest possible ice. And the man holding the thermometer, Watching for the first sign of a crack, was Shota Aizawa, who had just demonstrated he had zero tolerance for weakness. Izuku had to get stronger, not just in body, but in his mastery of the pattern sense. He had to reduce the cost. He had to prove he wasn't a fragile instrument that would shatter in the field. Because the next test wouldn't be throwing a ball. It would be something real. And Aizawa would be watching, waiting for him to break. The real training, the brutal, unforgiving kind, had just begun. The antiseptic scent of the UA infirmary was a familiar, unwelcome ghost. It smelled of failure, of limits reached and violently breached. Izuku sat on the edge of a bed, a cold compress held to the back of his neck, another wad of gauze pressed beneath his nose. The bleeding had slowed to a sluggish ooze, but the headache was a solid, leaden mass pressing against the inside of his skull. Recovery girl bustled around him, her movements efficient and gentle, but her clicking tongue was a metronome of disapproval. TCH, TCH. Overexertion on the first day. And with a quirk like yours, young man, you should know your limits better than anyone. I was trying to meet the standard, Izuku murmured, the words muffled by the gauze. The standard is not a single data point, she retorted, tapping his knee with her cane. It's a curve of sustainable performance. Aizawa's little tests are as much about judgment as they are about power. He was watching how you used your quirk, not just the result. She gave him a piercing look. And what he saw was a boy willing to break himself to score a number. That's not heroism. That's desperation. The truth of it was a sharper pain than the headache. She was right. He'd seen the optimal throw and he'd taken it, consequences be damned. It was the same pattern as the entrance exam. Achieve the goal, ignore the cost. Aizawa had seen it. The man who fought on stamina and skill, who hated flashy, self-destructive power, had seen a recruit with a flashy, self-destructive analytical power. Recovery girl handed him a small cup of a viscous, chalky liquid. Drink. It's a nutrient and electrolyte concentrate. Your neural activity burns through glucose and electrolytes at a terrifying rate. Consider this part of your regimen from now on. You'll report here after any significant quirk use for monitoring and supplementation. He drank it, the taste vaguely metallic. It was another rule. Another parameter. Your counseling session with Hound Dog is scheduled for tomorrow after classes, she added, making a note on a chart. And your physical conditioning program with the PE department starts this week. They've been briefed on your peculiarities. He was a project. A broken toy to be fixed before he could be played with. Thank you, recovery girl, he said, his voice small. She patted his arm, her expression softening. Don't thank me. Just learn. Your quirk is a scalpel, not a sledgehammer. Start using it like one. He left the infirmary, the late afternoon sun feeling harsh on his sensitive eyes. The campus was mostly empty, the shock of Aizawa's expulsion hanging in the air like smoke. He walked slowly back toward the main building to retrieve his bag, his mind churning. A scalpel, not a sledgehammer. The pattern sense was precision. He'd been using it to amplify his pathetic strength, to force a better result from an inferior tool. But what if he stopped trying to be the tool altogether? What if he focused on being the hand that guided it? He thought of the boy with multiple arms, effortlessly crushing the grip tester. Of Ida's explosive speed. Of Bakugo's raw, concussive force. He couldn't match that. Not directly. But he could understand it. He could see it. His footsteps echoed in the quiet hallway leading to Class 1A. The door was slightly ajar. He paused, hearing voices inside. Freaking insane. Expelling a guy on the first day. What kind of place is this? It was the sharp-toothed blonde, Kirishima, he'd learned. It is harsh, Ida's stern voice replied. But it underscores the seriousness of our chosen path. We must all strive to be anything but dead weight. That green kid, though, another voice mused, the boy with the tail, Ojiro Midoriya. He was bleeding like a stuck pig after the ball throw. What's his deal? His quirk hurts him. It is a curious manifestation, Ida said. He achieved a remarkable distance, but the physical toll was severe. It raises concerns about his long-term viability. Izuku's hand tightened on the doorframe. They were discussing him, analyzing him, just as he analyzed them. The irony was bitter. He saved that round-faced girl at the exam, Kirishima pointed out. That takes guts, even if his powers messed up. Guts are not a substitute for sustainability, Ida countered. A hero who collapses after one act of heroism is of limited use. They weren't being cruel. They were being logical. It was the same cold calculus his own Quirk used. It stung because it was true. He pushed the door open, the conversation cutting off abruptly. Three faces turned to him: Kirishima, Iida, and Ojiro. Iida had the decency to look slightly abashed. Midoriya, you have returned from recovery, girl. Are you quite all right? Iida asked, his hand chopping returning. I'm fine, Izuku said, his voice flat. He walked to his desk, avoiding their eyes. The atmosphere was awkward, thick with unspoken assessment. He gathered his bag and turned to leave. Hey, man, Kirishima said, his grin less sharp, more earnest. That throw was pretty manly, even if it did a number on you. Don't let gloomy sensei get you down. Izuku managed a nod. Thanks. He left them there, the analysis continuing in his absence. He was a variable in their equation, just as they were in his. The walk to the station was a blur. At home, his mother took one look at his pallor, the shadow of exhaustion in his eyes, and her face tightened with a familiar, helpless worry. She didn't ask. He volunteered nothing. The silence was a canyon between them. In his room, he didn't open his hero notebooks. He opened his protocol journal. Post-day 1 analysis. Asterisk. Observation 1. Aizawa Shota Eraserhead prioritizes efficiency, stamina, and low-risk, high-yield tactics. My current quirk usage, high cost, high precision bursts, is antithetical to his philosophy. He sees me as a liability. Asterisk. Observation 2. Peers perceive me as fragile, a high-risk asset. Social integration will be difficult until I demonstrate reliability. Asterisk. Hypothesis. To survive UA, I must reframe my relationship with pattern sense. It cannot be a crutch to amplify weakness. It must become a lens to exploit opportunity. I must stop trying to be strong. I must start learning how to make strength irrelevant. Asterisk. He paused, thinking of Recovery Girl's words. A scalpel. Asterisk. New training directive. Asterisk 1. Endurance. Increase baseline stamina to reduce relative cost of quirk use. UA conditioning program will assist. Asterisk. Asterisk 2. Precision without activation. Drill optimal forms until they are muscle memory, reducing need for OAS in routine tasks. Asterisk. Asterisk 3. Environmental mastery. Pattern sense's true value may not be in enhancing me, but in understanding everything else. Study classmates' quirks. Find weaknesses, synergies, patterns of deployment. Become a strategist, not a soldier. Asterisk. It was a shift in identity. He wasn't the protagonist of his own heroic story. He was the tactician in the background. It felt like a retreat, but it was the only logical path forward. The next day, classes were a surreal return to normalcy, or UA's version of it. Foundational Hero Studies, English with present mic. Mathematics. Izuku listened, took notes, but his mind was a split screen, one half processing the lesson, the other observing. He watched Yaoyorozu create a complex optical device from her arm with a look of intense concentration. Creation quirk. Requires molecular level knowledge and lipid conversion. Limitation. Mental strain, material cost. He watched Kaminari let off sparks of electricity when bored. Discharge quirk. Likely has an amperage limit, overuse leads to cognitive short circuit based on his comments. He watched Todoroki, the dual-haired boy, sit in perfect, icy silence. Half cold, half hot, immense power, but observed only uses ice. Psychological or tactical restriction. Asterisk. He was building dossiers. Not for fanboy admiration, but for tactical deployment. His session with Hound Dog after school was held in a soundproofed office that smelled faintly of cedar and anxiety. The counselor was a massive, canine-headed man in a sharp suit who managed to be both intimidating and gentle. Rough. So, Midoriya, your file says, self-sacrificial tendency. Hound Dog's voice was a low growl, but his eyes were kind. The entrance exam. The ball throw. A pattern of disregarding personal well-being for a goal. Tell me about that. Izuku, sitting stiffly in the chair, gave his now standard explanation. I see the optimal path to achieve an objective. My quirk shows it to me. I follow it. Even if the path leads you off a cliff. The path is efficient. It achieves the goal. And you are part of the equation, young man. Hound Dog leaned forward. A hero is a resource. A limited one. If you destroy the resource to save one person, you cannot save the 10 who need you next. Your quirk's logic is flawed. It sees a single objective. A hero must see the mission. And the mission is ongoing. It was a different perspective. The pattern sense was tactical. Hound Dog was talking strategy. It was a higher order pattern. How do I incorporate that? Izuku asked, genuine curiosity cutting through his defensiveness. You add a new variable to your calculations, Hound Dog said, tapping his own temple. The variable of Midoriya Izuku, future utility. Your survival, your health, is not a secondary concern. It is a primary objective that enables all others. Start asking your quirk a different question. Not, how do I do this? But, how do I do this and remain operational? It was a revelation. A simple, profound twist. The quirk responded to the question he posed. He'd always asked it for the most efficient solution to an external problem. He needed to start asking it for sustainable solutions. The physical conditioning started that week in one of UA's specialized gyms. It was overseen by a no-nonsense trainer who had his file. The regimen was brutal but intelligent. High repetition, low-impact exercises to build connective tissue resilience, cardio designed to expand his pain tolerance and oxygen efficiency, and most importantly, neural coordination drills. They had him balance on unstable platforms while solving complex puzzles, forcing his brain to maintain intense focus without triggering the pattern senses overload. It was teaching his mind to handle the computational load without defaulting to the golden grid. It was during one of these sessions, a week into the term, that the next test came. It wasn't announced. Izuku was in the gym, dripping with sweat, holding a difficult yoga-like pose while reciting chemical formulas backwards. His muscles trembled with fatigue, but his mind was clear, holding the focus like a laser point. The gym door hissed open. Aizawa walked in, still in his jumpsuit, a capture weapon loosely around his neck. He observed in silence as Izuku finished the recitation and collapsed onto the mat, breathing hard. Midoriya, Aizawa said, his voice echoing in the mostly empty space. With me. No explanation. Izuku scrambled to his feet, grabbing his towel, and followed his teacher out of the gym, down a series of sterile corridors, into a part of the campus he hadn't seen before. They arrived at a heavy, reinforced door. Aizawa punched a code, and it slid open with a hydraulic sigh. Inside was a large, circular chamber with a high, domed ceiling. The walls were lined with panels that could presumably project various environments. In the center of the room stood a single, humanoid training dummy made of dense, impact-absorbing material. It was featureless, bland. This is a tactical simulation room, Aizawa said, his hands in his pockets. That dummy is programmed with a randomized, moderate threat combat algorithm. It's not fast, but it's strong and durable. Your task is to disable it. You have 3 minutes. Izuku's heart began to pound. A combat test. Solo. No warning. This was it, Aizawa's first real evaluation of his liability. What are the rules, sir? No rules. Use your quirk, don't use your quirk. Just disable it. The session is recorded for review. Aizawa's eyes were unreadable. Begin. He stepped back, leaning against the wall by the door, a picture of utter boredom. The dummy whirred to life, its head turning, blank sensor plates fixing on Izuku. It took a step forward, its movement deliberate, mechanical. Izuku's mind went into overdrive. Disable. Durable. Randomized algorithm. The pattern sense flickered, wanting to engage, to map the dummy's movements, to find the weakness. But Hound Dog's words echoed. How do I do this and remain operational? Asterisk. He pushed the quirk back. Not yet. Observe first. He dodged the dummy's first slow, sweeping grab, circling it. Its movements were indeed random, no predictable rhythm. It was designed to foil pattern recognition. A direct challenge to his power. He feinted left, then darted right, trying to get behind it. The dummy pivoted with surprising speed, a backhand swing catching Izuku on the shoulder and sending him stumbling. Pain blossomed, a dull ache. It was strong. I need the grid. The thought was insistent. But engaging it cost. He had 3 minutes. If he used it too early, he'd burn out and be helpless. He waited. He took another glancing blow on his forearm, blocking it, the impact shuddering up his bone. He used the momentum to roll away, creating distance. The dummy pursued, relentless. A minute passed. Izuku's breath was coming faster. He was taking damage, wasting energy. The logical, efficient path was to use the pattern sense now, find a weakness, and end it. But the sustainable path, he let the dummy close in again. This time, as it reached for him, he didn't dodge fully. He let it get a grip on his jacket. As its sensors registered a catch and it began to pull him in for a crushing grapple, Izuku triggered the pattern sense. The golden grid exploded into being, but his question was different. Not how do I break free, but how do I use its grip to disable it without exhausting myself? Asterisk. The OAS responded. Instead of a complex counter-grapple, it showed him a simple, two-step process. The dummy's arm, now extended and committed, had a locked joint at the elbow. Its balance was forward. The grid highlighted a specific pressure point on its wrist actuator, and a pivot point near its feet. Izuku didn't fight the pull. He went with it, adding his own momentum. He planted a foot, used the dummy's own strength as a lever, and twisted his body, driving his elbow not with great force, but with precise placement into the highlighted spot on the dummy's wrist. A sharp crack of shearing plastic. The grip loosened. In the same, fluid motion, following the blue path, he hooked his foot around the dummy's ankle and pushed. The dummy, off balance and with one arm malfunctioning, toppled forward. It hit the floor with a heavy thud. Izuku was on it in an instant, his knee driving into the junction of its neck and shoulder, a point the grid marked as a primary power relay. He pushed, not with brute strength, but with sustained, focused pressure. A buzzer sounded. The dummy went limp. Izuku stood up, breathing heavily. The golden grid faded. A headache spiked, but it was manageable, a 4 out of 10. A faint trickle of blood warmed his upper lip. He wiped it away. He had done it. He'd used the quirk for less than 5 seconds. He'd taken hits to gather data. He'd asked a smarter question. He turned to look at Aizawa. His teacher hadn't moved. His bored expression hadn't changed. But his eyes were slightly less dead. They held a faint glimmer of something. Not approval. Interest. 2 minutes, 47 seconds, Aizawa stated. You took unnecessary damage in the first phase. Your hesitation could get you killed against a faster opponent. Izuku's shoulders slumped slightly. However, Aizawa continued, pushing off the wall, your quirk usage was economical. You used it as a tool, not a trump card. And you prioritized a disabling maneuver over a destructive one, which shows tactical thinking. He walked toward the door. You're still a liability, Midoriya. But you're a slightly more intelligent liability than you were yesterday. Report to recovery girl for your nose. Dismissed. He left Izuku standing in the center of the room, the disabled dummy at his feet. The critique was harsh, but the subtext was clear. He had passed this micro-test. He had shown a capacity to learn. To adapt. As he walked to the infirmary, the headache a steady companion, Izuku felt not the crushing shame of the ball throw, but a thin, hard strand of satisfaction. He was learning the language of UA. He was learning to speak to his own power in a way it could understand without breaking him. The cliffhanger of being a liability remained. But he had just written the first line of his rebuttal. He wasn't just a boy who saw patterns. He was learning to rewrite them, starting with the most important one, the pattern of his own destruction. And for the first time, his teacher had taken note. The watcher in the dark had seen a flicker of light, and hadn't immediately tried to snuff it out. The scent of rain-washed concrete and distant frying food filled the air around the UA station. Izuku stood with his classmates, a cluster of nervous energy on the bustling sidewalk. This wasn't a training exercise. This was their first real, off-campus assignment, hero informant fieldwork. Or, as Present Mike had exuberantly dubbed it, dipping your toes in the hero pool, listeners. They were to shadow a pro-hero on their patrol route, observe, take notes, and assist with minor, public-facing tasks. No combat. No villains. Just immersion. A simple pattern. But as they divided into groups, Izuku felt the familiar, cold trickle of dread. His group was assigned to Backdraft, a reliable, by-the-book hero known for firefighting and disaster control. A safe, logical choice. The dread came from the other names on his group's list, printed on the assignment sheet: Iida Tenya, Yaoyorozu Momo, and Bakugo Katsuki. It was a volatile cocktail. Iida's rigid adherence to rules. Yaoyorozu's brilliant, methodical mind. Bakugo's contempt for anything he deemed passive or weak. and Izuku, the fragile analyst in the middle. They met Backdraft at a designated intersection. The hero was imposing in his bulky, pressurized suit and helmet, his voice muffled but friendly as he gave them a brief overview of his patrol sector, a commercial district with a high density of older buildings and restaurants, a fire risk hotspot. Your job is to observe citizen interactions, watch for potential hazards, and assist with public safety announcements, Backdraft instructed. Stay together. Stay alert. No heroics. Understood. Yes, sir. Iida barked, his hand chopping precise. Bakugo just grunted, his hands in his pockets, eyes already scanning the surroundings with a predatory disinterest. Yaoyorozu nodded calmly. We will be vigilant. Izuku said nothing, his own senses stretching out, mapping the flow of foot traffic, the patterns of the shop signs, the locations of fire hydrants and emergency exits. It was automatic now. The patrol began. It was, for the first hour, profoundly dull. Backdraft stopped to chat with shop owners, checked fire extinguisher certifications, pointed out blocked alleyways to building managers. The students trailed behind, a silent, observing shadow. Iida took meticulous notes on a small pad, his posture never slackening. Yaoyorozu observed everything with a quiet, analytical gaze, occasionally murmuring a technical observation about building materials or electrical wiring. Bakugo simmered, his irritation a visible heat haze around him. He clearly considered this babysitting. Izuku watched them all, his own notepad tucked away. He was observing the observers. Iida's pattern was linear, rule-based. Yaoyorozu's was holistic, systemic. Bakugo's was a pressure cooker waiting to blow. They turned a corner onto a quieter side street lined with small, family-run eateries. The smell of grilling meat and spices was stronger here. Backdraft was ahead, speaking to a noodle shop owner about the clutter of cardboard boxes near a rear vent. It happened with a sound that was wrong, not the sizzle of a grill, but a wet, explosive asterisk whoomp, followed by the shattering of glass. A window on the second floor of a small, narrow okonomiyaki restaurant blew out, not with fire, but with a billowing cloud of thick, grayish-yellow vapor. The vapor poured into the street, heavy, sinking fast. It smelled acrid, chemical, utterly unlike food. Screams erupted from inside the restaurant. Patrons and staff stumbled out the front door, coughing, eyes streaming. The vapor was already pooling at knee level, spreading. Chemical leak or reaction. Backdraft's amplified voice boomed. Students, fall back to a safe distance. I'm calling it in. He was already moving, not toward the building, but to establish a perimeter, his suit's seals hissing as they engaged. His quirk was for containing fires and directing water, not neutralizing unknown chemicals. The pattern of the peaceful patrol shattered. Iida snapped to attention. We must assist with evacuation and keep civilians clear. Yaoyorozu's eyes were wide, her mind clearly racing through possibilities. The vapor is dense, likely heavier than air. It's filling the building from the top down. Anyone still inside on upper floors? Bakugo took a step forward, his palms sparking. TCH. Some idiot in the kitchen mixed the wrong crap. We gotta get people out. Backdraft ordered us to retreat. Iida insisted, stepping into Bakugo's path. He's calling for backup, but that gas is gonna fill the whole place in minutes. Bakugo snarled. You wanna stand here and take notes while people choke? Izuku's mind was a blank screen for one terrifying second. This was chaos. Unplanned. A real crisis with real people. His pattern sense remained dormant, overwhelmed by the surge of adrenaline and the sheer number of variables, the spreading vapor, the panicking civilians, his arguing teammates, the unknown nature of the chemical. Then, a woman's shriek cut through the noise. My baby. My son is upstairs. He was napping in the apartment. She was being held back by a soot-stained cook, pointing a trembling finger at the second floor, where the vapor was thickest, pouring from the broken window. A single, critical variable crystallized. A life. A precise location. A time limit. The pattern sense ignited. The golden grid didn't paint the entire scene. It zeroed in on the problem, the building. The structure became a wireframe model. He could see the heat signatures. The kitchen on the first floor was a blob of intense orange, the source. The vapor, rendered in pulsing, toxic yellow, was filling the interior stairwell, rising. A single, faint red heat signature, small, human, glowed on the second floor, back room. The child. The OAS blossomed, not as a single path, but as a branching decision tree. Dozens of blue lines flickered, each with a probability of success and a cost. Path A, direct assault through front door. Success probability, 12%. Cost, high exposure, likely incapacitation. Asterisk. Path B, wait for pros with air filtration. Success probability, 98% for pros, 0% for child asphyxiation in estimated 3 minutes. Asterisk. Path C, Bakugo uses explosions to blast ventilation. Probability, 40%. Cost, structural damage, potential ignition of chemicals. Asterisk. Path D, Yaoyorozu creates gas masks. Probability, 85%. Time to create 4 masks, estimated 90 seconds. Child's oxygen, critical at 120 seconds. Asterisk. None were optimal. None guaranteed the child's survival without catastrophic risk. But Hound Dog's voice was in his head. How do I do this and remain operational? He wasn't operational alone. He had a team. Variables he could direct. He didn't have time to explain. He spoke, his voice cutting through the argument with a calm, rapid-fire clarity that surprised even him. Iida, the vapor is heavy. It's settling in the stairwell but the upper floor air is still partially clear. You have the speed. Can you run up the exterior wall? Second floor, back window, left side. Iida stared, momentarily stunned by the direct order. The building's surface is irregular. Might traction. You have piston engines in your calves. Short, controlled bursts for adhesion. The grid lines of the brickwork are uniform, you can use them for footholds. Izuku wasn't seeing Iida's doubt, he was seeing the pattern of the wall, the force vectors of Iida's quirk applied laterally. The OAS had already calculated it as a 70% probability path for Iida specifically. Iida's eyes hardened. He gave a sharp nod. Understood. Yaoyorozu. Izuku's head swiveled to her. The chemical is likely a phosphorus-based cleaning agent reacting with grease. The byproduct is phosphine gas, toxic, potentially flammable. Don't create anything that could spark. Create a small, high-volume air bladder. A balloon. As big as you can, as fast as you can. We need to create an air pocket. Yaoyorozu, her analytical mind latching onto the clear, technical problem, didn't hesitate. She focused, and a pale, rubbery material began to swell from her arm. On it, Bakugo. Izuku turned to him last. The explosive blonde was glaring, but he was listening, his fury channeled into a terrifying focus. What? Not the building. The vapor cloud outside. When Iida goes in, we need to pull fresh air to that window. Can you create a concussive blast, low heat, directed upward at a 60-degree angle from the street below the window? To create a pressure differential, to suck the gas out and pull clean air in. It was an insane ask. Precision demolition with an explosion. But Bakugo's quirk was as much about concussive force as heat. The OAS gave it a 55% chance of success, based on Bakugo's observed control. A feral grin split Bakugo's face. You want me to air out the room with a blast? You're fucking crazy, Deku. But he was already moving, gauging the angle, his palms crackling. Just get the damn nerd in position. Izuku looked back to Iida. Go. Now. Iida took off, not in a straight line, but at a run toward the building's side. As he reached the wall, he kicked, not to propel himself upward, but to stick. A short, sharp burst from his calf engines anchored his foot to the brick. He did it again, scaling the wall in a series of rapid, staccato movements, just as the pattern had predicted. Izuku's head was splitting. The cost of maintaining the grid and running multiple predictive models was a vice tightening around his temples. Blood began a hot, swift flow from his nose. He ignored it. Balloon ready. Yaoyorozu called, a massive, translucent bladder now swelling beside her. Iida's at the window. Izuku yelled, though he could see it perfectly through the golden overlay. Iida had shattered the second window with a precise kick. Bakugo, now. Bakugo, positioned in the street, braced. He didn't let loose a wild explosion. He aimed one hand down, the other back for stability, and unleashed a controlled, thunderous boom. The force was directed, a focused column of concussive air that hit the street and ricocheted upward at the precise angle, creating a sudden, localized vacuum below the second-story window. The effect was immediate. The thick vapor clouding the window was violently yanked out, streaming into the sudden low-pressure zone. At the same time, cleaner air from the sides was pulled in behind it. Inside, Iida, holding his breath, saw the gas in the room swirl and thin near the window. He didn't need to be told twice. He plunged into the room, following the faint red signature on Izuku's mental map. He found the child, a small boy, unconscious on a futon, the gas less dense here but still present. Iida grabbed him, tucked him under his arm, and leapt back to the window sill. Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu didn't need the command. She had already created a simple, hooked pull from her other arm. She snagged the balloon and, with a strength that belied her slender frame, hurled it upward. It wasn't a throw to Iida, it was a throw to the space below the window, into the airflow Bakugo had created. The massive balloon, lighter than air, was caught in the updraft and sucked toward the window. Iida, seeing it, grabbed the trailing tether as it flapped past. He shoved the unconscious child into the balloon's opening, sealing him in the pocket of clean air Yaoyorozu had created. Clear, Iida shouted, leaping from the sill, using his engines to control a descent, the bloated, child-containing balloon bobbing beside him like a bizarre parade float. They landed in the street just as the wail of sirens announced the arrival of specialized hazardous materials heroes and an ambulance. Backdraft was directing them, his posture a mixture of shock and dawning approval. The child was pulled from the balloon, coughing but breathing, rushed to the waiting paramedics. His mother's sobs turned to cries of relief. On the sidewalk, the 4 students stood amidst the aftermath. Iida was panting, his glasses slightly askew. Yaoyorozu looked pale but satisfied, the created materials already beginning to dissolve. Bakugo's hands were smoking, a smug, fierce triumph in his eyes. And Izuku. He was on his knees, one hand braced on the pavement, the other clamped over his nose, blood streaming through his fingers to patter on the ground. The headache was a white noise roar, his vision swimming with black spots. He'd held the pattern sense active for nearly 2 minutes, coordinating multiple dynamic variables. The cost was astronomical, but he had done it. They had done it. Backdraft loomed. Over them, his helmet visor reflecting the flashing lights. That was highly irregular. And against direct orders. His voice was stern. Then, it softened a fraction. And it saved a life. A coordinated, intelligent, and daring rescue. You 4, you acted like a team. A real one. Iida straightened, his face serious. We prioritized a life, sir. And we utilized our quirks in a complementary, non-destructive manner. Damn right we did, Bakugo muttered, but there was no malice in it, just a raw, satisfied pride. Yaoyorozu helped Izuku to his feet. Your analysis was flawless, Midoriya. You saw the solution none of us could piece together alone. Izuku, wiping blood from his chin, could only nod weakly. The praise was a distant thing, secondary to the crushing weight in his skull. But beneath the pain, a new feeling sparked, a fragile, glowing ember of belonging. He had been a component in a system they had built together on the fly. He had provided the blueprint, and they had executed it with their own strengths. They were debriefed on the spot by the arriving pros, their statements recorded. The incident was ruled a tragic accident, averted by the swift, unorthodox actions of 4 UA students. No villains. No glory. Just a saved life. On the train back to campus, the dynamic had shifted. The awkward silence was gone, replaced by a buzzing, post-adrenaline energy. Iida was lecturing on proper procedure, but it was half-hearted, his eyes bright with the thrill of real, applied heroism. Yaoyorozu and Bakugo were arguing about the chemical properties of the vapor, a surprisingly technical debate. Izuku sat by the window, a fresh bandage under his nose, his head resting against the cool glass. He was exhausted, hollowed out. But as he watched the city blur past, a pattern of light and motion, he understood something new. His quirk wasn't just for seeing weaknesses or optimizing his own movements. Its highest function was orchestration. It could see how disparate pieces, people, powers, environments, could fit together to form a solution greater than the sum of its parts. He wasn't just a scalpel. He could be the surgeon's mind, guiding the hand. The cliffhanger of being a liability was receding. In its place was a new, more daunting precipice, the realization of what he could truly become. Not a solo hero, but a force multiplier. A strategist who could turn a group of powerful, chaotic individuals into a single, precise instrument. And as he glanced at his classmates, the rule-bound speedster, the creative genius, the explosive berserker, he saw not just variables but the beginnings of a team. His team. And that was a pattern infinitely more complex, and infinitely more dangerous, than anything he'd faced alone. The test was no longer about survival. It was about leadership. And he had just taken the first, unconscious, blood-soaked step. The sterile, comforting scent of Recovery Girl's office was a temporary reprieve from the world. Izuku lay on one of the infirmary beds, an ice pack draped over his eyes, the throbbing in his skull a slowly receding tide. The after-action report from the chemical leak incident was a dull murmur from the other side of the curtain, where Iida, Yaoyorozu, and Bakugo were giving their official statements to a school administrator. He'd been patched up, the nosebleed stemmed, a potent nutrient cocktail forced down his throat to replenish the caloric inferno his brain had become. The physical cost was being managed. The other cost, the one that hummed in the quiet spaces of his mind, was harder to quantify. Orchestration. That was the word that had stuck. He hadn't just used his quirk, he'd used people. He'd seen Iida not as a person, but as a vector of speed and vertical mobility. Yaoyorozu is a matter generation engine with specific parameters. Bakugo is a controlled detonation device. He'd plugged them into the equation like variables, solved for the child, and it had worked. It had worked beautifully, coldly, efficiently. And they had thanked him for it. The curtain rustled. He didn't need to move the ice pack to know who it was. The presence was a contained storm, a prickling heat against his skin. Still looking half dead, huh, Deku? Bakugo's voice was its usual abrasive growl, but it lacked the searing contempt of their schoolyard days. It was observational. Izuku slowly removed the ice pack, wincing at the fluorescent light. Bakugo stood at the foot of the bed, his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. He'd cleaned up, but a faint chemical smell still clung to him, mixed with ozone. Recovery Girl says I'll live, Izuku replied, his voice hoarse. A grunt. TCH. Your little brain blast plan. You pulled that out of your ass. It was the logical solution based on the available data and your capabilities, Izuku said, the words coming out flat, analytical. He was too tired for anything else. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. My capabilities. You sound like a damn computer. You looked at me and saw a tool. Izuku met his gaze. There was no point lying. Yes. To his surprise, Bakugo didn't explode. His lips twisted into something that wasn't quite a smile, wasn't quite a sneer. Good. That's what a hero is. A tool to get the job done. You used me right. For once, you didn't just gawk or cry. You pointed and said, blow that up. He paused, his crimson eyes drilling into Izuku. That shit you do, seeing the patterns. You used it on me at the exam too, didn't you? To dodge. Izuku nodded slowly. And in junior high. All those times you'd flinch before I even moved. You were seeing it coming. It wasn't a question. Bakugo was piecing together the pattern of their past with a brutal, intuitive clarity. Sometimes, Izuku admitted. Not clearly. Flickers. Bakugo scoffed, looking away. Figures. Always were a creepy little freak. He turned to leave, then stopped, his back to Izuku. That thing you asked me to do. The angle. The force. You saw exactly how I needed to do it, didn't you? Yes. Another pause, heavier this time. Don't get a big head about it. You're still a twig who passes out if he thinks too hard. And with that, he shoved the curtain aside and was gone. The interaction left Izuku more unsettled than any direct insult. Bakugo had acknowledged his power, had accepted being used as a component in his plan. It was a form of respect, warped and Bakugo shaped, but respect nonetheless. The dynamic between them had irrevocably shifted from predator-prey to something else. Rival strategists. Unwilling allies. He didn't have a pattern for it. He was discharged later with strict instructions to rest. The walk to the station was quiet. At home, his mother took one look at his exhausted face, the faint shadow of a bruise under his nose, and her eyes filled with that now familiar cocktail of love and dread. She didn't ask. He didn't offer. The secret of his daily battles was a wall of glass between them, transparent but unbreachable. Sleep that night was a fractured mess of gold and crimson. The labyrinth was now populated with wireframe models of his classmates, moving in complex, interlocking dances. The whispering voice was louder, more insistent. You see it now. They are pieces. You are the player. Move them. Win the game. Efficiency is the only morality. The child was saved. The method is irrelevant. Asterisk. He woke with a gasp, his sheets tangled, his scar aching. The ember of belonging he'd felt with his team was now shadowed by the cold, manipulative logic of his own power. Was that what a hero did? Use people. The next day at UA was charged with a new energy. News of the off-campus rescue had spread, filtered through the grapevine in exaggerated forms. Class 1A looked at their quartet differently. There were curious glances, muttered conversations. They were no longer just classmates, they were the ones who had done something. Aizawa's homeroom was a study in subdued tension. He entered, looking more exhausted than usual, and pinned the four of them with his dead fish stare before even taking attendance. The incident report has been reviewed, he began, his voice a dry rasp. What you did was insubordinate, reckless, and displayed a catastrophic disregard for personal safety protocols. He let the words hang, a verdict. It was also, he continued, his gaze lingering on Izuku, a textbook example of rapid, multi-variable crisis assessment and ad hoc team coordination under extreme duress. You identified a critical objective, assessed your available resources, including each other, and executed a viable solution with minimal collateral damage. In the field, with no time for committees, that is called good judgment. The class exhaled collectively. Iida sat up even straighter, if that was possible. Yaoyorozu permitted herself a small, proud smile. Bakugo just looked bored, but a faint smirk played on his lips. Do not, Aizawa warned, his voice dropping an octave, let it go to your heads. You got lucky. The chemical wasn't instantly lethal. Bakugo's blast didn't ignite it. Iida, footholds held. Midoriya's analysis was correct. Remove one of those lucky breaks, and this would be a memorial service, not a debriefing. His eyes found Izuku's again. Your plan relied on precise execution from others based on your unverified analysis. That is a tremendous risk. And your own condition post-event was a combat ineffective liability. A hero who needs to be carried off the field after one coordinated move is not a hero, they are a martyr in training. Understood. Yes, sir, they chorused, Izuku's voice the quietest. Good. Now, open your textbooks to Chapter 4. We're discussing liability law for unauthorized hero actions. The lesson was a return to normalcy, but the undercurrent remained. During a break, Uraraka bounded over to Izuku's desk, her eyes shining. That was so amazing, Midoriya. Everyone's talking about it. You guys were like a real pro team. It was a group effort, he said, deflecting. Her admiration felt unearned. He'd just been the one who saw the numbers. Still, you were the one who figured it out. She insisted. It's like your brain is a supercomputer. A supercomputer that bleeds and faints, he thought but didn't say. Later, in the cafeteria, he found himself sitting with Iida and Yaoyorozu, an unplanned but natural grouping. Bakugo sat with Kirishima and Kaminari at a far table, holding court, but Izuku caught his gaze flick over to them once, a quick, assessing glance. Your quick thinking was commendable, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu said, picking at her salad. The way you broke down the problem into discrete, allocatable tasks, it was masterful. It was the only logical path, Izuku replied, stirring his own food without appetite. The variables presented themselves. Iida adjusted his glasses. Your assurance in directing us was surprising. But effective. It raises a question, however. In a scenario where your analysis is flawed, or a teammate cannot perform as predicted, what is the contingency? It was the right question. The Aizawa question. Izuku had no good answer. I would have to recalculate. In real time. A significant weakness, Yaoyorozu noted gently. Your strategy is central point dependent. If you are incapacitated or mistaken, the entire plan collapses. They were analyzing him, just as he analyzed everything. It was fair. It was logical. It made him feel exposed. I am working on it, was all he could say. The rest of the week passed in a blur of classes, conditioning, and counseling. Hound Dog was intensely interested in the incident. You used them, the counselor growled, not accusingly, but curiously. You saw your classmates as extensions of your will. How did that feel? Efficient, Izuku answered honestly. It felt like solving an equation. And after, when you saw their faces, the mother's tears, that gave him pause. The memory of the woman's relieved sobs, it had been distant, secondary to the pounding in his head and the satisfaction of a solved problem. It was the desired outcome. Desired, yes, but felt. Hound Dog leaned forward. The pattern sense gives you answers. It doesn't give you meaning, Midoriya. Don't let it steal the human part of the equation. The joy, the relief, the connection, those are not inefficiencies. They are the reason for the calculation. It was a warning he didn't fully understand. The joy felt like a frivolous variable, a drain on focus. His physical training intensified. The focus now was on resilience under cognitive load. They had him sparring, light, controlled spars, while simultaneously solving complex mental puzzles. The goal was to force his brain to maintain the pattern sense's intense focus while his body was under stress, to blur the line between the two states, to make the quirk less of a separate, draining mode and more of an integrated layer of perception. He sparred with Ojiro, whose tail provided unpredictable, whipping strikes. At first, Izuku would trigger the grid to dodge, costing him dearly. Then, he began to try to predict without it, reading the subtle shifts in Ojiro's shoulders and hips, the patterns of his footwork. He got hit. A lot. But gradually, the hits became glances, then near misses. He was learning to see the patterns with his own eyes, to make the quirk's insights his own baseline. It was during one of these sessions, his body aching, his mind pleasantly fatigued rather than shattered, that the next shift occurred. He was in the gym late, practicing a complex evasion sequence against a programmed drone that fired harmless laser tags. He wasn't using the pattern sense. He was relying on rhythm, on the drilled-in, perfect forms, on his own honed instincts. The drone fired a 3-shot burst in a tricky, overlapping pattern. A year ago, he'd have been tagged 3 times. A month ago, he'd have triggered the grid to find the safe path. Now, he didn't need to. He saw it, not as a golden blueprint, but as a feeling. A kinesthetic understanding. The timing of the shots, the angles, the spaces between. His body moved, a fluid series of ducks and weaves, and the 3 red dots of light painted the wall behind him. He stood panting in the center of the gym, untouched. It wasn't the quirk. It was him. The quirk had taught his body a language, and now his body was starting to speak it fluently on its own. The realization was a quiet earthquake. The power wasn't just a separate, painful thing he invoked. It was training him. It was rewriting his neural pathways, his muscle memory. He was becoming the optimal action sequence. He walked back to the dorms that night. The school had recently moved the hero course students into on-campus housing, a transition his mother had accepted with quiet resignation. The sky was clear, the stars sharp pinpricks. He felt a strange, calm clarity. The path was becoming clearer. He would master the quirk not by conquering it, but by merging with it. He would become so efficient, so patterned, that the cost would diminish to nothing. He would be the solution, not the solver. As he entered the common room, he found most of Class 1A gathered, engaged in a noisy, chaotic board game. Laughter, arguing, the clatter of dice. It was a mess of human inefficiency, of irrational alliances and pointless competition. For a moment, he watched from the doorway, an outsider. The pattern sense lay dormant, but his mind automatically tried to map their interactions, to find the winning strategy, the social leverage points. Then Uraraka spotted him. Midoriya, come play. We need a 4th for this team. He hesitated. It was illogical. A waste of time that could be spent training, studying, optimizing. But Hound Dog's voice whispered, don't let it steal the human part. Asterisk. He took a step into the warm, noisy, messy room. All right. As he sat down, the dice were thrust into his hand. The rules were explained in a confusing jumble. He didn't try to analyze it, to find the optimal play. He just rolled. The number was terrible. His team groaned. Kirishima, on the opposing team, laughed. Tough break, man. And for the first time in a long time, Izuku Midoriya smiled, a real, uncalculated smile. It felt strange on his face. It felt inefficient. And maybe, just maybe, that was the point. The cliffhanger was no longer external. It was internal. The battle wasn't with robots or villains or even his own pain. It was for his own soul. Would he become the cold, perfect strategist, the player of the human game? Or could he hold on to the messy, illogical, smiling boy who rolled dice and trusted his team? The pattern sense was showing him how to win. But it was up to him to decide what winning truly meant. And the first test of that new definition was happening right here, in a noisy common room, over a silly board game, surrounded by the chaotic, wonderful variables that were becoming his friends. Rain again. It drummed a steady, gray rhythm against the windows of Class 1A, turning the morning light diffuse and somber. The air inside was thick with a different kind of pressure, not the electric buzz of an exam, but the grim, focused tension of a funeral march. Today was the day of the UA Sports Festival, the single biggest public showcase for aspiring heroes in the country. A carnival of power, a gladiatorial arena for Quirks, a chance to be seen by the entire world. And for Izuku Midoriya, it was the most complex, high-stakes pattern he had ever faced. He sat at his desk, his posture deceptively relaxed, his fingers steepled before him. His mind was a humming control room. On one mental screen, the known variables. The physical layout of the stadium. The standard format of the festival: obstacle race, team battle, final tournament. The publicly listed quirks of his 19 classmates, each a dossier of capabilities and hypothesized weaknesses. On another screen, the unknown variables. What would the actual obstacles be? Who would his opponents be in the later stages? How would the crowd, the cameras, the overwhelming scrutiny affect performance? How would he perform under that scrutiny, with his quirks cost and his provisional licenses restrictions hanging over him? And on a third, darker screen, the internal variable. The whispering voice of the pattern sense, which had grown more articulate in the weeks since the chemical leak. It no longer just suggested actions. It suggested strategies. It played out entire matchups in flickering simulations of light behind his eyes. It showed him how to break Ida's engines with a precisely timed kick to a calf piston. How to exploit a half-second delay in Yaoyorozu's creation process. How to use Bakugo's own aggression to lure him into an environmental hazard. It was a chessmaster whispering moves, each one devastatingly efficient, each one morally vacant. He had spent the previous night not sleeping, but in a state of half-trance, running simulations. The Crimson Throne from his dreams was closer, more detailed. He could almost feel its cold, geometric contours. Aizawa's arrival cut through the chatter. He looked, if possible, even more dead-eyed than usual, a man profoundly annoyed by the pageantry he was forced to oversee. "You all know what today is," he rasped, not bothering with greetings. "A circus. A spectacle designed to feed the public's hunger for heroics and to give agencies a look at fresh meat. For you, it is an opportunity. It is also a trap." He paced slowly at the front of the room, his capture scarf seeming to absorb the light. "The world will be watching. Every strength will be noted. Every weakness will be catalogued and exploited, not just by rival schools, but by villains who see you as future threats or potential recruits. Your performance today will set the trajectory of your careers. It will also paint a target on your backs." His gaze swept the room, lingering for a fraction of a second on Izuku. "Some of you have powers that are flashy, obvious. Some of you have subtler, more cerebral abilities. The festival is traditionally biased toward the former. Your challenge is to prove the latter can be just as compelling. Or, to be blunt, to survive long enough for anyone to notice." He stopped, turning to face them fully. "There are no rules against using your quirks to their full extent, within the bounds of the event's safety protocols. There are also no rules against strategy, sabotage, or alliances. It is a microcosm of the real world, chaotic, unfair, and won by those who want it most and plan the best. Do not embarrass yourselves. Or me. Go change. We leave for the stadium in 20 minutes. The class erupted into a frenzy of nervous energy. Izuku remained still for a moment longer, absorbing Aizawa's words. A trap. A target. A microcosm. Asterisk. This wasn't a test of heroism. It was a test of survival in a simulated jungle. His pattern sense thrummed in approval. This was its native environment. The locker room was a riot of color and sound as his classmates donned their hero costumes for the first time. Izuku's own costume was simple, practical, a dark green, full-body suit with black reinforcement at the joints, based on his old gym wear designs. It had no frills, no gimmicks. Its only notable feature was a lightweight, transparent visor that could deploy from the collar, a tool for eye protection and to hide the telltale blood from his nose during quirk use. A gift from the UA support department, approved under his medical plan. A tool for managing his liability. He looked at the others. Bakugo's costume was all jagged edges and grenade-like gauntlets, a monument to explosive power. Iida was a sleek, armored engine. Yaoyorozu's was elegant and open, allowing for creation. Uraraka's was a cheerful pink and black with built-in weight reduction pads. Todoroki's was a study in minimalist cool, one side white, the other red. They were statements. Declarations of intent. His was a statement of silence. The tunnel leading to the stadium field was a sensory overload. The roar of the crowd was a physical force, a wall of sound that vibrated in his chest. The lights were blinding. As Class 1A emerged onto the lush green turf, the noise swelled to a deafening crescendo. Thousands upon thousands of faces blurred into a single, roaring entity. Cameras' drones zipped through the air like manic insects. Izuku walked among his classmates, his visor down, his expression neutral behind the tinted plastic. The pattern sense flickered, not with a grid, but with a flood of data, decibel levels, light intensity, the adrenal spikes of his peers. He regulated his breathing, slowed his heart. He was a rock in a churning river of sensation. Present Mike's voice boomed from the speakers, whipping the crowd into a frenzy as he introduced the classes. The other schools, Shiketsu, Ketsubutsu, marched in with disciplined pride. But the focus, the hunger of the crowd, was fixed on UA, and specifically on the hero course. Then, the student pledges. Bakugo stomped to the podium, grabbed the mic, and snarled his now infamous declaration, "I'm gonna win." The crowd loved it. The perfect, arrogant antagonist. A predictable, powerful pattern. Izuku watched from the ranks, unmoved. Bakugo's declaration was a tactic. It drew all attention, all pressure, onto himself. It simplified the battlefield for everyone else. It was, in its own way, a strategic gift. The first event was announced. An obstacle race over a 4-kilometer course that circled the entire stadium grounds. A massive, sprawling puzzle. As the countdown began, hundreds of students crammed into the narrow starting gate tunnel. Izuku positioned himself not at the very front, but in the middle of the pack, near the left wall. The initial crush would be chaos. His goal was not to lead, but to survive the bottleneck. The starting buzzer was a detonation. A tsunami of bodies surged forward, quirks flaring. Ice instantly coated the tunnel floor from Todoroki, freezing the feet of dozens. A blast of wind from a Shiketsu student created a vortex. It was a melee. Izuku didn't try to push. He moved with the flow, his body making micro-adjustments, slipping between lunging forms, using elbows and shoulders not to shove, but to deflect and create space. He saw the freeze coming, Todoroki's stance, the direction of his exhale. He lifted his feet in a rapid, skipping motion, his boots barely grazing the ice as it spread beneath him. He wasn't fast, but he was unobstructed. While others slipped, fought, and clogged the exit, he streamed through like water finding a crack. He emerged into the open air, well behind the leaders. Todoroki had created an ice path and was already vanishing into the distance, Bakugo blasting after him, Iida a gleaming streak, but ahead of the main, struggling pack. The first obstacle, the Robo Inferno. A gauntlet of the same villain bots from the entrance exam, but scaled up and more numerous. A three-pointer swiped a massive fist at the front runners. Izuku didn't slow. He weaved through the legs of a two-pointer, his eyes scanning the field. The pattern sense activated, not for a single bot, but for the system. The robots were programmed with simple threat response algorithms. They prioritized the closest, most aggressive targets. He saw the pattern of their attention. They were fixated on the leaders, on the flashy quirks making the most noise. He was a ghost, a low-priority blip. He didn't fight a single machine. He ran a slalom course through their blind spots, using their own bulk as cover. A one-pointer turned toward him, its sensor beeping. Izuku didn't dodge. He feinted left, then cut right directly into the shadow of a three-pointer that was turning to engage Bakugo's explosions. The smaller bot lost its lock, confused. He cleared the robot zone with minimal energy expenditure, his heart rate elevated but controlled. No headache. A trickle of blood, quickly blotted inside his visor. Acceptable. The second obstacle, the fall. A series of deep, seemingly bottomless canyons crossed by tightropes, swinging ropes, and a few crumbling stone pillars. Here, the leaders were bottlenecked. Todoroki had simply iced over the gaps, creating bridges. Others were carefully navigating the ropes. Izuku reached the edge and paused. The pattern sense painted the canyon in gold. It mapped the tension of each rope, the structural integrity of each pillar, the wind currents. The OAS offered a path. Not across the ropes. Down. Asterisk. It highlighted a series of ledges, handholds, and natural bridging rock formations 20 meters down the canyon wall. A path invisible from above. A path that would put him below the chaos, on a direct, unimpeded route across. It was risky. A fall was disqualification. But it was also unexpected. Efficient. He didn't hesitate. He vaulted over the edge, dropping into the shadow of the canyon. The gasps from the crowd above were a distant roar. He fell for a heart-stopping second before his outstretched hands caught the first highlighted ledge exactly where the grid said it would be. His body absorbed the impact, his reinforced gloves gripping the wet stone. He moved laterally, spider-like, following the golden path along the canyon wall. He was in a world of echoing drips and distant shouts from above. He crossed the canyon on a natural stone arch the OAS had identified, emerging on the other side via a steep but climbable scree slope. When he pulled himself over the top, he was in 5th place. Todoroki and Bakugo were still far ahead, locked in their own duel. Iida was 3rd, struggling slightly with the instability of Todoroki's ice bridges. A girl from Shiketsu with some kind of jetpack quirk was 4th. And he was 5th, unnoticed, unremarked upon, a shadow climbing into the light. The final obstacle, the minefield. A vast, flat plain dotted with glowing, proximity-activated explosion tags. They weren't lethal, but a direct hit would blow a competitor off their feet and cost precious time. Todoroki was already across, using wide-area ice to trigger mines safely ahead of him. Bakugo was using his explosions to hover, detonating mines from a distance. Iida was trying to pick a delicate path, his speed hampered. Izuku stopped at the edge. The minefield was a grid of probability. The tags had an activation radius. Stepping within that radius triggered the explosion. The pattern sense drank it in. It could see the radius of each mine, overlapped with others. It calculated the safe paths, the sequences of steps where one mine's blast zone would cover another, allowing a sprint through the temporary dead zone. But it also showed him something else. A green line, a guidance rhythm for traversing such uneven, hazardous terrain without losing balance. A way to move with such fluid, weight-shifting grace that even a near miss wouldn't topple him. He stepped onto the field. He didn't run. He flowed. His steps were light, precise, dancing on the razor's edge of the trigger radii. He'd take 2 quick steps into a narrow safe lane, then pause as a mine detonated harmlessly to his left, the concussion wave ruffling his suit, then he'd dart through the cleared space before the overlapping mine to the right could react. It was a dance with death, a ballet of explosives. The crowd, initially focused on the leaders, began to murmur, then to roar, as cameras zoomed in on the unassuming green figure gliding through the chaos with impossible calm. He passed Iida, who was momentarily stuck, recalculating his route. He gained on the Shiketsu girl, who misjudged a blast and was sent tumbling. He was 3rd. The finish line was a straight shot now, a clear stretch of turf. Bakugo and Todoroki were already there, Bakugo landing with a final explosion, Todoroki cooling the steam from his skin. They turned, expecting to see a distant 3rd place. They saw Izuku Midoriya, emerging from the smoke and dust of the minefield, his suit slightly scorched, his visor speckled with dirt, but moving with a steady, relentless stride. He crossed the line a clear 3rd, not breathing heavily, his posture erect. The stadium erupted. "WHO is that?" Present Mike screamed. The dark horse from Class 1A. Midoriya Izuku. He came out of nowhere with some seriously silky moves. Izuku ignored the noise. He turned his head, looking back at the field where his classmates were still struggling through. He had done it. He had navigated the first round not with power, but with perfect, painless efficiency. The cost had been minimal. A slight nosebleed, a dull headache. He had conserved his energy, hidden his capabilities, and secured a top position. Bakugo was staring at him, his expression a volcanic mix of fury and something else, recognition. He'd seen the pattern in Izuku's movement. It wasn't luck. Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes slid over him, cold and assessing, then dismissed him just as quickly. A fluke. An anomaly. Izuku walked to the side of the finisher's area, his visor retracting. He took a sip from a water bottle, his mind already analyzing the next stage. The team battle. He would be a high-value pick now. A strategic asset, not for his power, but for his mind. He had passed the first test of the jungle. He had survived, and thrived, by being the most efficient predator in the shadows. But the cliffhanger now was exposure. The world had seen a glimpse of his pattern. Bakugo had seen it. Todoroki had noted it. The cameras had recorded it. He was no longer a hidden variable. He was a piece on the board, and every other player was now studying his moves. The game had just become infinitely more complex, and the cold, whispering voice in his mind was eager to play. It showed him the next steps, the alliances to form, the rivals to break. The path to the podium was a golden road, paved with the shattered dreams of his classmates. And for the first time, standing in the roar of the adoring crowd, Izuku wasn't sure if he wanted to walk it. The roar of the stadium was a physical blanket, smothering individual thought. In the competitors' waiting area, a cavernous space beneath the stands, the air was thick with sweat, adrenaline, and the sharp scent of ozone from spent quirks. The top 42 finishers of the obstacle race milled about, a collection of exhausted, triumphant, and scheming teenagers. Izuku stood apart, his back against a cool concrete pillar, his visor retracted. The dull ache behind his eyes was a familiar companion, a low price for his performance. He had finished third. A statement. But the real game began now. The second event, a cavalry battle. Teams of 2 to 4. The objective, accumulate points by stealing headbands from other teams. The twist, each participant's point value was determined by their placement in the race. First place, 10 million points. Bakugo was a walking treasure vault. Second place, 500. Third place, 495. He, Izuku Midoriya, was worth 495 points. The third most valuable target in the entire event. He was no longer a shadow. He was a beacon. The rules blared from the monitors. 15 minutes to form teams. The chaos erupted immediately. It was a frantic social marketplace, alliances offered and rejected, pleas, threats, calculations. The strong sought the strong. The clever sought the useful. Izuku didn't move. He observed. His pattern sense didn't activate, but his trained perception mapped the social dynamics. Bakugo stood like a prickly monolith, glaring down anyone who dared approach. Todoroki was quickly surrounded by a coterie of powerful-looking students from various classes, a pre-planned alliance, cold and efficient. Iida was being mobbed by offers, his speed an undeniable asset. He needed a team, but not just any team. He needed a team that could protect his points, yes, but more importantly, a team that could execute. His value wasn't in his strength, it was in his mind. He needed pieces he could move. His eyes found Uraraka Ochako. She had finished a respectable 10th. Her quirk, zero gravity. A perfect utility power. She could make the entire team weightless for mobility, or make opponents float away. She was also kind, determined, and, crucially, she trusted him. He moved toward her, cutting through the throng. She saw him coming, her face lighting up. Midoriya, that was incredible. You were like a ninja. Uraraka, he said, skipping pleasantries. Will you be on my team? Yes, of course, she agreed instantly. One piece. His eyes scanned again. He needed defense. A shield. His gaze landed on a massive, silent figure, Shoto Todoroki's teammate, but from Class 1B. A boy named Shiozaki Ibara, with vines for hair. She was pious, rigid, and incredibly defensive. She'd been passed over by Todoroki's more offensive-focused group. Not his first choice, but she was nearby, looking uncertain. But then, a better option presented itself. A girl with a mutation quirk that gave her a bestial appearance, Tsuyu Asui, from his own class. She'd finished well. Her quirk, Frog. It granted her long-range tongue, powerful leaps, wall crawling, and a calm, analytical mind. Call me Sue, she'd said once. She was observant, pragmatic. Perfect. Asui. He called. She turned, her large eyes blinking. Ribbit. Midoriya. What is it? I need someone with mobility and a grabbing tool on my team. Will you join me in Uraraka? She considered for a moment, a quick, pragmatic assessment. Your plan got us through the chemical leak. Ribbit. I'm in. 2 pieces. He needed a horse. A fast, stable base. Iida was ideal, but he was besieged. There was another. A boy from Class 1B he'd noted during the race, Hitoshi Shinso. General Studies. He'd finished in the top 20 with no visible flashy quirk, using pure athleticism and cunning. He was an unknown variable, which made him dangerous but also potentially undervalued. And he was standing alone, a look of intense frustration on his face, being ignored by the quirk-focused crowd. An unknown could be a wildcard. Or it could be a secret weapon. Izuku's pattern sense flickered, assessing the boy's posture, his isolation. He was motivated. He had something to prove. That could be harnessed. Stay here, he told Uraraka and Asui, and walked toward Shinso. The purple-haired boy watched him approach with wary, tired eyes. What do you want? Come to gawk at the quirkless kid who got lucky. You're not quirkless, Izuku stated, not a question. Your placement was too consistent for luck. You have a mental or emitter-type quirk that isn't suited for races or direct combat. Something conditional. Shinso's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed. So, I'm forming a team. I need a fast, intelligent horse. You need a chance to prove your quirk has value in a fight. Join us. Shinso stared at him, searching for mockery. Finding none, only a flat, analytical certainty. Why would you trust me? You don't know what I can do. I know you want to be here more than anyone, Izuku said. That's a powerful motivator. And I can work with conditional abilities. I specialize in creating conditions. A slow, grim smile spread across Shinso's face. It didn't reach his eyes. All right, you've got a deal. But you're the rider. I'm not carrying you unless you're in front. Agreed. 3 pieces. The team was set. Izuku, rider, strategist, point value, Uraraka, utility, defense, Asui, mobility, offense, Shinso, horse, wildcard. They huddled away from the main frenzy. Our strategy, Izuku began, his voice low and fast. We are a high-value target. We will be attacked immediately, especially by teams gunning for the top spots. So we don't run. We control the engagement. He used his finger to draw in the dust on the floor. Uraraka, you make Asui and Shinso weightless on command. Not all the time, it's taxing. We use it for sudden, explosive repositioning. Asui, your tongue is our primary grabbing tool. You can snatch headbands from a distance if we create an opening. Shinso, you are our mobility. Your job is to keep us moving, to avoid being surrounded. Listen for my directional commands. And you? Asui asked, tilting her head. I will be watching everything. I will call the targets. I will predict the attacks. He tapped his temple. My quirk allows me to see patterns, optimal moves. I will be our eyes and our brain. But I need you to be the hands and feet. They nodded, a pact sealed in the underground den. It was a team built not on friendship, but on mutual utility. It felt clean, efficient. The 15 minutes ended. They took their positions on the vast field, Izuku sitting on the shoulders of Shinso and Asui, with Uraraka behind him, her hands ready to touch their backs. Around them, other teams coalesced. Bakugo had a brute force team of Kirishima, Shiro, and Ishido, all power and aggression. Todoroki's team was a fortress, Yaoyorozu creation, Iida speed, and Kaminari electricity. A terrifying combination of versatility, mobility, and area denial. Midnight's whip crack signaled the start. Chaos. Teams surged toward Bakugo's 10 million point group like sharks to blood. Bakugo's team became the eye of a hurricane of violence, explosions and acid and tape flying. Todoroki's team moved with chilling precision. A glacier of ice erupted from the ground, encasing several nearby teams in an instant. Iida, carrying Yaoyorozu like a knight, blurred across the field, snatching headbands with mechanical efficiency. Izuku's team didn't move toward the chaos. They held their ground near the edge, a tight, defensive formation. Shinso, left 3 steps. Asui, tongue ready, 9 o'clock, the team with the hardening quirk. Their rider is overextended. His voice was calm, a conductor's baton. Shinso moved, light on his feet despite the weight. Asui's tongue shot out like a pink whip, snatching the headband from the surprised rider before he could react. Plus 35 points. Uraraka, on my mark, lighten Asui. Mark. Now. Uraraka tapped Asui's back. Asui, suddenly weightless, used her powerful legs to kick off Shinso's shoulders, launching herself like a missile over the head of an approaching team. Her tongue lashed out again, plucking another headband midair before she landed lightly back in position. Plus 70 points. They were accumulating points steadily, quietly, like thieves in a riot. But they were noticed. Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes, cold as a glacier, found them across the field. He pointed. Iida adjusted his course. They were coming. Incoming. Todoroki's team. Primary threat. Iida's speed and Yaoyorozu's creations. Shinso, evasive pattern delta. Don't let Iida get a straight line. Shinso began to move in an unpredictable, zigzagging pattern, his athleticism impressive. Iida shot past them on his first pass, missing by inches. He'll come around. Asui, when he does, tongue at his ankles. Not to grab, to trip. Iida blurred back. Asui's tongue snapped out, not high, but low, tangling around Iida's shins just as he planted a foot to pivot. It wasn't enough to stop him, but it broke his perfect balance for a split second. In that split second, Yaoyorozu, riding on his back, raised her arm. A net launcher. A cannon. Izuku's pattern sense ignited. The golden grid painted the scene. It calculated the trajectory of a predicted net, the wind-up time of Yaoyorozu's creation. The OAS showed a path. Uraraka lightens Shinso. Shinso leaps backward. Net misses. Asterisk. Uraraka, lightens Shinso. Now. Back jump. The commands were simultaneous. Uraraka touched Shinso. Shinso, feeling the weight leave him, threw himself backward in a powerful leap. A wide net of carbon fiber mesh shot from Yaoyorozu's arm, whistling through the space they had occupied a moment before. They landed awkwardly but intact. The headache spiked, a hot nail behind Izuku's eye. Blood warmed his upper lip. He ignored it. Todoroki watched, a flicker of something, annoyance, interest, in his eyes. He raised his left foot, ready to freeze the ground beneath them. He's going for area control. Shinso, hard right, now. Uraraka, lighten us all on my mark for a long jump. 3, 2, 1, mark. Ice sheeted across the ground where they had been. As Uraraka's fingers touched them all, Shinso pushed off with all his strength. The entire team, weightless, sailed 20 meters through the air, landing in a tumbling but controlled heap amidst a cluster of struggling, lower-tier teams. They were out of Todoroki's immediate range, but the display had cost them. Izuku's nose was bleeding freely now, dots of crimson spotting the inside of his visor. The cost of rapid fire, high-stakes predictions was mounting. Midoriya, you're bleeding. Uraraka gasped. It's fine. Focus. He wiped his nose on his sleeve, smearing green fabric with red. We need more points. We go on the offensive. Target. The team with the copycat quirk, 3 o'clock. They're distracted. Asui, you see the opening. Ribbit. I see it. They moved, a coordinated strike, adding another 50 points. The battle raged. Time was running out. The scoreboard flickered. They were in 4th place. Bakugo's team, though besieged, still held the 10 million. Todoroki's team was first in accumulated points. A team from Class 1B with a welding quirk was second. 1 minute left. We need a big play, Shinso grunted, his breathing labored. We're not going to make the top 4 like this. Izuku's mind raced, the golden grid flickering erratically, strained to its limit. He looked across the field. Bakugo's team was a maelstrom, but they were surrounded, harried. Todoroki's team was methodically cleaning up the stragglers, eyeing Bakugo's headband with cold calculation. An idea, terrible and perfect, crystallized. It wasn't an OAS suggestion. It was his own, born of desperation and a ruthless understanding of patterns. We're not going for 4th, Izuku said, his voice stripped of all emotion. We're going for 1st. What? How? Uraraka asked. We let Todoroki take Bakugo's 10 million. Asui blinked. Ribbit. That seems counterproductive. Listen, Todoroki's team is the only one with the combined power to break through Bakugo's defense. They will do it in the final seconds. The moment they have it, they will become the #1 target. Everyone will go for them. Their formation will tighten, become predictable in its defense. He pointed, his finger steady. Shinso, you see the gap between Iida and Yaoyorozu when they switch from offense to defense. It's a 0.8 second window. Asui, your tongue at maximum extension can reach it. Uraraka, you will lighten Asui and me at the precise moment. Not for a jump, for a throw. They stared at him, comprehending the insanity. You want me to throw you? Asui said. At Todoroki. At the 10 million point headband. In the half second of chaos after they seize it. It's the only time their guard will be down. You'll be a sitting duck. Uraraka cried. I'll have the headband. And you, he looked at Shinso, you have a conditional quirk. This is the condition. When Todoroki, in that moment of triumph, inevitably says something to Bakugo or his team, you use it. You just need to stall him for 1 second. 1 second of confusion is all I need to get clear. Shinso's eyes glinted, a feral light. You're betting everything on me having a brainwashing quirk. I'm betting on a pattern, Izuku said. Isolation, frustration, a quirk unsuited for physical tests, it fits. Will you do it? Shinso's grim smile returned. Hell yes. The final 30 seconds were a countdown to madness. As predicted, Todoroki's team made their move. A coordinated assault. Kaminari unleashed a wide-area shock that stunned Bakugo's defenders, Iida blazed in, Yaoyorozu created a smokescreen. In the confusion, Todoroki's ice-cold hand snatched the 10 million point headband from Bakugo's forehead. The stadium screamed. In that exact moment, as Todoroki's team recoiled into a defensive shell, as Bakugo roared in impotent fury, Izuku gave the command. Now, Uraraka touched Asui and Izuku. Weight vanished. Asui, using all the strength in her powerful legs, coiled and then unleashed. She didn't throw Izuku with her arms. She used her body as a slingshot, her tongue whipping around his torso and then releasing with explosive force. Izuku became a green and black projectile, shooting across the 20-meter gap toward Todoroki's team. The world narrowed to a tunnel. The golden grid was gone, burnt out. He was flying blind, on pure faith in his prediction. He saw Todoroki, the headband clutched in his hand, turn, his mismatched eyes widening in shock. Todoroki's lips parted, likely to issue an order to Iida to unleash his ice. Shinso's voice, amplified by desperation, shouted across the din, "Not so tough without your daddy's power, are you, Todoroki?" Todoroki's head snapped toward the voice, his face freezing in a rictus of shock and something deeper, more visceral. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. His eyes glazed over for a heartbeat. Brainwash. Confirmed. Asterisk. That heartbeat was all Izuku needed. He crashed into Todoroki, not with force, but with grabbing hands. His fingers closed around the 10 million point headband, yanking it from Todoroki's limp grip. He tucked it, along with his own, against his chest. Iida, realizing the rider was an enemy, spun to intercept, but he was a fraction too slow, his momentum carrying him past. Izuku hit the ground, rolling, the 10 million point prize clutched to him. The final buzzer blared. Silence, then an uproar that shook the stadium. Izuku lay on the torn-up turf, gasping, blood streaming from his nose, his head a symphony of agony. But in his hands, he held headbands worth 10,495 points. He had done it. Through prediction, manipulation, and a breathtaking, reckless trust in an unknown variable, he had seized the top spot. Shinso's brainwash broke. Todoroki staggered, his eyes clearing, then filling with a cold, fathomless fury directed straight at Izuku, who was being helped up by a cheering Uraraka and a riveting Asui. Bakugo was staring, not at Todoroki, but at Izuku. His expression was unreadable, a storm contained behind clenched teeth. Izuku met his gaze for a second, then looked away, dabbing at the blood on his face. He had won the battle. He had proven his mind was a weapon that could topple giants. But the cliffhanger wasn't victory. It was the cost. He had exposed Shinso's quirk. He had made a mortal enemy of the most powerful student in the year. He had pushed his own limits to the brink of collapse. And he was through to the final tournament, a one-on-one bracket where there were no teammates to hide behind, no wildcards to deploy. Only him, his breaking body, and the cold, whispering God in his head that had just shown him how intoxicating true victory could feel. The throne was within sight, and the path to it was paved with the shattered expectations of everyone who had ever underestimated him. The question now was not if he could reach it, but what would be left of him when he did. The silence in the competitors' waiting room was a living thing, thick and heavy, broken only by the distant, muffled roar of the stadium crowd and the soft hum of ventilation. It was the eye of the hurricane. Izuku sat on a bench, a fresh ice pack pressed to the back of his neck, another wad of gauze stemming the slow, persistent bleed from his nose. The medical staff had patched him up after the cavalry battle, but the damage was deeper than surface wounds. His skull felt like a cracked egg, each heartbeat sending a dull, sickening throb through the fissures. He had done it. He was in the final tournament bracket. 16 would become 1. The path was laid out on a monitor on the wall. His name, Midoriya Izuku, was there. First match, Midoriya Izuku vs. Shinso Hitoshi. He'd be facing his own teammate. The wildcard he'd unleashed. Across the room, Shinso stood leaning against a wall, his arms crossed, his purple eyes fixed on the same bracket. There was no camaraderie in his gaze now, only a cold, focused intensity. Izuku had given him the stage he craved, and in doing so, had turned him into an immediate, known threat. The brainwasher. The conditional quirk user who could turn a single word into defeat. It was a logical outcome. A predictable pattern. But facing it felt wrong. A betrayal of the fragile, utilitarian trust they'd built. Other qualifiers moved through the room in states of exhaustion, elation, or grim preparation. Todoroki was a statue of ice in one corner, his expression unreadable, but the air around him was several degrees colder. He hadn't looked at Izuku since the cavalry battle ended. The fury was a silent, sub-zero radiation. Bakugo was pacing like a caged tiger, explosions popping fitfully in his palms. He'd qualified easily, his raw power bulldozing through the competition. His eyes, when they flicked to Izuku, held a complex brew of disdain, rivalry, and a grudging, furious respect. Izuku had outmaneuvered him, not outpowered him. That was a language Bakugo was still learning to parse. Uraraka and Asui had been eliminated in the cavalry battle's final melee, but they'd qualified for the tournament on points. Uraraka gave him a worried thumbs up from across the room. Asui just blinked slowly, a silent ribbit of solidarity. Izuku gave a small, tight nod in return. His mind, despite the pain, was already working, analyzing the bracket. Shinso first. Quirk. Brainwash. Activation. Verbal response. Countermeasures. Silence, or prepared, non-committal responses. Physical capability. Above average, but not elite. Strategy. Close distance quickly, disable before he can speak. Risk. High. He will be expecting that. Asterisk. If successful, probable second round, Todoroki or Bakugo. Todoroki's ice is large scale, difficult to dodge without pattern sense. Bakugo is aggressive, close range, unpredictable. Both would require significant quirk usage to counter. Current quirk endurance, low. Recovery time between matches, minimal. Asterisk. The numbers were bleak. The cost of winning the cavalry battle had drained his capital. He was entering the tournament bankrupt. A shadow fell over him. He looked up. Shota Aizawa stood there, his capture scarf loose, his bloodshot eyes assessing Izuku with the detached interest of a coroner. Recovery girl says you're at your limit, Aizawa stated, no inflection. One more significant neural event could cause a cascade migraine or a hemorrhagic episode. She's recommending you withdraw. The words were a bucket of ice water. Withdraw. Quit. After coming this far. After proving his mind could compete. Izuku met his teacher's gaze. What do you recommend, sir? Aizawa's lips thinned. I recommend logical self-preservation. You're a student, not a pro. This festival is a spectacle, not a life or death mission. There's no shame in recognizing a losing battle. Is it a losing battle if I haven't fought it yet? A faint, almost imperceptible flicker in Aizawa's dead eyes. Annoyance. Or something else. It's a battle you can't win without breaking yourself. That's not victory. That's stupidity. You have potential, Midoriya. A unique, strategic mind. I'd rather see it developed over 4 years than burnt out in one afternoon for the entertainment of millions. It was the closest thing to concern Aizawa had ever shown him. It was also a challenge. A test of his judgment. Izuku looked down at his hands. They were trembling slightly, a fine tremor from neurological fatigue. He thought of the Crimson Throne in his dreams, promising power without pain. He thought of his mother's face, etched with worry. He thought of the whispering voice of the pattern sense, already suggesting ways to beat Shinso, a feint, a distraction, a precise strike to the larynx to prevent speech. Efficient. Brutal. I understand the risk, sir, Izuku said, his voice quiet but steady. But I need to see. I need to know what my limit truly is. Under controlled conditions. This is the best controlled condition I will ever have. He looked up. I won't be reckless, but I won't withdraw. Aizawa stared at him for a long moment, then sighed, a sound of profound weariness. Fine. Your funeral. Just don't expect me to carry your pieces off the field. He turned to leave, then paused. Shinso's quirk requires a response. But a response isn't just words. It's engagement. Remember that. Cryptic advice. Then he was gone. The first match was called. The walk down the tunnel to the arena was a descent into a sensory inferno. The roar was a physical wall. The lights were blinding suns. Izuku stepped onto the sandy, marked floor of the battle arena, the colossal stadium rising around him like the walls of a colossal coliseum. Shinso stepped out from the opposite tunnel, his posture loose, confident, a small, cynical smile on his face. Midnight stood between them, her whip coiled. Contestants, are you ready? Shinso nodded. Izuku gave a slight bow. Begin. Shinso didn't charge. He stood his ground, his hands in his pockets. So, he called out, his voice carrying easily. The great strategist. The pattern reader. Did you see this coming? Having to fight the tool you used. Izuku remained silent, circling slowly, his eyes fixed on Shinso's mouth. The pattern sense flickered weakly, a dim gold outlining Shinso's posture. It showed tension in his shoulders. He was waiting for a retort. Nothing to say. Shinso taunted, beginning to pace as well. After you figured me out so easily. Used me to climb. That's cold, Midoriya. I thought we had a partnership. Still, Izuku said nothing. He closed the distance, not with a sprint, but with measured, sliding steps. Cat got your tongue. Or are you just too scared to talk? Scared I'll turn your own brain against you. Make you walk right out of bounds. Shinso's voice took on a mocking, sing-song quality. Come on, hero. Give me a challenge. Say something. Izuku was within 10 meters. He could see the frustration beginning to bleed into Shinso's confident mask. The brainwashing quirk was useless if the target didn't bite. But Aizawa's words echoed. A response isn't just words. It's engagement. Asterisk. Shinso was engaging him. Verbally. Emotionally. Every taunt was a hook. Even Izuku's silent, focused advance was a form of response, a deliberate non-response, which was still a choice. Shinso was trying to manipulate. The golden grid brightened slightly, mapping Shinso's likely moves if verbal tactics failed. He'd switch to physical. A straightforward charge. He was fit, but not a martial artist. His attacks would be telegraphed. Fine, Shinso snarled, losing patience. Have it your way. He lunged, a straightforward tackle. Just as predicted, Izuku's body moved on drilled in instinct. He sidestepped, not with the grace of the pattern sense, but with the efficiency of his months of training. He caught Shinso's extended arm, used his momentum, and executed a basic hip throw. Shinso hit the sand with a surprised oof. The crowd cheered. A clean, quirkless takedown. But as Izuku moved to pin him, Shinso, from his prone position, looked up and grinned. Thanks for the hand. Izuku froze. He had touched him. He had engaged physically. In that moment of contact, of successful execution, a spike of satisfaction, of acknowledgement of the move's success, had flashed through him. It was a response. Internal, but real. And Shinso's quirk, as the grid now frantically warned, might not need audible words. It might need only a cognitive acknowledgement of the interaction. A fog seemed to seep into the edges of Izuku's mind. His limbs felt heavy. The roar of the crowd faded to a dull buzz. A voice, not his own, echoed in his skull. Stand up. Walk to the edge of the arena. Step out. Asterisk. He fought it. He clenched his teeth, focusing on the pain in his head, using it as an anchor. The pattern sense, reacting to the internal invasion, flared in a defensive panic. It showed him the neural pathways being influenced, a foreign signal hijacking his motor cortex. It suggested a counter-pulse, a deliberate, massive spike of his own neural activity to overload the connection. It would hurt. It might break something. But the alternative was walking out. He gathered every ounce of will, every shred of pain, and shoved. It felt like driving a red-hot poker through his own brain. White light exploded behind his eyes. A gush of hot blood flooded from his nose, soaking the gauze and dripping onto the sand. He screamed, a raw, ragged sound lost in the stadium's noise. The fog lifted. The foreign voice vanished. He was on his knees in the sand, blood pouring down his chin, his vision swimming. But he was in control. Shinso, a few feet away, stared in stunned horror. You broke it. How? Izuku didn't answer. He couldn't. The world was tilting. But the path to victory was clear. Shinso was stunned, vulnerable. The grid, sputtering and fading, highlighted a pressure point on Shinso's neck. A non-lethal, incapacitating strike. Izuku pushed himself up, stumbled forward. His movements were clumsy, awful. Shinso tried to raise his arms in a guard, but he was slow, shocked. Izuku's hand, trembling violently, chopped out. It didn't have force. It had placement. The edge of his hand connected with the side of Shinso's neck, at the precise point the dying grid had indicated. Shinso's eyes rolled back. He crumpled to the sand, unconscious. Silence, then a hesitant, then erupting cheer. Midnight rushed over, checked Shinso, then raised her hand. Shinso is unable to continue. The winner is Midoriya Izuku. Izuku didn't hear her. He was swaying on his feet. The world was a gray, narrowing tunnel. The pain was no longer a throb, it was the universe. He took one step, then another toward the tunnel, his only thought to get out of the light, away from the noise. He didn't make it. His legs buckled. The sand rushed up to meet him. The last thing he saw before the darkness took him was the concerned face of a medical robot rolling toward him, and the distant, blurred figure of Aizawa at the tunnel mouth, watching him fall. The cliffhanger wasn't the victory. It was the cost, paid in full. He had won his first match by literally breaking the enemy's control and his own neural stability. He was out cold, hemorrhaging, being carried off the field on a stretcher to the horror of the crowd and the grim satisfaction of his critics. He had proven his will was stronger than a brainwashing quirk. But he had also proven Aizawa and Recovery Girl right. He was a liability who broke when pushed. And his next match, if he even woke up in time for it, would be against the winner of Todoroki vs. Bakugo, a demigod of ice or an apostle of explosion. And he had nothing left to spend but the shattered pieces of himself. The throne gleamed, but the steps were made of his own broken bones. Darkness. Not the peaceful void of sleep, but a thick, cloying murk shot through with pulses of jagged, colorless light, neural static, the dying embers of an overloaded system. Izuku floated in it, unmoored. There was no labyrinth here, no throne. Just pain as a pure, abstract concept. Gradually, sensation seeped back. The smell of antiseptic and ozone. The cool press of sheets. A dull, all-encompassing ache that had settled deep into his marrow. And a voice, familiar and endlessly weary. Significant synaptic fatigue, micro-hemorrhaging in the prefrontal cortex. His ego looks like a seismograph during an earthquake. I told you, Shota. I told him. Recovery Girl. Her tone was less scolding, more resigned. A grunt. Aizawa. He chose. He broke the brainwashing. That's not nothing. He broke himself doing it. That boy is using his quirk like it's a stick of dynamite he's chewing on. The next time, the hemorrhage might not be micro. It might be in his brainstem. Then it's a coma. Or a coffin. Silence, heavy and cold. Can he fight? Aizawa asked, the question brutal in its simplicity. A sigh that seemed to carry the weight of a century. His body is recovering faster than it should. That nutrient protocol is helping. The bleeding has stopped. The headache will be monumental, but he can stand. He can probably walk. But if he triggers that quirk of his again in anything beyond a flicker, I cannot be responsible for the consequences. His next opponent is Todoroki. Or Bakugo. Against either of them, a flicker won't be enough. Understood. Izuku forced his eyes open. The light in the UA infirmary was soft, but it still felt like needles. He was propped up in a bed, an IV line taped to the back of his hand, dripping clear fluid. Recovery Girl and Aizawa stood at the foot of the bed, their argument halting as they noticed he was awake. Welcome back to the land of the foolishly living, Recovery Girl said, her voice softening despite her words. She shuffled over and checked his pupils with a penlight. How many fingers am I holding up? 3, Izuku croaked. His throat was desert dry. Good. The fact you can see and count is a minor miracle. She handed him a cup of water with a straw. He drank greedily. You have 1 hour until your next match. The semi-finals. I cannot, in good conscience, clear you to participate. The words landed, but they didn't surprise him. He looked past her, to Aizawa. His teacher's face was its usual mask of exhaustion, but his eyes were sharp, waiting. What? Izuku swallowed, his voice gaining a little strength. What would I need to do to be cleared? Recovery girl threw her hands up. Not use your quirk at all. But that's suicide against either of those boys. So the answer is nothing. You sit this one out. But if I did, Izuku pressed, his mind, even battered, seeking the parameters, the pattern of possibility. If I fought without it, what are my chances? Aizawa answered, his voice flat. Against Todoroki Shoto, who has yet to use the fire half of his power and has frozen multiple opponents solid in under 3 seconds. 0. Against Bakugo Katsuki, whose close quarters combat skill is exceptional and who will be enraged by his loss in the cavalry battle. Also 0. You would be defeated quickly, and likely severely injured in the process. The numbers were clear. The logic was impeccable. Izuku looked down at his hands, resting on the white sheet. They were pale, the veins prominent. The tools of a strategist, not a brawler. Without the pattern sense, he was just a smart, well-trained boy facing natural disasters. But to forfeit, to give up after coming this far, after proving he belonged on this stage, it felt like severing a part of himself he'd only just grown. The matches, he said quietly. Who won? Todoroki or Bakugo? Aizawa's eyebrow twitched. The match is ongoing. It's intense. They're destroying the arena. It will be over soon. Of course. The two titans, clashing. The pattern of their fight would be one of overwhelming power versus overwhelming power. A spectacle. An idea, fragile and insane, began to form in the cracked mosaic of his thoughts. It wasn't from the pattern sense. The quirk was silent, dormant, a wounded animal licking its wounds. This was from him. From the boy who analyzed heroes, who sought patterns in everything. I want to watch it, Izuku said. Recovery girl huffed. You should be resting your eyes, not. Let him, Aizawa interrupted. He walked to a wall monitor and turned it on, tuning it to the stadium feed. The image was chaos. Arena Beta, a zone of fake buildings and urban terrain, was a war zone. Entire structures were sheathed in ice. Others were smoking craters from concussive blasts. In the center of the devastation, two figures moved like elements given form. Todoroki was a glacier in motion, waves of ice erupting from his right side, seeking to encase, to immobilize. His expression was a mask of frozen fury, but his movements were precise, controlled. He was fighting with a cold, terrible efficiency. Bakugo was the explosion. He was a darting, screaming whirlwind of orange and black, using his blasts for propulsion, for attack, for defense. He was anger incarnate, but his anger was focused, calculated. He dodged ice spears with preternatural reflexes, closed the distance with terrifying speed, and unleashed detonations that shattered Todoroki's defenses. It was a clash of philosophies as much as quirks. Todoroki's distant, overwhelming control. Bakugo's intimate, aggressive chaos. Izuku watched, his analyst's mind overriding the pain. He saw the patterns. Todoroki's ice had a wind up. A slight exhale, a lowering of his right side temperature. He favored wide area attacks to control space, but they left him momentarily stationary. His left side was utterly still. Unused. A void in his pattern. Bakugo's explosions were telegraphed by the muscle tension in his arms and back. His fighting style was a violent dance, advance, blast, reposition. He was relentless, but he burned fuel, both physical and emotional. His rage was a power source, but it also clouded his tactical vision. He was targeting Todoroki's ice, not Todoroki himself. As Izuku watched, Bakugo broke through a wall of ice with a massive explosion, showering Todoroki with shrapnel. Todoroki staggered, a line of blood appearing on his cheek. For the first time, a flicker of something, pain, surprise, anger, crossed his icy features. And then, a wisp of steam. From Todoroki's left side. It was there and gone, so fast the cameras might have missed it. But Izuku didn't. He saw the heat signature distortion in the air, the minute relaxation in Todoroki's left shoulder that immediately tensed again, as if fighting a powerful instinct. Fire. Asterisk. He was holding it back. Why? The fight reached its crescendo. Bakugo, sensing weakness, launched a final, all-out assault. He rocketed forward, both gauntlets glowing with stored power, a move he'd called howitzer impact. It was a finishing move. A declaration. Todoroki, bloodied and backed against a frozen building, looked up. His heterochromatic eyes held a storm. His right foot stamped down, and a glacier larger than any before erupted, a tidal wave of frozen death aimed not just to stop Bakugo, but to engulf him. At the same time, his left side trembled. Flame licked at his sleeve for a split second, then was violently smothered, as if by an act of sheer will. The cost of that suppression was visible, a spasm of agony twisted his face. The howitzer impact met the glacier. The screen whited out with sound and fury. When it cleared, both combatants were down. Bakugo was half buried in ice, one gauntlet shattered, unmoving. Todoroki was on his knees, breathing ragged plumes of frost and steam, his left arm clutched to his chest as if burned from the inside. Midnight declared Todoroki the winner by a hair's breadth. He was conscious, Bakugo was not. The match was over. Izuku's next opponent was Shoto Todoroki. He switched off the monitor. The infirmary was silent again, save for the hum of the lights and the distant, fading cheers from the stadium. "He's hurt," Izuku said, his voice a whisper. "They're both hurt," Recovery Girl snapped. "That's what happens when children are allowed to fight like that." "No," Izuku shook his head, wincing at the movement. "Todoroki is hurt inside. He's fighting himself. His fire, he's refusing to use it. It's a psychological block. A self-imposed limitation." Aizawa was watching him closely. And it's a flaw in his pattern. A massive, glaring flaw. It's costing him energy to suppress it. It's creating a hesitation, a vulnerability on his entire left side. Izuku's mind was racing now, the analyst fully awake, pushing past the pain. He just fought a war with Bakugo using only half his power. He's exhausted his ice. His body is at its limit. And he's angry, confused. Bakugo got to him. "So your brilliant strategy is to fight a half-exhausted, emotionally compromised demigod instead of a fully exhausted, unconscious one?" Recovery Girl said, incredulous. "No," Izuku said, meeting Aizawa's gaze. "My strategy is to fight the flaw, not the power." He sat up, slowly, ignoring the protest from every muscle and neuron. "Sir, I am requesting to participate in the semifinal match. I will not use my quirk offensively. I will use it only for defense, in micro-bursts, to avoid incapacitating injury. My objective will not be to defeat Todoroki Shoto through force." He took a breath, the plan crystallizing with terrifying clarity. "My objective will be to break his psychological block." Aizawa stared at him. Even his perpetual boredom seemed cracked by the audacity of the statement. "You want to therapize him? In the middle of a televised death match?" "I want to win," Izuku corrected, his voice gaining steel. "And the only path to victory against an opponent that powerful, in my current state, is to make him defeat himself. Or to make him whole. Either way, the Todoroki who steps into that ring is a fractured weapon. I need to find the crack and push. It's the only pattern that leads to a non-zero chance of success." Recovery Girl looked from Izuku to Aizawa, her expression a mix of horror and professional fascination. "You can't be serious. This is insane. It's not medicine, it's psychological warfare. It's strategy," Aizawa said, his voice low. He was still looking at Izuku, as if seeing him for the first time. "High risk, potentially. Zero reward, borderline suicidal strategy. But it's the first tactical assessment you've given me that isn't about optimizing your own physical actions. It's about manipulating the opponent's mind. That's a different kind of pattern." He made a decision. "Recovery Girl, give him whatever you can to keep him on his feet and his brain from hemorrhaging. Midoriya, you have 20 minutes. If you use your quirk for anything more than a defensive flicker, I will stop the match myself and expel you for stupidity." "Understood." Izuku nodded, a wave of dizzying relief and terror washing through him. "Understood." Recovery Girl muttered curses under her breath but set to work, administering a potent cocktail of painkillers, neural stabilizers, and stimulants. It was a patch job, a temporary dam against a looming flood. As the drugs hit his system, blunting the worst of the pain and clearing the fog, Izuku closed his eyes. He didn't think about ice or fire. He thought about a boy with two colored hair, standing alone, building walls of ice to keep the world, and half of himself, out. He thought about the flicker of flame, instantly suppressed. He thought about the name, Todoroki, and the shadow of the number 2 hero, Endeavor, that it carried. The pattern wasn't just in Todoroki's fighting style. It was in his life. A story of expectation, of legacy, of pain. Izuku had spent a lifetime studying heroes. He knew the public narrative of the Todoroki family, perfect, powerful, the next generation of greatness. He saw the crack, the resentment in the ice, the self-immolating refusal of the flame. His plan was simple and monstrous. He would walk into the ring, and he would talk. He would use words as his primary weapon. He would poke the wound, probe the flaw, and hope that when Todoroki broke, he didn't take Izuku with him. 20 minutes later, supported by a combination of drugs and sheer will, Izuku Midoriya walked back into the roaring heart of the stadium. He felt brittle, like glass. The world was too bright, too loud. But his mind was a cold, clear pool. Across the annihilated landscape of Arena Beta, now being hastily cleared of the worst debris, Shoto Todoroki stood waiting. He looked like a ghost carved from marble and ash. Frost clung to his right side. His left sleeve was scorched. His eyes were twin voids of exhaustion and simmering, directionless anger. Midnight looked between them, concern evident on her face. Contestants, this is the first semifinal match. Todoroki Shoto vs Midoriya Izuku. Are you ready? Todoroki gave a single, frosty nod. Izuku took a shallow breath, the air cold in his lungs. Ready. Begin. Todoroki didn't hesitate. His right foot stamped down. A wave of jagged ice, smaller than the ones he'd used against Bakugo but still faster than a man could run, shot across the arena toward Izuku. A straightforward, overwhelming attack. A test. Or an execution. The pattern sense, heeding Aizawa's warning, gave the merest flicker, a golden highlight of the ice's path, a single blue dot showing the only safe sidestep. Izuku moved. It was clumsy, graceless, his body protesting. The ice sheet missed him by inches, the cold radiating from it biting through his suit. He didn't counterattack. He stood his ground, his eyes locked on Todoroki. "You're holding back, Todoroki," he called out, his voice carrying over the sudden quiet of the stunned crowd. They'd expected a frantic dodge, a desperate fight. Not conversation. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. He unleashed another spear of ice. Izuku dodged again, slower this time, the ice grazing his arm, leaving a streak of numbness. "You have so much power," Izuku continued, circling, keeping his distance. "But you're only using half of it. Why? Is it because of him? Endeavor." The name was a detonation. Todoroki's composure cracked. The next wave of ice was wilder, less controlled, but wider. Izuku had to throw himself into a roll to avoid it, coming up covered in dirt and grit, his head pounding in protest. "Shut up," Todoroki said, his voice as cold as his quirk. "He made you, didn't he?" Izuku pushed, gasping for breath. "A masterpiece. The perfect combination. But you hate the half that came from him. So you refuse it. You think that makes you your own person. It just makes you half a hero." "I said shut up," Todoroki roared. A forest of ice spikes erupted from the ground around Izuku, a cage meant to impale. There was no clean dodging this. The pattern sense flared in panic, showing a dozen lethal trajectories. Izuku didn't follow its frantic blue paths. He dropped to his knees, covering his head as the spikes shot up around him, missing him by millimeters, trapping him in a frigid prison. He was cut off, cold seeping into his bones. Through the bars of ice, he saw Todoroki stalking forward, his breath frosting the air. "You don't know anything about me. I know a pattern when I see one," Izuku said, his teeth chattering. The drugs were wearing off, the pain was returning, a rising tide. "I see the flaw. You're fighting with a broken tool. And you're going to lose to someone you see as beneath you because of your own pride." Todoroki reached the ice cage. He placed his right hand against it. The ice began to thicken, to close in. "I won't lose. Not to you. Not to anyone. I'll win with my mother's power alone. I'll prove to him." "Prove what?" Izuku shouted, the words ripped from him. "That you're as stubborn as he is. That you can be just as obsessed. You're not rejecting him, Todoroki. You're letting him define you. Every time you refuse to use your fire, you're letting Endeavor win." The ice stopped thickening. Todoroki stood frozen, not by his quirk, but by the words. His eyes were wide, the anger momentarily eclipsed by something raw and horrified. Izuku saw it. The crack, widening. He had to push now. It was his only chance. "Your power is yours," Izuku said, his voice dropping, earnest through the pain. "Not his. Not your mother's. Yours." And until you accept all of it, you'll never be whole. You'll never be the hero you could be. You'll just be a monument to your own pain. Silence. The stadium was holding its breath. The ice prison remained, but Todoroki wasn't moving. He was staring at his own left hand, clenched into a trembling fist. Steam began to rise from his skin. Not a wisp. A cloud. His left side began to glow, a faint, angry red through his scorched uniform. The air around them grew warm, then hot. The ice bars of Izuku's prison began to drip. Todoroki looked up, his eyes meeting Izuku's. The ice in his right eye seemed to melt, revealing a turmoil of pain, rage, and a desperate, burgeoning hope. "You," Todoroki whispered. Then, his voice strengthened, filled with a heat that had nothing to do with his quirk. "You have no right." He raised his left hand. Not in attack, in a gesture of release. A torrent of flame, raw and uncontrolled, erupted from his palm. It didn't shoot at Izuku. It shot skyward, a column of pure, crimson fire that roared like a waking dragon, melting the ice cage into instant steam and bathing the entire arena in a sudden, shocking warmth. The crowd erupted into a sound of pure, primal awe. Todoroki stood amidst the swirling vapor, fire wreathing his left side, ice still clinging to his right, steam rising where they met. He was shaking, but his posture was different. Unburdened, terrified, alive. He looked at Izuku, who was kneeling in a puddle of meltwater, shivering, utterly spent. "Thank you," Todoroki said, the words so quiet only Izuku could hear them. Then his eyes hardened, not with the old, cold fury, but with a new, fierce resolve. "But this match isn't over." He took a step forward, flame and ice crackling around him. The full, terrifying power of Shoto Todoroki, finally unleashed. And Izuku, with nothing left, no quirk, no strength, no tricks, could only look up at the approaching storm. He had done it. He had broken the block. He had forced Todoroki to become whole. The cliffhanger was no longer about victory or defeat. It was about survival. He had awakened a dragon. And now he had to face its fire. The steam was a scalding blanket, thick with the smell of ozone and wet concrete. It swirled around the ruined arena, a phantom born of fire and ice. Izuku knelt in the spreading puddle of meltwater, the cold seeping through his suit, his body screaming in protest. The drugs were a distant memory, their brief respite consumed by the effort of speech, of will, of survival. His head was a bell that had been struck too hard, a deep, resonant agony that echoed through every nerve. And before him, wreathed in the dying vapors, stood Shoto Todoroki. Transformed. The boy of ice and ash was gone. In his place was an elemental paradox made flesh. Flame danced along his left arm, not the hesitant wisp from before, but a confident, roaring cascade that painted his skin in shifting hues of orange and gold. Frost still glittered on his right side, but it was sharper now, more crystalline, as if refined by the opposing heat. Steam rose from the junction at his torso, a visible manifestation of the war, or the truce, now raging within him. His heterochromatic eyes were no longer voids. They burned with a terrifying, focused intensity. The block was broken. The dam had burst. And the flood was power, raw and untamed. He didn't look triumphant. He looked resolved and furious. A fury no longer directed inward, but at the world, at the circumstances, and at the boy who had forced this catharsis upon him. "You broke it," Todoroki said, his voice carrying over the hushed awe of the crowd. "It wasn't gratitude. It was an accusation. You made me use it." Izuku pushed himself to his feet, his legs trembling violently. He had no plan left. The strategy was complete. He had orchestrated this moment, this unleashing. Now he had to endure its consequences. The pattern sense was a dead thing in his skull, burnt out, leaving only a hollow, throbbing silence. "It's yours," Izuku rasped, the words tearing at his raw throat. "Use it." Todoroki's eyes narrowed. Then he moved. It wasn't the deliberate, almost languid assault of the ice user. It was a blur of conflicting elements. He slid forward on a path of instant ice, his left hand sweeping out in a wide arc. A wave of fire, not a focused blast, but a rolling wall of heat and light, roared across the arena, vaporizing the remaining puddles and driving the steam before it. Izuku had no grid to guide him. He had instinct, and training, and a desperate, animal will to live. He threw himself to the side, the heat singing the hair on his arms, the concussion of the flame's passage knocking the breath from his lungs. He hit the ground, rolled, came up coughing. Before he could find his footing, the ground beneath him erupted in a jagged spike of ice. He flung himself backward, the spike grazing his ribs, a line of cold fire scoring through the suit. He landed awkwardly, his ankle twisting with a sickening pop. Pain, bright and new, lanced up his leg. Todoroki was already upon him, a study in terrible efficiency. His right hand shot out, and a lance of ice, sharper than any before, speared toward Izuku's chest. A killing blow, in any real fight. Izuku couldn't dodge. He could only react. He brought his arms up in a desperate cross block, turning his body. The ice lance struck his forearms with the force of a truck. The impact shattered the lance, but the force lifted him off his feet and sent him skidding backwards across the wet concrete, his arms screaming in protest, gone numb to the elbow. He came to a stop against a chunk of half-melted debris, gasping, his vision swimming. His arms were a latticework of cuts from the shattered ice, blood welling through the green fabric. His ankle was a balloon of agony. He was broken, in every sense. Todoroki walked toward him, slowly now, the fire on his left arm dying down to a steady, contained glow, the ice on his right retreating to a fine sheen. He looked down at Izuku, his expression unreadable. "You're finished," Todoroki stated. It wasn't a boast. It was a fact. Izuku looked up at him, through a haze of pain and exhaustion. He saw not a villain, but a boy who had just been freed from a prison of his own making. He had won. Not the match, but the war he'd declared on Todoroki's soul. It was a hollow, painful victory. "Yeah," Izuku breathed, a bloody smile touching his lips. "I am." He made no move to get up. He had nothing left to give. The fight was over. Todoroki raised his hand, likely to summon a final, gentle cage of ice to pin him for the count out. But he paused. His eyes, those strange, beautiful, terrible eyes, studied Izuku's shattered form. The blood. The defiance in his gaze even in defeat. "Why?" Todoroki asked, the single word laden with a confusion that went deeper than the fight. "Why would you do that? Risk yourself just to get inside my head. You could have fought. You could have tried to win." Izuku coughed, a speck of blood dotting his chin. "I did fight. This was my fight. The only one I could win." He met Todoroki's gaze, his own green eyes dull with pain but clear. "A hero sees the person, not just the power. You were in pain. It was a weakness. In the pattern. I attacked it." Todoroki flinched, as if struck. The simplicity of the statement, its cold, strategic truth, seemed to hit him harder than any physical blow. He had been a puzzle to be solved. A flawed system to be corrected. For a long moment, he stood there, steam and fading heat swirling around him. The roar of the crowd was a distant ocean. The world had narrowed to this ruined circle and the two broken boys within it. Then, something in Todoroki's stance shifted. The relentless fury bled away, replaced by something more complex, weariness, understanding, a grudging, profound respect. He lowered his hand. He turned his head, looking toward Midnight, who was watching from the edge of the arena, her whip held uncertainly. "I forfeit," Todoroki said, his voice clear and firm. The silence that followed was absolute, more shocking than any explosion. Midnight blinked. I beg your pardon, contestant. I forfeit the match," Todoroki repeated, not taking his eyes off Izuku. "He is unable to continue. And I will not attack a defeated opponent who has given me more than a victory is worth." The stadium erupted, not in cheers, but in a confused, roaring babble of questions. Present Mike was sputtering on commentary. "Unbelievable. Todoroki Shoto forfeits. Midoriya Izuku advances to the finals by default. What is happening?" Izuku could only stare, disbelief cutting through the pain. "What? Why?" Todoroki knelt down, bringing himself to eye level. The heat from his left side was a palpable force. "You saw me. The real flaw. Not in my quirk, but in me. You targeted it. And in doing so, you fixed it." He looked at his left hand, where a small, controlled flame danced on his palm. "This is mine now. Because of you. A victory taken under these circumstances." He glanced at Izuku's bloody, broken form. "It would be meaningless. Worse than meaningless. It would be an insult to what you did." He stood up. "Get healed, Midoriya. The finals are next. And I will be watching." He turned and walked away, steam trailing behind him, leaving Izuku alone in the wreckage. The medical robots were upon him in seconds, loading him onto a stretcher. The world tilted, the noise of the crowd fading into a meaningless buzz. As he was carried off, his last sight was of Todoroki's retreating back, fire and ice in harmony at last, and the stunned, bewildered faces of his classmates in the competitor's tunnel. The infirmary was a familiar nightmare. Recovery Girl's kiss was a wave of soothing warmth that knitted bones, sealed cuts, and reduced the skull-splitting headache to a manageable throb. But it couldn't replenish what was truly spent: his spirit, his will, the last dregs of his neural resilience. She worked in a furious, silent efficiency, her usual scolding absent. The situation had transcended reprimand. Aizawa was there when he woke, sitting in a chair beside the bed, looking more exhausted than Izuku had ever seen him. "You look like hell," Aizawa said by way of greeting. "I feel worse," Izuku mumbled, his voice a dry rasp. He was wrapped in bandages, his ankle in a soft cast, his arms stinging under sterile dressings. "Todoroki forfeited," Aizawa stated, watching for his reaction. "I know. Why do you think he did that?" Izuku was quiet for a moment, staring at the ceiling. "Because he's a better person than I gave him credit for." A snort. "Don't get sentimental. He's pragmatic. He saw you were broken, and he saw that beating you in that state wouldn't prove anything to anyone, least of all himself. He took the higher ground because it served his new narrative, the narrative you gave him. It was a strategic move for his own psyche. Still calculated. Still cold. But it was the right move," Izuku insisted. "It was a move," Aizawa corrected. "The consequences are what matter. You're in the finals, Midoriya. Against either Kirishima Eijiro or Tokiyami Fumikage. Both of whom were relatively fresh, completely intact, and possess quirks that are, respectively, extremely durable and wildly unpredictable. Your condition is, to put it mildly, suboptimal. The finals." The thought was ludicrous. He could barely sit up. "I can't," he began. "You can withdraw," Aizawa said flatly. "It would be the sane choice. The heroic choice, even. To recognize your limits and cede the field to those who can fight without destroying themselves. No one would blame you. Many would praise your wisdom. Withdraw. After Todoroki's gift. After coming this far. It felt like a betrayal of a different kind." "What would you do, sir?" Izuku asked, turning his head to look at his teacher. Aizawa's bloodshot eyes held his. "I would assess the goal. Is the goal to win the sports festival? A temporary accolade? Or is the goal to demonstrate a principle? To prove a point?" He leaned forward slightly. "You proved your point, Midoriya. You proved that a strategic mind can manipulate a battlefield, can break an opponent's spirit without throwing a punch. You proved that seeing patterns is a power. Todoroki's forfeit is your victory, more than any pinfall could ever be. Walking into the finals in your state would not prove anything new. It would only prove you are too stubborn to quit, which we already know. Sometimes, the most powerful move is to not make one." It was the opposite of everything the pattern sense whispered. The quirk was silent now, but its ethos, efficiency, victory, optimal paths, screamed against surrender. Yet Aizawa's logic was impeccable. It was a higher pattern. A meta-strategy. The door to the infirmary slid open. It wasn't a medic. It was All Might. He was in his skeletal form, dressed in an ill-fitting tracksuit, but he filled the room with his presence nonetheless. His sunken eyes were serious, devoid of their usual forced cheer. "Young Midoriya," he said, his voice a gravelly whisper. "Young Aizawa, may I have a moment?" Aizawa gave a curt nod and stood, moving to the far corner of the room, giving them the illusion of privacy while remaining within earshot. A professional courtesy. All Might pulled a chair close to the bed. He didn't speak for a moment, just looked at Izuku, his expression unreadable. "I watched your match," he said finally. "I'm sorry," Izuku blurted out, unsure why he was apologizing. "For what?" All Might asked, genuine confusion in his tone. For not fighting the way a hero should. For talking. For manipulating." All Might's thin lips quirked in something that wasn't a smile. "There is no way a hero should, young man. There is only what works. What saves lives. What changes hearts." He leaned forward, his voice dropping. "What you did out there, it was not the action of the quirkless boy I met on that rooftop. It was the action of a true hero. You saw a soul in torment, and you reached out, even from a position of weakness, even at great cost to yourself. You didn't just see a pattern. You saw a person. And you healed him. Not with medicine, but with truth. He placed a bony hand on Izuku's bandaged forearm. The touch was light, but it carried the weight of a legacy. My words to you were a failure of vision. I saw only power, or the lack of it. You have shown me, and the world, that there is another kind of power. A rarer kind. Today, you were more of a hero than I have been in a long time. Tears, hot and unexpected, welled in Izuku's eyes. He blinked them away furiously. This was All Might, the symbol of peace, saying these things to him. But you are broken, young Midoriya, All Might continued, his voice gentle but firm. A hero must know when to stand, and when to let others stand for them. The finals, they are a test of power, of endurance. You have passed a different test. A harder one. There is no shame in letting this one go. It was the same conclusion as Aizawa's, delivered with a different timbre. Not cold logic, but compassionate wisdom. Izuku looked from All Might's earnest, gaunt face to Aizawa's shadowed form in the corner. Both men, in their own ways, were telling him the same thing: stop. The pattern sense was dead silent. It had no solution for this. No optimal path, because this wasn't a puzzle to be solved. It was a choice to be made. He took a deep, shuddering breath that made his ribs ache. The right choice was clear. The logical choice. The heroic choice. He began, his voice thick. I need to make an announcement. Aizawa nodded, a flicker of what might have been approval in his exhausted eyes. All Might squeezed his arm gently. A short time later, supported by Aizawa and a medical bot, Izuku Midoriya stood at the entrance to the stadium tunnel. The roar of the crowd was a palpable force. The final match was about to be announced. President Mike's voice boomed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for. The finals of the UA Sports Festival. In this corner, after a semi-final victory by forfeit, Izuku took a step forward, into the light. The crowd saw him, bandaged, limping, pale as a ghost, and a confused murmur ran through them. He walked to the center of the arena, where Midnight stood, looking concerned. He took the microphone she offered, his hand trembling. The stadium fell silent, 60,000 people holding their breath. My name is Midoriya Izuku, he said, his voice amplified, echoing in the vast space. It was stronger than he felt. I have advanced to the finals. But I cannot fight. A wave of disappointed sighs and shouts rippled through the crowd. He pressed on. My next opponent, whether it is Kirishima or Tokiyami, deserves a fair match against someone who can give their all. I cannot do that. To fight now would be disrespectful to them, to this festival, and to the ideal of competition. He paused, looking out at the sea of faces, at the cameras he knew were broadcasting his image across the nation. I came here to prove that I could be a hero. I believe, I have done that. Not by winning, but by trying. By striving. By seeing the people behind the powers. So, with respect to my opponents, my teachers, and all of you, I withdraw from the finals. He lowered the microphone. The silence was absolute for 3 heartbeats. Then, it wasn't cheers or boos that rose, but something else. A wave of applause. It started in the section reserved for UA students, where his classmates were on their feet, Uraraka clapping fiercely, Iida chopping his hand in a salute, even Bakugo watching with a clenched jaw, silence that wasn't hostile. It spread through the stadium, a rolling thunder of respect. He hadn't won the tournament. But he had won something else. As he turned and limped back toward the tunnel, the cliffhanger wasn't about the vacant spot in the finals. It was about the new space he had carved for himself in the world of heroes. He was no longer the quirkless fanboy, or the fragile analyst, or the reckless martyr. He was Midoriya Izuku, the strategist who saw hearts, the boy who had faced a demigod and won by losing. And as he disappeared into the shadows of the tunnel, leaving the blazing light of the arena behind, he knew the real battle, the battle to master his power, to survive UA, to become the hero he now knew he could be, was only just beginning. And for the first time, he wasn't facing it alone. He had the respect of his peers, the wary attention of his teachers, and the ghost of a smile from the symbol of peace. It was more than he'd ever dreamed of. And it was a foundation he would have to build upon, one painful, patterned step at a time. The silence after the festival was a different creature. Not the tense quiet of anticipation, but the deep, ringing stillness that follows a thunderclap. The UA campus, usually buzzing with competitive energy, felt subdued, processing the seismic shifts of the sports festival. For Izuku Midoriya, the quiet was internal. A blessed, painful hollowness. His body ached in a dozen places, a symphony of dull pains held at bay by recovery girls' stern ministrations and a fresh regimen of supplements. The bandages were off, but the ghost of the ice lance's impact still tingled in his forearms. His ankle, though healed, had a memory of the twist, a phantom weakness. But the true damage was subtler. His mind felt, scoured. The pattern sense was dormant, not just resting, but deeply silent, as if the effort of breaking Todoroki's psychological block and then fighting its aftermath had burned out its vocal cords. The whispering voice of cold efficiency was gone. The golden grids, the flickering OAS paths, the crimson throne, all were absent. He felt strangely normal. Just a tired, sore boy with a head full of static. He wasn't sure if he missed it. His dorm room in the UA Heights Alliance building was spare, functional. A few All Might posters had made the transition from his old bedroom, but they felt like relics from a past life. He spent the first day back mostly in bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying the festival in his mind not as a strategist but as a participant. The feel of the sand under his feet. The heat of Bakugo's blasts from a distance. The cold, crushing weight of Todoroki's ice. The steam on his skin. The words exchanged. He had manipulated Shinso, orchestrated a team, broken a titan's will, and then surrendered the crown. It was a narrative no one, least of all himself, could have predicted. The knock on his door was soft. He expected Iida, or maybe Uraraka checking on him. Come in. The door slid open to reveal Shoto Todoroki. He stood there, dressed in simple civilian clothes, his two-toned hair looking less like a statement and more like a simple fact. He carried a small, unwrapped paper bag. His expression was neutral, but his posture lacked its usual glacial rigidity. Midoriya, he said, a simple acknowledgement. Izuku sat up slowly, wincing. Todoroki. Hi. An awkward silence stretched. They weren't friends. They were barely classmates. They were two people who had shared a violently intimate psychological moment on national television. Todoroki held out the bag. These are cooling patches. For muscular pain. And a salve for nerve inflammation. My mother used to make it. He said the last part quietly, as if testing the words. Izuku took the bag, surprised. Thank you. That's really kind. Todoroki nodded, then seemed to wrestle with something internally. I came to apologize. Apologize. For what? You forfeited. You didn't have to. For the ice. For the severity. I was not in control of myself. Or rather, I was in control of the wrong part. He met Izuku's eyes, his own mismatched gaze steady. You were right. I was letting him define me. By my refusal. It was a child's rebellion. Pointless and self-destructive. It wasn't pointless, Izuku said softly. It was how you survived. Todoroki considered that, then gave a small, almost imperceptible shrug. Perhaps. But survival is not living. You showed me that. He paused. I am learning to use my fire. It is difficult. Like learning a new language with an accent I despise. But it is mine. Thank you for that. The gratitude was so stark, so unadorned, it was disarming. Izuku didn't know what to say. You're welcome. Another pause. Todoroki seemed to be gathering himself for something else. There is something you should know. About why I am the way I am. He took a breath, the air chilling slightly around him. My father, Endeavor. He is a man obsessed with legacy. With surpassing all might. My existence, my quirk, was engineered for that purpose. A perfect combination. My mother, she could not bear the pressure, the expectation placed on a child. She saw his left side in me, one day, and, his voice, which had been flat, hitched slightly. She poured boiling water on my face. The confession hung in the quiet room, horrific and simple. Izuku's breath caught. He'd guessed at family drama, at pressure. Not this. Never this. I have not seen her since. He had her committed. Todoroki's voice was empty now, a recitation of facts. I vowed never to use his fire. To win, to become the #1 hero, using only my mother's ice. To spit on his ambition. It was my revenge. He looked at Izuku, and for the first time, Izuku saw the boy behind the power, scared, scarred, drowning in a legacy of ice and fire. You called it a child's rebellion. You were being generous. It was a tantrum. And it was hurting no one but myself, and potentially those who might have needed a hero who could use all his tools. He straightened. I am telling you this because you saw the crack. You deserve to know what was inside. And because, I believe you understand what it is to carry a weight that is not yours. Izuku thought of the patterned sense, of its seductive, cruel logic. Of the expectation he'd carried his whole life, the expectation of worthlessness. I think I do, he whispered. Todoroki gave a single, firm nod. We are not the same, but we are similar. I will not forget what you did. He turned to leave, then stopped. The salve. Apply it thinly. It's potent. And then he was gone, leaving Izuku alone with the confession and the bag of medicine that smelled faintly of mint and camphor and a mother's desperate, broken love. The interaction left him raw. It was a human connection forged in the strangest of fires, and it felt more significant than any victory. Later that evening, the common room of the dorm was cautiously active. The festival's aftermath had broken down some barriers. Kirishima, who had won the tournament in a brutal, honorable brawl against Tokiyami, was holding court, but without arrogance, more with a pumped-up, cheerful energy. Bakugo was present, simmering in an armchair, but he wasn't snarling at everyone. He'd won his third-place match decisively, but the sting of his losses, to Todoroki, and indirectly to Izuku's strategy, was a quiet burn in his eyes. Izuku ventured down, drawn by the noise, by a need to not be alone with Todoroki's story echoing in his head. He settled in a corner with a cup of tea, observing. Uraraka and Asui were playing a board game with Sato and Kota. Iida was lecturing Mineta about proper post-competition stretching. It was normal, almost boring. Bakugo's eyes found him across the room. They held for a moment, then Bakugo stood up and stalked over. The room's chatter dipped slightly. He stopped in front of Izuku, looming. You look like shit. Feel like it, Izuku replied, not looking up from his tea. A grunt. TCH. Still, what you did to Icy Hot, that was some underhanded crap. Izuku finally met his gaze. It worked. Yeah, it worked. Bakugo's voice dropped, losing some of its customary bluster. You didn't fight him. You fucking, the rapist him. On live TV. And then he just, gave up. He said it like it was a foreign, incomprehensible concept. You didn't win with power. You won by being a nosy bastard. Is that a problem? Izuku asked, genuinely curious. What did Bakugo, the apostle of overwhelming force, make of his victory? Bakugo was silent for a long moment, his crimson eyes searching Izuku's face as if looking for a trick. It's a different kind of power, he finally admitted, the words seeming to cost him. Annoying as hell, but it's power. You used your damn brain like a weapon. I can respect that. He leaned in slightly, his voice a low growl. But don't think it makes you special. I'm still stronger. I'm still gonna be number one. And next time we're in the ring, I won't give you a chance to talk. It was as close to a compliment and a declaration of rivalry as Bakugo would ever give. Izuku nodded. Understood. Bakugo scoffed and stomped away, leaving Izuku with a strange, warm feeling in his chest that had nothing to do with the tea. Acknowledgement. From Kachan. The next day, classes resumed. The atmosphere in Class 1A was different. The hierarchies established by the festival were there, but they were softer, more nuanced. Izuku was no longer the fragile kid who bled, he was the strategist who'd orchestrated one of the festival's most shocking moments. He caught people looking at him not with pity, but with curiosity, sometimes wariness. Aizawa's homeroom was business as usual, but his lecture on post-festival media protocols had an undercurrent. Some of you, he said, his dead eyes sweeping the room, made names for yourselves. That means attention. Good and bad. Villain organizations scout these events too. You are now on more radars than you were last week. Act accordingly. It was a sobering thought. Izuku hadn't considered that his actions, his unconventional victory, might have painted a target on him in a different way. The real surprise came in foundational hero studies later that week. All Might was their teacher, still in his skeletal form, but he taught with a gruff, energetic passion that was captivating. Today's lesson was on rescue scenario triage in collapsing environments. They were in a training gym set up like a multi-story building post-earthquake, with smoke machines, simulated cries for help, and mannequins placed in precarious positions. The objective: prioritize and extract the victims efficiently and safely. All Might divided them into teams. Izuku found himself paired with Bakugo. Bakugo scowled. Great. The brain and the brawn. This'll be a fucking joke. The objective is rescue, not combat, Izuku pointed out, his mind already analyzing the mock building's layout from the blueprints they'd been given. TCH. Whatever. Just point where you want things blown up. They entered the simulation. The building groaned realistically. Smoke stung their eyes. A recorded voice cried for help from the third floor. Structure is unstable, Izuku said, his eyes scanning the support columns, their stress points clear to his still dormant but instinctively analytical mind. Direct route via stairs is compromised. Collapse probability on that route, high. So we go around, Bakugo snapped, already moving toward a half-collapsed wall. No, Izuku said, his voice cutting through the noise. Look at the load distribution. Blasting that wall brings the ceiling down on the victim's probable location. He pointed upward. Second floor window. The ledge is structurally sound. We go up, not through. Bakugo glared, but he followed Izuku's gaze, his own combat-honed assessment likely confirming the analysis. Fine. How? You give me a boost. I'll secure a line. Izuku didn't wait for agreement. He positioned himself below the window. Bakugo, after a muttered curse, cupped his hands. A small, controlled explosion provided just enough lift for Izuku to grab the ledge and haul himself up. Izuku secured a rope from his utility belt, a standard part of their training gear, and dropped it down. Bakugo ascended, using small pops from his palms for extra purchase rather than blasting, a surprising show of restraint. On the second floor, the smoke was thicker. The cries were closer. Victim is behind that debris pile, Izuku said, pointing to a jumble of concrete and rebar blocking a doorway. Moving it risks shifting the load-bearing wall. We need to create a secondary support first. With what? Bakugo growled, impatient. Izuku's eyes darted. That steel beam, partially sheared. It's at a 45-degree angle. If we cut it here, he pointed to a specific spot, and here, it will fall into a brace position, taking weight off the debris pile. Bakugo stared at the beam, then at Izuku, a calculating light in his eyes. You want me to do precision demolition? In a smoke-filled room. To set a fucking brace. Can you do it? Izuku asked, not challenging, just inquiring. A feral grin split Bakugo's face. Just watch. He approached the beam, his hands crackling. He didn't unleash a torrent of fire. He placed his palms on the two marked points Izuku had indicated. Too sharp. Concussive cracks echoed, like gunshots. The beam sheared cleanly at both points and dropped, wedging itself perfectly under the sagging ceiling, exactly as predicted. The debris pile shifted slightly, now stable. They cleared it quickly, finding the victim mannequin. Together, they extracted it and got it to the safe zone just as the simulation timer ended. They were the second team to finish, but their extraction was noted as maximally stable with minimal secondary risk. Afterward, as they stripped off their smoky gear, Bakugo didn't say anything. But as he walked past Izuku, he bumped his shoulder, not a shove, but a solid, deliberate contact. Not bad, Deku. The old nickname. But the tone was different. It wasn't an insult. It was an identifier. Acknowledgement. Izuku stood there, the ghost of the contact lingering on his shoulder. He had worked with Bakugo. They had complemented each other. Bakugo had followed his lead, used his power with precision Izuku had dictated. It was a collaboration born of mutual, grudging respect for each other's unique strengths. That night, lying in bed, the silence in his mind felt less empty. It felt like a field after a fire, scorched but fertile, ready for new growth. The pattern sense was still quiet, but he could feel it there, a sleeping potential. Not a god, not a whispering tyrant. A tool. A scalpel, as Recovery Girl had said. He had human connections now. Tenuous, complicated, but real. Todoroki's haunted gratitude. Bakugo's aggressive respect. The unwavering support of Uraraka and Iida. The curiosity of his classmates. He was no longer an isolated variable solving equations alone on a trash-laden beach. He was a node in a network. A piece of a much larger, more beautiful, more chaotic pattern called Class 1A. The cliffhanger of the festival was past. The new cliffhanger was integration. Could he learn to use his power not just for himself, not just to solve problems, but to strengthen this network? To be a strategist for a team, not just a manipulator of pieces. The path forward was no longer a lonely road of pain and optimization. It was a winding, social, unpredictable path of relationships and shared growth. And for the first time, the prospect didn't terrify him. It excited him. The most complex pattern he'd ever faced was just beginning, and he was finally starting to learn its rules. The rain was a gentle percussion on the windows of the UA bus, a soothing rhythm at odds with the coiled tension inside. Class 1A was on the move, not to another training ground, but to an off-campus facility for disaster response and rescue protocol training. A routine exercise, Aizawa had grumbled, mandated by the school board after the unorthodox spectacle of the sports festival. Izuku sat midway down the bus, his forehead pressed against the cool glass. The city blurred past in streaks of gray and muted color. His body felt good, better than it had in weeks. The last vestiges of festival-related aches were gone, replaced by the pleasant fatigue of resumed, rigorous training. His mind, however, was a different landscape. The pattern sense had returned, but it was changed. No longer a sudden, overwhelming eruption, it was now a subtle hum at the edge of perception, like the ambient sound of a power grid. It didn't offer grand, golden blueprints unless he deliberately focused and invited it with a specific, high-stakes question. Instead, it fed him low-level data streams, the stress patterns in the bus seat frame, the micro-expressions of his classmates as they chatted or napped, the predicted route of a raindrop sliding down the window. It was integrated, manageable. The cost, too, had diminished. Brief, focused uses resulted in nothing more than a mild, transient headache. He was, as he'd hoped, becoming one with the quirk. He observed his classmates. Kirishima and Kaminari were arm wrestling, their laughter loud and easy. Yaoyorozu and Jiro were discussing music in low tones. Bakugo had his eyes closed, headphones on, but his fingers tapped a restless rhythm on his knee. Todoroki stared out his own window, a faint wisp of steam occasionally curling from his left hand before he consciously quelled it. They were a system. A living, breathing, chaotic system. The unforeseen simulation joint, or USJ, loomed into view as the bus rounded a wooded bend. It was a massive, geodesic dome complex, gleaming in the damp light. A state-of-the-art training facility designed to simulate every conceivable disaster environment. Izuku felt a flicker of professional interest. This would be a complex puzzle. They filed off the bus, greeted by the space-themed pro-hero, 13, who gave a cheerful, if earnest, speech about the importance of rescue and the dangers of their own powers. Aizawa looked like he wanted to be anywhere else. Then they entered the central plaza of the USJ, and the scale of it stole Izuku's breath. It was a vast, circular space under the high dome, with themed zones branching off like spokes. A mountain slope, a conflagration district, a flood zone, a ruined cityscape. It was a toy box of catastrophes. 13 began to explain the day's rotation schedule. Izuku's attention, however, was snagged by a peripheral anomaly. A flicker at the edge of his enhanced perception. A dissonance in the ambient pattern of the facility. The air pressure changed. A faint, ozone smell, wrong for the environment. The golden hum in his mind spiked, not into a full grid, but into a warning thrum. His eyes darted to the center of the plaza. The space wavered, like a heat haze over asphalt. Aizawa-sensei, he said, his voice cutting through 13's explanation. He didn't shout. He stated. Aizawa turned, his eyes already narrowing, his professional instincts likely tingling a moment after Izuku's quirk-enhanced ones. The air in the center of the plaza tore. A swirling, inky vortex erupted from nothing, a wound in reality itself. From it, figures began to step, slump, and ooze onto the polished floor. Dozens of them, then scores. Men and women and things in between, dressed in scavenged gear, sporting grotesque mutations, their faces masks of malice, boredom, or fanaticism. The smell of cheap ozone was replaced by the stench of unwashed bodies, decay, and something metallic. Villains. A mass invasion. Here. At UA. The hum in Izuku's mind became a siren. The pattern sense, responding to the sudden, catastrophic shift in the environment, exploded into full, glorious, terrifying life. The golden grid painted the entire central plaza. Every villain was outlined, tagged with threat level estimates based on posture, visible quirk manifestations, and weaponry. The system categorized them: close combat brawlers, yellow, emitter types at range, orange, unknowns, pulsing red. The OAS didn't offer a single path. It offered a branching disaster protocol, highlighting the exits, the defensible positions, the immediate threats. But overwhelming it all, at the vortex's heart, were three figures the grid outlined in violent, throbbing crimson. A hulking, bird-headed monster with an exposed brain, radiating pure, mindless destructive potential. A man made of swirling, purple-black mist in an elegant suit and a metal brace, the warp gate user. And a lanky figure covered in detached hands, one covering his face, who scratched at his neck with frantic, insane energy. The leader. The source of the wrongness. The world seemed to slow. Izuku heard 13's gasp, the shouts of his classmates, Aizawa's snarled curse as he yanked up his goggles and his hair began to float. But his primary perception was the data overlay. 74 hostiles. 3 S-class threats. Primary objective, student survival. Secondary objective, neutralize warp gate to prevent reinforcement escape. Tertiary objective, evacuate. Asterisk. The hand-covered man, Shigaraki, the grid provided, a name pulled from some subconscious association with news reports, spoke in a dry, raspy voice about killing All Might. About making a statement. Aizawa didn't wait. He was a black streak, his capture weapon flying, as he launched himself at the mob of villains near the base of the stairs. 13. Protect the students. Chaos erupted. The warp gate villain, Kurogiri, expanded, his misty body flowing to cut off the main entrance. I cannot allow you to leave. 13 moved to engage, but the mist enveloped them, a dark nebula threatening to warp the students away, to scatter them. The OAS screamed. Scatter protocol. Catastrophic. Hold position. Izuku didn't think. He acted. His voice, amplified by a clarity born of absolute focus, cut through the panic. Group up. Do not get separated. To the left, against the wall, now. His command, backed by the iron certainty of the pattern he could see, had an effect. Iida, already moving, echoed it. He's right. Form a defensive perimeter. But Kurogiri was faster. Tendrils of mist shot out, not at the group, but at individual students. The world fragmented. Izuku saw Uraraka and Asui get swallowed by darkness near the flood zone. Bakugo and Kirishima vanished toward the conflagration district in a blast of smoke and anger. Todoroki was enveloped near the mountain zone. Groups and individuals were being teleported, split apart, dropped into the specialized disaster zones now turned into villain-infested killing boxes. The grand strategy shattered before it could form. The system was too fast, too chaotic. A tendril of mist lashed toward Izuku. He tried to dodge, but the OAS, overloaded by the macro-scale disaster, was slow to update on the micro-threat. The cold, dark vapor touched his leg. The world dissolved into a whirl of nauseating color and sound. He was falling, weightless, through a starless night. He landed with a jarring impact on hard, packed earth. The air was thick with the smell of dust and concrete. He rolled, coming up in a crouch, his eyes scanning the ruined city zone, a mock-up of urban collapse. Shattered buildings, overturned vehicles, rubble piles. And villains. 5 of them, emerging from the debris with cruel smiles. They were grunts, low-level thugs, the grid assessed, but 5 against 1 were impossible odds for him in direct combat. His classmates were gone, scattered. The beautiful, chaotic system of Class 1A had been atomized. For a second, panic, cold and sharp, threatened to swallow him. He was alone, the strategist with no army. Then the pattern sense, freed from the overwhelming data of the central plaza, recalibrated. The golden grid snapped into focus over this smaller, more manageable battlefield. It mapped the rubble, the sightlines, the villains' positions. It assessed their quirks based on their appearance, one with enlarged, stone-like fists. Another with prehensile hair, a third who seemed to be vibrating. The OAS presented not a path to victory, but a path to survival. To evasion. To buying time. Primary directive. Re-establish system cohesion. Locate allies. Asterisk. He couldn't fight them, but he could outthink them. The stone fist villain charged, swinging a massive, rocky hand. The grid calculated the arc, the speed, the blind spot created by the swing. Izuku didn't try to block. He stepped inside the arc, so close he could smell the man's sweat, and pushed, not against the fist, but against the villain's forward momentum at the shoulder. A tiny, precise nudge at the exact moment of imbalance. The villain stumbled past him, crashing into a pile of rebar. The little shit's slippery. The hair user snarled, her locks elongating into whip-like strands that shot toward him. The grid showed their trajectories, their weak points, the roots where they met her scalp were vulnerable to sudden tension. Izuku ducked under a car chassis as the hair tendrils slammed into it, tangling in the metal. He kicked a loose chunk of concrete, not at her, but at the base of a precariously leaning lamppost the grid highlighted. The concrete hit a critical stress point. The lamppost groaned and toppled, forcing the villains to scatter. He was a ghost in the ruins, using the environment as his weapon, his defense, his distraction. He led them on a chase through the mock city, never engaging, always evading, using every piece of debris, every alleyway, every bit of cover the grid provided. He was a single variable, staying one step ahead of the equation trying to solve for his death. But he was tiring. The constant, low-level use of the pattern sense was draining. A headache began to bloom behind his eyes. He couldn't keep this up forever. Then, a sound. Not the roar of a villain, but a familiar, panicked voice. Ribbit. Let go. Asui. Asterisk. The grid, listening to his desperate need, adjusted. It pulled data from the sound's echoes, mapping its probable origin, a collapsed parking structure 2 blocks east. He changed course, leaving his pursuers momentarily confused by a feint. He sprinted, his heart hammering, following the golden trail only he could see. He found them in a half-collapsed garage. Asui was backed against a wall, her tongue wrapped around the wrist of a villain with extendable claws. Uraraka was nearby, floating chunks of rubble and hurling them at 2 other villains, but she was pale, overusing her quirk, on the verge of nausea. 3 villains. His 2 classmates. The numbers were still bad, but they were better. The grid assimilated the new variables. Asui, mobility, capture tool, fatigued. Uraraka, area denial, gravity manipulation, near limit. New objective, combine assets. Uraraka. Izuku yelled, bursting from a side alley. The big one, on the left. Make him weightless on my mark. Uraraka's head whipped around, relief flooding her features. Midoriya. Asui, when he floats, pull him toward the open ceiling. Ribbit. Got it. The villains turned, surprised by the new arrival. The largest, a brute with reinforced skin, lumbered toward Izuku. Now, Uraraka. Uraraka slapped her hands together, then pointed at the brute. His feet left the ground, his expression one of comical shock. Asui, now. Asui's tongue, already extended, lashed out not to grab, but to hook around the floating villain's ankle. With a powerful yank, she swung him like a grotesque pendulum, smashing him into the 2 other villains, sending all 3 tumbling in a tangled, weightless heap. It wasn't a knockout, but it was a reprieve. We need to move, Izuku said, helping a staggering Uraraka to her feet. They're scattering us to pick us off. We have to find others. Regroup. The central plaza, Asui said, her large eyes serious. 13 and Aizawa-sensei are there. The warp gate is there, Izuku countered, the grid showing him the logic. It's the key. If we can't get out, we need to shut it down. Or find a way to signal for help. His mind raced, cross-referencing the USJ layout from the briefing. There's an observation and control room at the top of the dome. If we can get there, we might be able to override the security lockout, call for backup. It was a plan, a desperate one, but it was a pattern. A way to reassert control over the chaos. They moved as a unit now, a tiny, fragile system of 3. Izuku led, the grid showing safe paths, predicting patrols. They avoided conflicts, moving stealthily through the ruins toward the base of the central plaza's stepped seating, which led up to the dome's superstructure. As they neared the edge of the ruined city zone, a new sound froze them in their tracks, not a villain's shout, but a colossal, ground-shaking crash from the direction of the central plaza, followed by a shockwave of dust and debris. Then, a voice. Not Shigaraki's rasp, but a dry, pained gasp they all recognized. Aizawa. Izuku's blood ran cold. The grid, sensing the shift in the primary objective, refocused toward the plaza. It couldn't show him details through the obstacles, but it showed him the probability. Aizawa's threat indicator was flickering, fading from orange to a dim, dangerous red. Their teacher was down. The cliffhanger was no longer about escape or even survival. It was about the collapse of their first line of defense. The pro-heroes were falling. The system was failing. And Izuku, with his fragile trio and his god of patterns, was now one of the only pieces left on the board with any semblance of a plan. The control room was a distant dream. The central plaza was a death trap. And somewhere in this facility of nightmares, a bird-headed monster was loose, and a man covered in hands was scratching his neck, looking for something, or someone, to break. The pattern of the day had shifted from disaster training to a fight for their lives, and Izuku's quirk was showing him all the ways it could end, in blood and static. The dust from the distant crash settled like a shroud over the ruined city zone, but the silence that followed was worse. It was the silence of a held breath, of an ecosystem waiting to see which predator would emerge from the smoke. Aizawa was down. The certainty of it was a stone in Izuku's gut, cold and heavy. The golden grid in his mind, which had been a map of survival and evasion, now pulsed with a new, urgent directive. Critical system failure, defensive protocol. Assess objectives. Uraraka was panting, her face pale with nausea and fear. Asui's large eyes were wide, her body taut. They were looking at him. In the absence of their teacher, in the chaos of the scattered class, his analytical calm had become a beacon. However fragile. We can't go to the plaza, Asui whispered, her voice a quiet ribbit, in the eerie quiet. Not if sensei. We have to help him, Uraraka insisted, though her legs trembled. Izuku's mind was a storm of calculations. The grid showed the probable location of the conflict, the central plaza. It also showed the 3 pulsing crimson signals of the S-class threats, 2 of which were likely still there. The warp gate, Kurogiri, was a constant, swirling presence near the entrance. The Numu, the brain-exposed monster, was a massive, slow-moving blob of destructive potential, likely the source of the crash. And Shigaraki, the hand-covered leader, was a wild card, a point of insane, unpredictable volatility. To go there was suicide. 3 students, one of them quivering on the edge of quirk exhaustion, against that. But to do nothing. The grid presented a third option. It wasn't an OAS path. It was a synthesis of data, a hypothesis. Shigaraki had spoken of killing All Might. This was a trap, a high-profile, public massacre designed to break the symbol of peace. Therefore, they would have a plan to delay or stop UA reinforcements. The warp gate was key for their entry, it was likely also key for locking the facility down. But every system has a flaw. The USJ was a training facility. It had external communications, emergency protocols, automated systems. The control room at the apex of the dome was one such node. If they could reach it. We split up, Izuku said, the words tasting like ash. What? No. Uraraka gasped. Listen. The control room at the top. It's our best chance to call for help, to maybe override whatever's blocking the signals. But someone needs to create a diversion. A big one. Something to draw the big threats away from the plaza, even for a minute. Give Aizawa-sensei a chance, and give someone a clear path to the control room. He looked at them, his green eyes sharp in the dusty gloom. Asui, you're the fastest and most mobile. You take Uraraka. Get to the high ground of the mountain zone. Use the terrain. Uraraka, you make debris weightless, Asui launches it. Create noise, chaos, make it look like a major fight. Draw their attention. It has to look like more than just a few students. And you? Asui asked, her head tilted. I'll go for the control room. I'm smaller, I can move quietly through the superstructure. My quirk, it will help me avoid patrols. He didn't mention the growing headache, the warm trickle starting in his nose. The cost of maintaining the grid under this stress was mounting, but it was a price he would pay. Uraraka looked terrified but determined. What if they come for us? Then you run. You disengage. Your job is to be a distraction, not a target. Keep moving. Stay alive. He met her eyes, trying to project a certainty he didn't feel. I'll get the door open. Help will come. It was a terrible plan. Fragile, dependent on perfect timing and the villains taking the bait. But it was the only pattern that didn't end with all of them dying in the ruins or slaughtered in the plaza. They didn't have time to argue. A distant, guttural roar echoed through the dome, the Numu. It was moving. Go, Izuku said. Asui nodded, grabbing Uraraka's hand. Be careful, Midoriya. Ribbit. They melted into the shadows of the ruined buildings, heading for the rocky slopes of the mountain zone. Izuku turned and ran in the opposite direction, toward the base of the colossal dome where the steel skeleton of the USJ met the themed zones. His heart was a frantic drum against his ribs, but his mind was a crystal of focus. The golden grid mapped his route, highlighting handholds on the faux rock walls, maintenance ladders, and catwalks hidden in the dome's architecture. It was a vertical maze, and he was the only piece moving through it. He climbed, his muscles burning, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Every few seconds, he triggered a micro-burst of the pattern sense, just enough to update the map, to check for heat signatures or movement in the structures around him. Each burst was a spike of pain behind his eyes, a fresh welling of blood he wiped away with a grimy sleeve. Below and to the side, he heard the beginnings of his distraction. A rumble, then a crash as a weightless boulder, launched by Asui's powerful legs, smashed into something in the conflagration zone. Shouts of surprise. Good. He reached a narrow service gantry that ran along the curve of the dome, high above the central plaza. He risked a glance down. The scene was a nightmare diorama. Aizawa was a broken heap near the base of the stairs, not moving, his arms bent at unnatural angles. 13 was also down, their suit torn, lying still. The plaza was littered with the unconscious forms of low-tier villains, Aizawa's work before he fell. But standing amidst the carnage were the core threats. Shigaraki was pacing, scratching his neck raw, muttering to himself. The Numu stood like a statue, obeying some unseen command. And Kurogiri swirled nearby, his glowing yellow eyes fixed on the distant commotion Asui and Uraraka were causing. Annoying flies, Shigaraki rasped, his voice carrying in the cavernous space. Kurogiri. Deal with it. The real prize hasn't arrived yet. The mist villain bowed slightly. As you wish, Tamura Shigaraki. His form began to dissipate, mist streaming toward the mountain zone. 1's class threat diverted. Not the one he wanted, but it was something. Now was his chance. The path to the control room, a small, windowed blister at the very peak of the dome, was clear. But he had to cross the gantry, exposed, above the plaza. He moved, a shadow in the high gloom, his footsteps silent on the metal. Grating. He was halfway across when Shigaraki stopped pacing and looked up. Not at him, at the dome, as if sensing a wrongness. Kurogiri said he scattered them all, Shigaraki muttered. But the system, it feels off. There's a variable, a piece that doesn't fit the pattern. Izuku froze, pressed against a support beam. The man was insane, but his gaming-addled mind was perceptive. He could sense the disruption in his planned slaughter. Then Shigaraki's head turned, his red eyes scanning the upper structures. They passed over Izuku's hiding spot, paused, and moved on. He hadn't seen him. Izuku let out a breath he didn't know he was holding and scurried the rest of the way. The door to the control room was a heavy, industrial airlock. Locked, of course. A keypad glowed beside it. The pattern sense flared, analyzing the lock. It was a simple mechanical-electrical hybrid. The code was unknown, but the system's wiring was visible behind a loose panel nearby. The grid highlighted a specific junction box. A short there would trigger a fire alarm override, unlocking all security doors in the facility. It would also sound an alarm. It would tell everyone exactly where he was. He had no choice. He pried open the panel with his fingers, wincing as the metal cut him. Inside was a nest of colorful wires. The grid superimposed the correct ones, red and green. He just had to cross them. He heard a sound from below. A wet, crunching sound. He looked down. Shigaraki was standing over Aizawa's prone form. He reached down with a careful, almost tender motion, and placed a hand, all 5 fingers, on Aizawa's elbow. There was no explosion, no flash. The hero's costume and the flesh beneath simply crumbled. Dissolved into gray dust. Aizawa's body jerked in unconscious agony. Izuku's breath hitched. A quirk that decayed anything he touched with all 5 fingers. The grid instantly updated Shigaraki's threat file, the crimson outline pulsing with a new, horrific warning. Such a fragile thing, Eraserhead, Shigaraki mused, lifting his hand, watching the dust fall from his fingers. All that skill, turned to powder. I wonder if all might is as brittle. Rage, white-hot and absolute, boiled up in Izuku's chest, burning away the fear, the pain, the cold calculations. This wasn't a game. This wasn't a pattern to be solved. This was evil, simple and profound. His hand, holding 2 stripped wires, trembled. Shigaraki looked away from Aizawa, his gaze drifting upward again, more intent this time. There's definitely something up there. A little mouse in the walls. He began to walk toward the stairs that led up to the higher tiers of seating, toward the base of the dome's support structure. He was coming. No time for stealth. No time for alarms. Izuku touched the red wire to the green. A shower of sparks. A sharp, electronic screech as a fire alarm blared to life throughout the USJ, klaxons whooping, red lights strobing. The control room door buzzed and slid open with a hiss. The sound was deafening at this height. Shigaraki's head snapped up, his eyes locking directly onto Izuku, now fully visible in the open doorway, backlit by the control room's console lights. "There you are," Shigaraki whispered, a grin stretching beneath the hand on his face. He started to climb, not with haste, but with a terrible, deliberate purpose. "The variable. The thinker. You're the one who organized the little flies, aren't you?" Izuku stumbled into the control room. Consoles, monitors, switches. He lunged for the main communications panel. It was a complex mess. The grid tried to help, highlighting the master alarm reset, the external comms line. But his hands were shaking, his vision blurred by a headache that was now a splitting maul blow. Blood poured freely from his nose, dripping onto the console. He slapped at switches, trying to open a channel. "Mayday! Mayday! USJ facility under villain attack. Multiple pro-heroes down. Students in extreme danger. Request immediate backup. Coordinates." A shadow fell across the doorway. Izuku turned. Shigaraki stood there, filling the entrance, his lean frame silhouetted by the strobing red alarm lights. He scratched his neck furiously. "You're too late. The signal is jammed. We're in a dead zone. All Might will arrive to a graveyard, and his spirit will break." He took a step inside, his dry, raspy voice filling the small room. "But you're interesting. You don't fight like the others. You think. You try to control the board. I hate players like you. You make the game boring." He raised his hand, all 5 fingers extended. "Let's erase you." The pattern sense screamed. It showed a dozen trajectories for Shigaraki's lunge, 100 possible dodges in the cramped room. But they all ended with a brush of those 5 fingers against his skin. Decay. Dust. There was no optimal path. Only desperation. As Shigaraki lunged, fingers outstretched for Izuku's face, Izuku didn't try to dodge backward. He dropped, sliding under the grasping arm, and came up inside Shigaraki's guard. He couldn't let those fingers touch any part of him. His own hand shot out, not to strike, but to grab. He seized Shigaraki's wrist, the one with the extended fingers, and with all his strength, with every ounce of leverage the grid momentarily provided, he bent it backward, away from his own body. Shigaraki grunted in surprise and pain. Izuku drove his forehead forward in a brutal, clumsy headbutt, aiming not for Shigaraki's face but for the hand covering it. Crack. Asterisk. The plaster or ceramic of the severed hand mask splintered. Shigaraki shrieked, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage and horror, and recoiled, clutching at the damaged hand on his face. In that second of distraction, Izuku shoved him backwards, out of the control room doorway. Shigaraki stumbled onto the gantry, off balance. Izuku slammed his hand on the console, hitting the largest, reddest button he could see, the master facility lockdown. With a deep, hydraulic groan, massive blast doors began to descend from the ceiling around the central plaza, segmenting the USJ. A last-ditch containment protocol. But the door to the control room also began to slide shut, an automatic part of the sequence. Izuku saw Shigaraki straighten on the gantry, his one visible eye blazing with insane fury through the cracked fingers of the hand mask. He took a step toward the closing door. Izuku threw himself backward as the heavy metal door sealed with a final, echoing clang, plunging the control room into relative quiet, broken only by the muffled sirens and the frantic hammering from the other side. He was locked in. Safe, for the moment. But outside, Shigaraki was trapped on the gantry with him. And below, Aizawa was mutilated, his classmates were scattered and fighting for their lives, and the Numu still stood guard over the plaza, waiting for a symbol who might not arrive in time. He had sounded the alarm. He had locked down the facility. He had faced the villain leader and survived. But as he slid down the wall of the control room, blood streaming from his nose and a gash on his forehead, his body trembling with exhaustion and shock, he knew it wasn't enough. The cliffhanger wasn't about his own survival. It was about the seconds ticking away. The lockdown would slow the villains, but it wouldn't stop the Numu. It wouldn't heal Aizawa. It wouldn't save Uraraka and Asui from a pissed-off Kurogiri. He had changed the variables, but the equation still tilted toward slaughter. And now, he was trapped in a metal box at the top of the world, watching through the reinforced glass as the monster below stirred, and the hand-covered man outside stopped pounding and began to laugh, a dry, raspy, utterly mad sound that promised only decay. Time became a thick, syrupy thing in the sealed control room. The blare of the alarm was a dull, rhythmic throb against the reinforced glass. Izuku slumped against the console, his breath coming in ragged, wet gasps. Blood, warm and metallic, coated his lips and chin, dripping steadily onto the front of his ruined costume. The headache was no longer a pain, it was the atmosphere, a crushing pressure that filled the small space, making every thought a struggle. Through the panoramic window, the USJ was a silent, segmented diorama of hell. The massive blast doors had divided the central plaza from the disaster zones, creating isolated cells of chaos. In the flood zone, he could see the distant splash of a struggle. In the conflagration district, smoke billowed. The mountain zone was quiet, had Uraraka and Asui escaped Kurogiri. He couldn't see them. His focus was pulled, magnet-like, to the central plaza below. Aizawa lay in a growing pool of crimson, his arm ending in a ragged, dissolving stump. 13 was still, and standing sentinel over them was the Numu, a mountain of exposed muscle and blank, bird-like obedience. On the gantry just outside the window, Shigaraki had stopped pounding. He stood, leaning against the railing, scratching his neck with a frantic, insectal rhythm. The hand on his face was cracked, revealing a sliver of dry, cracked lips and a glimpse of a furious eye. He was staring at the sealed control room door, but he wasn't trying to break in anymore. He was waiting. The game had changed, and he was recalculating. Izuku's pattern sense was a ruin. The golden grids were fractured, flickering in and out like a failing monitor. It could no longer process the macro-scale disaster. It could only offer him shattered glimpses. The stress fractures in the glass before him, the weak point in the console's power coupling, accessible, the rhythm of Shigaraki's scratching, increasingly erratic. Useless data. He had locked himself in a cage at the top of the slaughterhouse. He had triggered an alarm that no one outside could hear. He was a strategist with no pieces left to move, watching his king bleed out on the board below. A new sound cut through the muffled sirens. A sound that didn't belong in this nightmare of decay and mist. It started as a distant, deep thrum, felt in the bones more than heard. It grew, vibrating the very air in the control room, shaking dust from the consoles. It was the sound of immense pressure, of air being displaced by something moving at impossible speed. Shigaraki straightened, his scratching ceasing. He looked up, past the dome, toward the source of the sound. A section of the USJ's colossal geodesic dome rippled. Then, with a shriek of tearing metal and shattering polycarbonate, it was simply gone. Not exploded, not melted, punched out, as if by the fist of a god. Sunlight, real and shocking, poured through the jagged hole. And standing in that beam of light, silhouetted against the blue sky, was a figure. Broad-shouldered, impossibly muscular, his golden hair catching the sun like a halo. All Might. He had not used the door. He had made his own. He landed in the central plaza with an impact that shook the entire facility. The shockwave rattled the control room's glass. Dust and debris plumed around him. He didn't pose. He didn't smile. He took in the scene, his fallen colleagues, the monster, the scattered signs of student struggles, and his usual booming joviality was gone. In its place was a silence more terrifying than any roar. The symbol of peace was angry. Izuku's breath caught. Hope, a dangerous, painful spark, ignited in his chest. Below, Shigaraki let out a wheezing laugh. Finally, the main event. Numu. Kill him. The Numu moved. It was deceptively fast for its size. It closed the distance to All Might in a blur, a fist the size of a cinder block swinging for the hero's head. All Might didn't dodge. He met the punch with his own. The collision was beyond sound. It was a vacuum of noise, followed by a concussive boom that blew out the remaining windows in the nearby ruined city zone. The force of it slammed Izuku back against the far wall of the control room. The glass before him webbed with cracks. When the dust cleared, All Might stood unmoved. The Numu's fist was stopped dead in his grip. The hero's expression was grim, focused. What? Shigaraki whispered, his madness tinged with the first note of doubt. All Might shifted his weight. A brainwashed powerhouse. A poor imitation of a villain. He twisted, and with a motion that seemed effortless, he hurled the Numu across the plaza. The monster cratered the far wall, shaking the foundation. But it stood up, unharmed. Its regeneration quirk, the grid supplied weakly, already knitting shattered bone and torn muscle. All Might's eyes narrowed. So, you regenerate. The battle that followed was not a fight. It was a demolition. All Might was a golden cyclone of pure, distilled power. He moved faster than the eye could track, his punches creating sonic booms, his mere passage kicking up gales. He pummeled the Numu, driving it through walls, into the ground, smashing it against the dome's supports. But every time, the creature healed. Instantaneously. It was a tireless, indestructible wall designed to exhaust the symbol of peace. Izuku watched, his analyst's mind struggling to process the scale. This was beyond patterns, beyond tactics. This was mythic combat. All Might was fighting not just a monster, but a concept, a being built to counter him. And he was, slowing. Just a fraction. A moment's hesitation between blows. A breath held a second too long. Izuku's eyes, sharpened by a lifetime of observation and now augmented by a failing quirk, saw it. The flicker of pain in All Might's blue eyes. The tightness around his mouth. The way he favored his left side ever so slightly. His injury. The secret he'd confessed on the rooftop. The ticking clock inside the unbreakable hero. The Numu wasn't meant to win. It was meant to run down the clock. He's tiring. Shigaraki cackled from the gantry, seeing it too. See, sensei. Your masterpiece is working. All Might landed a blow that should have vaporized a building. The Numu's head deformed, then snapped back into place. It grabbed All Might's arm in a vice-like grip. For the first time, All Might grunted in pain. Panic, cold and sharp, cut through Izuku's haze. He couldn't just watch. He was trapped, useless, a spectator to the end of an era. His eyes fell on the console. The power coupling the fractured grid had highlighted. The master systems were locked down, but the internal comms, the PA system for the entire USJ, it might still have a local feed. A way to speak into the plaza. He dragged himself to the console, ignoring the fresh wave of nausea and the blinding stab in his temples. His fingers, slick with blood, fumbled over the controls. The grid flickered, offering one last, coherent schematic. He found the switch, a small, unlabeled toggle. He flipped it. A green light winked on. A microphone, somewhere in the console, was live. He didn't know what to say. A warning. A plea. All Might knew the stakes better than anyone. Then he saw it. As All Might struggled to free his arm from the Numu's grip, Shigaraki began to descend the gantry stairs, creeping toward the fight, his five-fingered hand outstretched. He wasn't aiming for All Might. He was aiming for All Might's captured arm. One touch, and the symbol of peace would lose a limb, just like Aizawa. The words came, not from strategy, but from a place deeper, a place the pattern's sense had never touched. He leaned into the console, his voice a raw, bleeding scrape amplified to a booming echo across the silent, shattered plaza. All Might. The sound of his own name, shouted not in adulation but in raw, desperate warning, made the hero flinch. His eyes flicked up, past the Numu, to the control room window. His left side. It's the old wound. The pattern is exhaustion. He's making you fight the clock. It was a betrayal. He was shouting All Might's secret to the world, to the villains. But in this moment, secrecy meant death. All Might's eyes widened, not in anger, in understanding. The boy in the tower wasn't just cheering. He was giving him data. A variable. Shigaraki snarled, leaping forward, fingers splayed for All Might's trapped bicep. All Might moved. He didn't try to pull free. He used the Numu's grip as a pivot. He planted his feet and spun, using the monster's own immovable mass as an anchor. The motion whipped his body around in a violent arc, his free fist, pulled back, gathering every last ounce of power, every second of borrowed time. He wasn't aiming for the Numu's body this time. He was aiming for the exposed, twitching brain in its skull. Texas. Smash. The punch didn't travel far. It didn't need to. It was a point-blank detonation of kinetic energy, focused into a space the size of a fist. The air compressed, then exploded outward. The Numu's head didn't regenerate. It ceased to exist. The shockwave traveled down its spine, pulverizing vertebrae, turning its torso into slurry before the regeneration could even engage. The creature didn't fall. It dispersed a cloud of gore and fading telekinetic energy. The grip on All Might's arm went slack. Shigaraki, lunge met empty air as All Might, freed, sidestepped with a speed that belied his size. The villain stumbled, off balance, his decay Quirk fingers grazing only the fabric of All Might's cape, which crumbled to dust. Silence. The Numu was gone. All Might stood in the center of the plaza, steam rising from his skin, his chest heaving. He was visibly diminished, smaller, the heroic form straining at the seams. But he was standing. He had won. Shigaraki stared at the spot where his ultimate weapon had vanished. His face, behind the cracked hand, was a mask of utter, childlike disbelief. Numu, but, shock absorption, regeneration. It seems, All Might said, his voice a low, powerful rumble despite his obvious strain, your monster could only nullify the force it expected. Not the strategy behind it. He turned his gaze upward, to the control room. A timely analysis, young man. Shigaraki followed his gaze. His red eyes locked onto Izuku's through the fractured glass. The disbelief curdled into pure, vitriolic hatred. You little cheat. You ruined it. You ruined everything. He took a step toward the stairs leading back up to the gantry, to the control room. I'll decay you. I'll turn you to dust. But All Might was already moving. I don't think so. Before Shigaraki could react, All Might was in front of him, not with a punch, but with an open-handed swipe. The air pressure from the blow alone lifted Shigaraki off his feet and sent him tumbling across the plaza, where he skidded to a groaning halt near the still form of Kurogiri, who was beginning to stir. The mist villain coalesced, his yellow eyes glowing weakly. Tamura Shigaraki, we must retreat. The plan has failed. The reinforcements will be here. Shigaraki pushed himself up, his body trembling with rage. He glared at All Might, then at the control room. This isn't over, he rasped, the promise dripping with venom. I'll remember you, little analyst. I'll find you. And I'll break every pattern you ever see. Kurogiri's mist enveloped them both, and with a final, inky swirl, they vanished, leaving only the wreckage and the fading stench of ozone. It was over. The distant wail of real sirens, police and hero backup, finally reached the USJ. The doors Izuku had locked began to grind open from the outside. Heroes in riot gear flooded in, securing the area, tending to the wounded. In the control room, the last of Izuku's strength left him. He slid down the console to the floor, the world graying out. The pain was a distant bell. The only thing clear was the view through the cracked window. Below, All Might was being swarmed by medics, but he waved them toward Aizawa and 13 first. He looked up once more, met Izuku's fading gaze, and gave a single, solemn nod. Then, the hero's form shuddered. A puff of steam escaped his lips. And as the medics turned back to him, Toshinori Yagi, gaunt and bleeding from his mouth, collapsed. The last thing Izuku saw before darkness took him was not the victory, or the rescue, or the retreat of the villains. It was the symbol of peace, broken and falling, because Izuku had given him the key to victory at the cost of exposing his greatest weakness to the world. He had saved the day by shattering the icon. The cliffhanger of survival was past. The new cliffhanger was consequence. He had stepped onto the stage of legends and changed the story. He had used his pattern sense to its absolute limit, not to optimize a throw or win a race, but to alter the fate of the world's greatest hero. And as he lost consciousness, the weight of that act settled on him, heavier than any physical injury. He was no longer just a student. He was a variable that had recalibrated the entire equation. And he had no idea what the solution would look like when he woke up. If you want to see how far his power evolves, or how the hero society reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Deku what if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next chapter. Until then, go beyond. Plus Ultra.